Chapter 406. Not long after the scarlet light drilled into Nyat Li's myriad miles rivers and mountains, painting rumble. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire space showed signs of collapsing as a boundless energy seeped into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nyat Li's brows twitched when he sensed the powerful energy. It was actually a martial ancestor, realm expert. The 1,000 illusionary soul, bewildering array outside, had been broken. A martial ancestor, realm expert, would definitely be attracted. Nyat Li's heart trembled. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Let's enter the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting." Xiao Yu was a little puzzled. Could it be that living creatures could enter Nyat Li's space? She hadn't heard Nyat Li mention it before. She only knew that Nyat Li's myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was very powerful. However, she didn't know what it could do. Nyat Li raised his right hand, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting flew out, sucking Xiao Yu inside. "I have to think of a way to get out. Otherwise, the demon blood sacrifice's power will be gone." Nyat Li couldn't help thinking. He didn't know if there were any hidden treasures in the void illusionary divine palace. However, Nyat Li didn't have the time to search for them. After some thought, Nyat Li quickly entered the stone array and prepared to leave. The stone array was on the verge of collapsing. Once it did, the Son of Fire, Venerable God Thunder, and the others would come out. That would be troublesome. Nyat Li quickly flew to the entrance and met up with Yin Yang. When Yin Yang saw Nyat Li, he stood up and asked, "I can sense that the palace is collapsing. What's going on?" "A martial ancestor, realm expert, is trying to break the void illusionary divine palace's barrier. We have to get out quickly." Nyat Li said, "I can feel the aura of the martial ancestor realm. It must be an expert from the Yaoshan sect." Hearing Nyat Li's words, even Yin Yang couldn't help but feel surprised. How exactly did Nyat Li know? Moreover, he was actually able to determine that the other party was an expert from the Yaoshan sect. There were too many secrets on Nyat Li's body which aroused boundless curiosity in others. "I must return to Hagami Myunmyun alive. Please help me, brother Yin Yang." Nyat Li cupped his hands and said to Yin Yang, "I will do my best." Yin Yang nodded. Two figures ran toward the exit. After a while, the ethereal stone array quickly collapsed, and the people trapped in the ethereal stone array were rescued. Wuyazi looked at the void in the distance, then back at the way back. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He'd originally wanted to scheme against Nyat Li and Xiao Yu, but he'd never imagined that he'd be tricked by Nyat Li and Xiao Yu. Only later did he realize that Nyat Li must have taken Xiao Yu out of the stone array. Wuyazi wondered where Nyat Li and Xiao Yu were. He immediately flew toward the exit. Only by blocking the exit would he be able to stop Nyat Li and Xiao Yu. Son of Fire raised his head to look at the void above him. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. His master was finally here. As long as his master was here, no one would be able to take the treasures out of the void illusionary divine palace. Son of Fire pondered for a moment, then led a large group of people towards the exit. Only Venerable God Thunder furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment, then flew into the endless void. He wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to find the hidden treasures of the void illusionary divine palace. Rumble! The barrier finally collapsed, and a powerful force entered the void to search for the hidden treasures of the void illusionary divine palace. With Xianming Shenzhen's strength, searching the entire void illusionary divine palace was a piece of cake. He quickly discovered a black flame hidden in the depths of the void illusionary divine palace. "What's that?" Xianming Shenzhen frowned. Even with his knowledge, he couldn't figure out the origin of the black flame. Perhaps it was a hidden treasure of the void illusionary divine palace. He sent his intent towards the black flame. The moment his intent came into contact with the black flame, Xianming Shenzhen let out a mournful scream. "Who dares to plot against me?" Xianming Shenzhen's intent was ignited by the black flame. His left eye ignited with a blazing black flame. Sensing that the black flame wanted to burn his intent to ashes, Xianming Shenzhen immediately cut off his intent. Puff! Hierarch Blacknether's consciousness was cut into two, and the severed consciousness quickly dissipated under the burning of the black fire. Xianming Shenzhen gasped for breath. He was furious. Although he'd decisively severed his intent and hadn't been killed by the black flame, he'd still suffered heavy injuries. From the heavenly realm to the Tao of Dragon, 9 lives returned to 1, and 1 could be killed at any time. At the martial ancestor realm, aside from 9 lives returning to 1, 1's physical body would decay, and 1's soul would return to 1. In other words, a martial ancestor realm expert's soul was their body, and their body was their soul. Once their soul was burned, they would be finished. Only by breaking through the martial ancestor realm and reaching the legendary realm could 1 be called a god. Half of Xianming Shenzhen's soul had been burned away, and his cultivation had been greatly reduced. He flew into a rage. If he wanted to return to his current state, he'd have to bitterly cultivate for at least 30 years. 30 years of cultivation had gone up in smoke in a single night. How could he not be angry? He'd searched the entire void illusionary divine palace, but he hadn't found a single treasure. Could it be that all the treasures in the void illusionary divine palace had already been taken? Xianming Shenzhen gazed at the void illusionary divine palace. Everyone was trapped inside. He definitely wouldn't let anyone leave with the treasures. Hierarch Blacknether's deep voice resounded throughout the void illusionary divine palace. Anyone who wishes to leave the void illusionary divine palace must leave behind their interspatial ring. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. In the entire void illusionary divine palace, aside from the demon god sect, there were also people from the other 8 major sects. Furthermore, many of them were holy sons and holy maidens. Although Hierarch Blacknether was powerful and had a transcendent position in the demon god sect, he didn't dare to take things too far. If he slaughtered everyone in the void illusionary divine palace, he'd offend even more people. Most people could kill if they wanted to, but the holy sons and holy maidens of the major sects wouldn't dare to kill them so easily. Although the Yaoshan sect could contend against several major sects, if the martial ancestor realm experts of the major sects joined forces to deal with Xianming Shenzhen, the Yaoshan sect would only be able to provide him with some protection. In the end, he'd have to deal with the problem himself. Furthermore, he'd just lost 30 years of cultivation to the black flames. He was at his weakest. A group of Yaoshan sect's experts stood guard at the entrance of the void illusionary divine palace. They were like wolves and tigers as they fiercely stared at the people coming out of the palace. Here's my interspatial ring. One of the Hagami Nyunyan's experts threw his interspatial ring to the Yaoshan sect's experts. His eyes flashed with anger as he walked towards the exit. Wait! Several Yaoshan sect's experts stopped him. The Hagami Nyunyan's expert angrily asked, "I've already given it to you. What else do you want? You actually dared to hide it? You must be tired of living." The Yaoshan sect's experts grabbed the Hagami Nyunyan's expert and stripped him of his clothes. 2 artifacts fell out. "Kill him." Uffed, blood splattered as the Hagami Nyunyan's expert was killed with a single slash. Chapter 407. Seeing this scene, those people who were planning to bluff their way out were trembling. If they wanted to leave this place, they had to obediently hand over the treasures. Wuyazi flew around looking for Nieli and Xiaoyu. He couldn't help but frown. This Xianming Shenzhen was extremely difficult to deal with. He was the one person in the whole Yaoshun sect that he didn't want to encounter the most. Wuyazi was very depressed. Now, even if he could kill Nieli and seize the treasures on Nieli, it was estimated that those treasures would eventually fall into the hands of Xianming Shenzhen. Even he would have to spit out all the treasures he had obtained before. Would he still go back empty-handed, without getting anything? Wuyazi was very depressed. He couldn't accept it. Just as Wuyazi flew away, two people flew out in front of him. It was Nieli and Yenyang. At this time, Nieli had returned to his human form. Seeing Nieli, Wuyazi raised his eyebrows and stood in front of Nieli. He stared at Nieli and said in a deep voice, "Nieli, we meet again." Yenyang, and Nieli stopped. Yenyang looked at Nieli and asked with a voice transmission, "Who is this guy? Do you want to kill him?" Nieli thought for a moment and shook his head. He said with a voice transmission, "No need to kill him." Wuyazi stared vigilantly at Yenyang next to Nieli. He had seen Yenyang's strength. Once Yenyang made a move, he was definitely not his opponent. Nieli smiled and said, "Brother Wuyazi, we have fulfilled our agreement with each other. Next, we will go our separate ways. I hope we won't be enemies the next time we meet." Wuyazi glanced around and was a little puzzled. Why wasn't Xiaoyu with Nieli? Could it be that he had misunderstood Nieli? Xiaoyu was not taken away by Nieli. Could it be that Xiaoyu had already died in the stone array? We agreed that we would split the treasures equally. Wuyazi looked at Nieli and said, "But I didn't get my share." Nieli spread out his hands with a bitter smile and said, "What's the point of arguing about this? One of your demon race's martial ancestor realm experts has taken control of the entire void illusionary divine palace. Even if I give you half of the treasures, you won't be able to take them out. Can I take it out?" Wuyazi raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm afraid that won't go as you wish. I didn't obtain any treasures in the void illusionary divine palace." Nieli said indifferently, "Even if you search my body, I have nothing to give you." Nieli wouldn't allow Wuyazi to search his body. After all, Wuyazi had personally seen him take many treasures. If he didn't have anything in his interspatial ring, then Wuyazi would definitely be suspicious. "I don't believe your nonsense." Wuyazi was extremely depressed. He'd thought that Nieli was under his control along the way, but only now did he realize that. But now he discovered that Nieli was already prepared. With an expert like Yenyang by his side, Wuyazi couldn't do anything to Nieli. Did he have to let Nieli take the demon blood sacrifices energy out of the void illusionary divine palace? "I can forget about the treasures you've obtained, but you have to return the demon blood sacrifices energy to me." Wuyazi transmitted his voice to Nieli as he swept a glance at Yenyang. He was thinking about how to get rid of Nieli before Yenyang could react. However, Yenyang's cold gaze made Wuyazi understand that he had no chance of making a move. "It's impossible for me to return the demon blood sacrifices energy to you. If you want to stop me from leaving the void illusionary divine palace, then we can discuss it with Xianming Shenzhen or the Son of Fire." Nieli looked at Wuyazi. He'd already grasped Wuyazi's Achilles heel. Wuyazi's face turned ashen. Wasn't he courting death by going to Xianming Shenzhen or the Son of Fire? If they found out that he'd given the demon blood sacrifices energy to a human, only death awaited him. "I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking about how to get rid of me. I understand that you still have a chance with Yenyang protecting me. You might even be able to find someone stronger than Yenyang. But don't you find it strange? Where did Xiaoyu go?" Niali transmitted his voice to Wuyazi. I've already arranged for Xiaoyu to leave safely. If you and I don't say anything, then we'll mind our own business and pretend that nothing happened. If you insist on finding trouble with me, then it'll be a life and death struggle. Yang didn't know what Niali and Wuyazi were talking about, but he could tell from Wuyazi's expression that Niali was negotiating with Wuyazi. That's impossible. Xianming Shenzhen controls the entire void illusionary divine palace. It's impossible for you to send Xiaoyu out. If you can send her out, then why don't you go out yourself? Wuyazi stared at Niali. Nothing is impossible. Niali looked at Wuyazi with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Wuyazi recalled Niali's various miracles. His heart was in an intense dilemma. If Xiaoyu had really left, then even if he killed Niali, Xiaoyu would still make sure he died, without a burial. You're saying that we'll mind our own business from now on? Wuyazi looked at Niali and muttered to himself. Although Niali was a great threat to him, he could only tolerate the existence of this threat. That's right. Niali nodded. Wuyazi rolled his eyes and nodded. All right. Niali looked at Wuyazi with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Don't even think about borrowing Xianming Shenzhen's hand to kill me. If I don't make it back alive, then I'll have Xiaoyu spread the news of the demon blood sacrifice. You can give it a try. Wuyazi was extremely depressed. Niali had seen through all the thoughts that flashed through his mind. Up to you. In any case, if I die, you won't be any better off. The demon race will spare no effort to hunt down any human who has been subjected to the demon blood sacrifice. As long as I expose you, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to live. Your sect won't be able to protect you. Wuyazi coldly snorted and turned to leave. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Brother Wuyazi, I don't want you to die. In the future, we might have to communicate more. Instead of being enemies, we can at least be friends. Niali smiled and transmitted his voice. Wuyazi almost missed a step. Was there a friend like Niali? Seeing that Wuyazi had left, Yang looked at Niali and asked, The matter between you two has been resolved? Niali nodded and smiled. Looking at Wuyazi's departing back, Niali had a feeling that he and Wuyazi would meet sooner or later. Yang didn't know the conversation between Niali and Wuyazi. However, he could feel that Wuyazi should have been fooled by Niali. He didn't know what method Niali had used to make a demon race cover for him. Yang couldn't see through Niali more and more. We have to leave quickly. Otherwise, if the Son of Fire catches up with us, there might be trouble. Niali said, All right. The two of them flew away. Chapter 408. At the exit of the void illusionary divine palace, a group of people were being interrogated by the experts of the Yaoshan sect. From time to time, a few human experts would get into conflict with the Yaoshan sect and get killed. Xianming Shenzhen had been thwarted in the void illusionary divine palace, and he become even more furious. His subordinates had become even more unbridled, and they'd kill anyone they disliked. In any case, they had Xianming Shenzhen's support. What did they have to be afraid of? Niali looked at Xianming Shenzhen, who was hovering in the sky. With such a martial ancestor realm expert present, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape, even with Yang's help. What should he do? Li's mind was spinning rapidly. Yang transmitted his voice to Li. This Xianming Shenzhen is a very difficult person to deal with. However, there are still some people he's afraid of. I'm the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, so he won't casually make a move against me. However, it's hard to say for others, especially since you're only at the heavenly fate realm. It'll be very dangerous for you to stay by my side. He won't casually make a move against me, but he might kill the people around me to establish his might. The conflict between the Skyblaze sect and the Yaoshan sect had been going on for a long time. However, that was a conflict between sections. In private, martial ancestor realm experts wouldn't rashly start a war. After all, once they reached the martial ancestor realm, their goal was to advance a step further. Wasting their divine soul, for no reason, was an unwise move. Unless it was a conflict of interest between sects, they would normally be afraid of each other. Killing the Skyblaze sect's holy son might cause the Skyblaze sect's martial ancestor realm experts to make a move against Xianming Shenzhen. Xianming Shenzhen didn't want that to happen. However, if it was just the people around Yenyang, then Xianming Shenzhen wouldn't have to worry about anything. Senior brother Yenyang, instead of waiting here, why don't we take a gamble? If I go alone, it will be even more dangerous. The people from Yaoshan sect will definitely kill me. If we follow behind you, we still have a chance. Nieli said. He could only hope that Xianming Shenzhen did not notice them. Yenyang thought about it and nodded. That was indeed the case. It was impossible for Nieli to leave the void illusionary divine palace by himself. We have to hurry. If we wait for the Son of Fire to come out, it will be troublesome. Yenyang thought for a moment and reminded. The Son of Fire was Xianming Shenzhen's disciple. The two flew out of the void illusionary divine palace. You too, a heavenly axis realm 9-stage expert from the Yaoshan sect, extended his hand towards Yenyang. Yenyang coldly snorted as a powerful energy enveloped his body. Bang! The heavenly axis realm 9-stage expert's energy was rebounded. He looked at Yenyang in astonishment. After all, Yenyang was only at the heavenly axis realm, but his strength had already far surpassed his own. Yenyang waved his right hand and threw the items in his hand to the Yaoshan sect expert. This is all we have. The Yaoshan sect expert furrowed his brows. If they fought again, he definitely wouldn't be Yenyang's opponent. If that happened, he'd definitely suffer a loss. That would be very shameful. He coldly snorted as his face darkened. His gaze swept across Yenyang and Nieli. Yenyang and Nieli didn't have anything on them. He glanced at Yenyang's interspatial ring. The Yaoshan sect expert's eyes lit up. The Yaoshan sect expert waved his hand and said, "At least you're tactful." Scram! Yenyang and Nieli hurriedly walked past with their heads lowered. They could feel a powerful intent sweeping across their bodies. Nieli felt a suffocating pressure. This was Xianming Shenzhen examining them. After a brief moment, that powerful intent retracted. Yenyang had nothing on him. Xianming Shenzhen definitely couldn't sense the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in Nieli's soul realm. Aside from that, there was nothing on him. Xianming Shenzhen probably couldn't be bothered to make a move against a heavenly fate realm like Nieli. Xianming Shenzhen swept his gaze across Nieli and Yenyang. He retracted his gaze. Since he didn't want to kill Yenyang, he'd just pretend he hadn't seen anything. In the distance, Wuyazi frowned as he watched Nieli and Yenyang leave. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that Nieli and Yenyang had obediently handed over the treasures? That didn't make sense. Nieli definitely wouldn't be so obedient. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Wuyazi pondered for a moment, then retracted his gaze. It didn't matter if Nieli had taken the treasures or not. There was nothing he could do to Nieli. If Xianming Shenzhen or the Son of Fire found out about the demon blood sacrifice, he'd definitely die without a burial. After Nieli and Yenyang left the void illusionary divine palace, they flew away. An hour later, the Son of Fire flew out of the void illusionary divine palace. Master, the son of fire bowed towards Xianming Shenzhen. Xianming Shenzhen nodded slightly and asked, Disciple, did you find anything in the void illusionary divine palace? Master, the void illusionary divine palace's mechanisms are extremely complicated. I didn't find anything. The son of fire said gloomily. However, he didn't dare to tell his master that Nieli had tricked him. It'd be extremely embarrassing. Xianming Shenzhen's expression turned a little unsightly. I broke the void illusionary divine palace's barrier, but why didn't I find anything? Master, how many people did you see? The son of fire asked. How many people? Who? Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows. Wuyazi, Yenyang, and 2 strangers. The son of fire said. Wuyazi is in the void illusionary divine palace. As for Yenyang, he's already left. Xianming Shenzhen said, he's the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, the disciple of that old fart. I don't want to have a falling out with him. For now. Previously, Xianming Shenzhen's strength was slightly inferior to Yen Yang's master. Not to mention that the black flames had burned away so much of his intent. That's why he'd let Yen Yang leave. The son of fire hurriedly said, Master, they might have already taken the treasures out of the void illusionary divine palace. That's impossible. How could the 2 of them take the treasures out under my watch? Xianming Shenzhen shook his head. He'd already used his intent to search for Nieli and Yen Yang. However, he hadn't found anything that Nieli and Yen Yang had taken. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm certain that there's something wrong with Yen Yang. The son of fire said anxiously. Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows at the son of fire's words. His right hand moved, and he tossed a ring to the son of fire. This is Yen Yang's interspatial ring. Take a look. The son of fire swept a glance at it and said, although there are some decent things inside, Yen Yang has definitely hidden a portion of them. Master, hurry up and stop him. Don't let him escape. A cold light flashed through Xianming Shenzhen's eyes when he heard the son of fire's words. He slightly furrowed his brows. In this world, there were still treasures that could hide things from him. If that was the case, he'd definitely chase after Yen Yang and bring them back. Xianming Shenzhen coldly snorted. He turned into a streak of light and instantly disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 409. Roughly 10 minutes later, Xianming Shenzhen's intent swept across the vast land and quickly discovered Yen Yang. A powerful aura locked onto Yen Yang. I wonder why Lord Xianming Shenzhen is chasing after me. Yen Yang cupped his hands. It was just as Nieli had predicted. He'd follow Nieli's instructions and do his best to delay Xianming Shenzhen. Yen Yang, did you obtain any treasures from the void illusionary divine palace? If you leave any treasures behind, I can spare your life today. But if you insist on going about things the wrong way, then you know the consequences. Xianming Shenzhen coldly snorted. At Xianming Shenzhen's words, Yen Yang slightly bowed and said, Lord Xianming Shenzhen, I don't quite understand. I've already handed over all my belongings. I don't have anything on me anymore. Yen Yang, don't blame me for disregarding your master's feelings if you dare to deceive me. Xianming Shenzhen coldly said, I wouldn't dare to deceive Lord Xianming Shenzhen. Please tell me, Lord Xianming Shenzhen, where did I go wrong? Yen Yang cupped his hands. Yen Yang's calm and confident expression made Xianming Shenzhen a little suspicious. Could it be that Yen Yang really didn't have any treasures on him? Suddenly, he recalled that there was someone beside Yen Yang. That person was only a heavenly fate realm cultivator. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now that that heavenly fate realm cultivator had disappeared, it was extremely suspicious. Yen Yang, where did that person beside you go? Xianming Shenzhen asked with his brows knitted. Someone beside me? Are you talking about that heavenly fate realm servant? Yen Yang was stunned for a moment before he continued. Oh, you're talking about him? That brat spoke impudently when he came out. So I killed him in a fit of anger. Killed. There was no way Xianming Shenzhen would believe Yen Yang's words. There was definitely something wrong with the Heaven's Fate realm next to Yen Yang. Yen Yang must have given the treasure to that person. Humph, I don't believe a Heavenly Fate realm can escape from my grasp. Xianming Shenzhen's intent swept out to search for traces of Nia Li. Logically speaking, with Xianming Shenzhen's strength, coupled with the fact that he had previously come into contact with Nia Li's aura, he should be able to find Nia Li soon. However, no traces of Nia Li could be found in a large area nearby. He couldn't find it. Xianming Shenzhen was furious. With a wave of his right hand, a majestic force wrapped around Yen Yang and carried Yen Yang away. A few hours later, Xianming Shenzhen still couldn't find Nia Li's location. A heavenly fate realm, no matter how fast his flying speed was, couldn't possibly run out of such a large area. Xianming Shenzhen, I've said it before, he has already been killed by me. You just don't believe me. Yen Yang pretended to be innocent and said, courting death. Xianming Shenzhen's expression was frighteningly dark. He reached out his hand to grab Yen Yang. He vented all his anger on Yen Yang. Since Yen Yang wasn't willing to reveal Nia Li's whereabouts, there was no point in keeping him alive. Just as his hand was about to grab Yen Yang's body, he heard a bang, and the force was repelled. A loud voice came from the void. Xianming, how did my disciple offend you? Why are you so ruthless towards him? Xianming Shenzhen's heart trembled. That old ghost is here. He had just been plotted against. With his current strength, if he were to fight against that old ghost, not only would he have no chance of winning, he might even be killed. He absolutely couldn't fight recklessly. Old ghost, your disciple deceived me with flowery words. Killing him is already a light punishment. Xianming Shenzhen naturally wouldn't show any weakness, lest he was seen through. Hierarch Blacknether, since I'm here, let my disciple go. Otherwise, I won't let him go. Otherwise, if we fight, it won't benefit either of us. The voice came from the end of the void. Humph, he's lucky today. I'll let him go for now. Xianming Shenzhen had already searched Yen Yang's body. He even used his heavenly energy to check Yen Yang's body, but he didn't find anything on Yen Yang's body. Even if there was a treasure, it was very likely that it had been sent away. Now that the old ghost was here, if he wanted to kill Yen Yang, he would have to pay a great price. Xianming Shenzhen turned around and flew away. Master, Yen Yang cupped his hands towards the void. Xianming is a little strange today. He actually gave up so easily. But forget it. Since there's nothing else, then come back. The voice came from the void again. Yen Yang nodded and flew off into the distance. Void, illusionary divine, Palace, the son of fire, looked at Xianming Shenzhen, who'd just returned. He bowed and asked, Master, how was it? Did you catch Yen Yang? Yen Yang didn't have any treasures on him. Hierarch Blacknether said. His heart was filled with anger as he recalled his trip to the void, illusionary divine palace. Not only had he failed to obtain any treasures, but he'd also suffered a huge loss. His black flames had burned away so many of his spirits. No treasures? The son of fire furrowed his brows. Master, did you see anyone with Yen Yang? After hearing the son of fire's words, Xianming Shenzhen was even more certain that there was a problem with the heavenly fate realm expert by Yen Yang's side. I've already memorized his aura. Even if he escapes this time, I'll definitely catch him next time. Xianming Shenzhen coldly snorted. His gaze was deep. Since that person was by Yen Yang's side, he should be from the Skyblaze sect. He had to send someone to investigate the Skyblaze sect first. Also, find an opportunity to kill Yin Yang. That person might end up in Yin Yang's hands after obtaining the treasures. Yes, the Son of Fire replied. Wuyazi's treasures were also searched, and he was interrogated. In the end, he could only return in a sorry state. He was extremely depressed. He'd been busy with Nia Li and Xiao Yu for so long, but he'd gotten nothing. At this moment, a scroll was buried roughly 30 meters deep in the ground, several dozen miles away from the void illusionary divine palace. It was the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Xianming Shenzhen had been tracking Nia Li's aura and traces of Nia Li. However, he didn't know that Nia Li had long since hidden himself in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. With its power hidden, the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was no different from an ordinary scroll. Worried that Xianming Shenzhen was still nearby, Nia Li decided to cultivate in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Nia Li sat cross-legged in the air, continuously condensing his cultivation and circulating the power of the demon blood sacrifice. Previously, Nia Li had only circulated a small portion of his power, but he'd already made several breakthroughs. To avoid being killed by Wuyazi, Nia Li hadn't dared to raise his cultivation too quickly. Now that he had time to cultivate in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, Nia Li naturally couldn't wait to unleash the full power of the demon blood sacrifice. That was the primordial demon blood. During this trip to the void illusionary divine palace, Nia Li felt that his strength was insufficient. He was about to step into the heavenly star realm. Chapter 4:10. The power of the primordial bloodline continued to flow through Nia Li's meridians. It was like a scorching hot lava, constantly surging. The blazing energy constantly battered Nia Li's limbs and meridians. The power of the demon blood sacrifice continued to strengthen Nia Li's cultivation. In his soul realm, the fate star in the center of the 9 fate souls suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Nia Li felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Every part of his body was illuminated by the starlight, as if they were about to explode. Every person's body was made up of billions of tiny units, each of which contained boundless power. Under the illumination of the starlight, the power contained in these units seemed to be about to explode. Nia Li's eyes suddenly widened as a majestic power surged out of him. His aura crazily rose, and the fate star shone brighter and brighter. Its radiance covered all his fate souls. Heavenly star realm, 1 star realm. Compared to before, his cultivation had suddenly increased by several times. Most people who just reached the 1 star realm would be impatient to consolidate their cultivation. However, Nia Li was different. He directly infused his heavenly energy into the fate star. The fate star grew brighter and brighter. Under the stimulation of the fate star, the power of every unit in his body grew even more violent. Boom, boom. His entire body surged with power, as if it were about to explode. However, Nia Li understood that he had the primordial bloodline of the demon clan. His body wouldn't easily explode, so he continued to stimulate the fate star. If he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to wait for a second one in his life. While stimulating the fate star with heavenly energy, Nia Li continued to condense the heavenly god cultivation technique and cultivate the second stage of the heavenly god cultivation technique. Formless body. The form is born from the heart. The heart gives birth to formlessness. Nia Li constantly chanted as he circulated the power of the demon blood sacrifice to refine his body. While Nia Li was cultivating, a faintly discernible intent fell on Nia Li. He actually has a treasure like the Myriad Miles Rivers and mountains painting. What he cultivates is a peerless divine art, and he also has the power of the demon blood sacrifice. This person is really not simple. The will silently said, if a heavenly star-level cultivator wanted to have Nya Li's luck, it would be impossible. That was an extremely difficult task. However, leave your body to me. The thought laughed and turned into a cold light that shot towards Nya Li. Seeing that the cold light was about to hit Nya Li suddenly opened his eyes. With a whoosh, he disappeared on the spot. That cold light missed, and just as it was wondering where Nya Li had gone, Nya Li had already appeared several miles away. I finally found you. Nya Li stared at the intent. While he was cultivating, he was constantly paying attention to the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, keeping his guard up. Nya Li finally saw the other party's true appearance. It was a clump of azure mist without a physical form. The azure mist slowly said, I never thought that you'd be able to guard against my attacks while cultivating. It seems that I have underestimated you. The green mist said slowly. That voice belonged to the void illusionary divine palace. The void illusionary divine palace's intent had been absorbed into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting by Nya Li. You didn't just underestimate me. You made a huge mistake. You shouldn't have entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The space inside the painting is my domain. Nya Li lightly smiled. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was now Nya Li's life-bound treasure. Nya Li could control everything inside the painting. The intent proudly said, even if the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting is your domain, you don't know what I am. It's impossible for you to trap me. The wisp of thought proudly said. Nya Li tried to use the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting's domain to restrain that fellow, but he discovered that it was formless. That thing was formless. Although he could sense its existence, he couldn't control it at all. Even if this is your domain, I can move freely here. It's no different from my domain. Furthermore, you made a huge mistake. You moved the void illusionary divine array and the void illusionary divine palace into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The space inside the painting is your domain, but the void illusionary divine palace is mine. What can you do to me? The intent laughed. I failed this time. At worst, I'll just forget about it. I'll find another opportunity. One day I'll succeed. With a whoosh, the intent disappeared once again. Nya Li saw that strand of intent enter the void illusionary divine palace. Nya Li wanted to investigate the void illusionary divine palace, but he discovered that his intent was blocked outside. The corner of Nya Li's mouth rose into a smile. Did the intent of the void illusionary divine palace think it'd be fine after hiding inside? He was only in the heavenly star realm, so he naturally couldn't do anything to it. However, he couldn't stay in the heavenly star realm forever. Did the intent of the void illusionary divine palace think it could hide from him? Nya Li paid no attention to it and continued to condense his cultivation. Within the void illusionary divine palace, the intent looked at Nya Li, who was quietly cultivating. It was extremely depressed. It was only a strand of intent. If it fought Nya Li head-on, it definitely wouldn't be a match for Nya Li. It never imagined that Nya Li would be so vigilant. He'd actually been on guard for a long time. It originally wanted to provoke Nya Li and lure Nya Li into attacking the void illusionary divine palace. However, Nya Li wasn't fooled at all. This fellow was only a 15 or 16-year-old human youth. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Nya Li continued to condense his cultivation. At that moment, he no longer felt the flow of time. Activating the demon blood energy, Nya Li continued to strengthen the changes in his physical body. Suddenly, Nya Li's eyes widened as 3 pieces of gold spiritual stone essences floated beside him. Pow! 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 The 3 pieces of gold spiritual stone essences exploded into dust, and surges of heavenly energy surged into Nieli's body. Shortly after, a huge vortex formed around Nieli. The heavenly energy within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting surged and converged towards Nieli's body. It was like a Kuan Pung swallowing and spitting. The might of the heavenly energy caused the trees below to rustle. Some of the demonic beasts that were reared in the trees scattered in fright. Using the 3 pieces of gold spiritual stone essence as a guide, Nieli began to frantically absorb the heavenly energy. His entire soul realm was like a balloon that wildly swelled. The heavenly energy continued to swell. It continuously stimulated the fated star. Poof! Next to the fated star, a second fated star flickered. Nieli's brows twitched. He didn't expect it to be so fast. In his previous life, he'd spent over 2 years cultivating from 1 fated star to 2. In this life, only a few moments had passed. But after thinking about it, it made sense. In his previous life, he'd had the temporal demon spirit book. However, it wasn't a treasure that could assist in cultivation. Furthermore, the cultivation technique it contained wasn't powerful. In this life, aside from the heavenly god cultivation technique and the power of the demon blood sacrifice, he also had the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and many other treasures, as well as the gold spiritual stone essence and other precious cultivation resources. His cultivation speed naturally couldn't be compared to his previous life. Chapter 4:11. Nieli was like a Kuan Pung, constantly devouring the surrounding heavenly energy. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting stirred. Xiaoyu was startled by the frightening heavenly energy fluctuations around him. The commotion caused by Nieli's cultivation was truly astonishing. It was hard to imagine just how frightening Nieli's cultivation would be in the future. She didn't want her cultivation to be left far behind by Nieli, so she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. A distant voice faintly echoed in her mind. Under the guidance of this voice, her consciousness gradually blurred, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. Time slowly passed in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Gu Clan, 8th Elder Gu Bai's secret chamber. 8th Uncle, I wonder if you've considered the matter I've discussed with you. I heard that Gu Heng doesn't treat you well. The ones he relies on the most are 3rd Uncle and 6th Uncle. Gu Bei smiled as she looked at the old man in front of her. The white-robed old man in front of her was the Gu clan's 8th elder, Gu Bai. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Bei. Gu Bei, you've gone too far in destroying someone else's deity's lake. Even if it's for the patriarch's position, you can't do such a thing. Gu Heng wants to impeach you. As the 8th elder of the Gu clan, I have to uphold justice for the younger generation. Gu Bei inwardly spat. Gu Bai was a person who valued profit over righteousness. Who knows how many benefits Gu Heng had given him? Although that was what she was thinking, Gu Bei still smiled. I know that Elder Gu Bai is a righteous person. It's just that the matter of destroying Gu Heng's deity's lake was Gu Heng's one-sided statement. I merely snatched his deity's lake. He was useless, so he can't blame anyone else. Gu Bai tapped his finger on the table and said indifferently, What do you mean by that? I know that Gu Heng came to visit 8th Uncle. Please don't believe Gu Heng's nonsense. This is a small gift I've prepared for 8th Uncle. Please accept it. When it's done, I'll pay you a visit personally. Gu Bei took out a cloth bag from her interspatial ring and pushed it towards Gu Bai. Gu Bai seemed a little disdainful. The corner of his mouth twitched. Nephew Gu Bei, what do you mean by this? With a wave of his right hand, dozens of spiritual stone essences and a grade 6 artifact flew out from the cloth bag. Seeing this, Gu Bai's heart skipped a beat. Even an elder of his level only had a few 100,000 spirit stones in total. Gu Bei had given him dozens of spiritual stone essences, which were equivalent to tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He'd also given him a grade 6 artifact, which was equivalent to half of his assets. I heard that cousin Gu Heng gave 8th uncle several thousand spirit stones. Isn't he a little too stingy? As long as 8th uncle supports me, I will definitely prepare a generous gift once this matter is settled. Gu Bei faintly smiled and said, I know that 8th uncle's cultivation is very hard and requires a lot of resources. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, I would like to thank you for your help. 8th uncle, just say the word. What are you talking about, nephew Gu Bei? As your uncle, of course, I will do my best to help you, Gu Bei said with a smile. Good, with 8th uncle's words, I can rest assured. I still have to go to 9th uncle's place, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Bei stood up and said, All right, take care, nephew Gu Bei. Gu Bei stood up and walked Gu Bei all the way to the door. He watched Gu Bei leave. He turned his head to look at the cloth bag on the table and muttered, I really didn't expect that Gu Bei would have such boldness now. Gu Heng, it's not that I don't want to help you, but how are you going to compete with Gu Bei? Gu Teng whispered in Gu Bei's ear. Young master, is Gu Bei, that old guy, willing to listen to you? Gu Bei is a man who values profit over morality. He's a two-faced rat. I don't believe that he won't take the bait. Gu Bei smiled faintly. After all these years in the Gu clan, he already knew the character of the Gu clan's elders like the back of his hand. Gu Heng is sinister and cunning, so birds of a feather flock together. The elders who support him are not good people. We'll slowly dismantle them one by one. The few of them went to visit another elder together, Gu Heng's courtyard. Reporting to young master, Gu Bei has just visited the 8th elder and is currently visiting the 9th elder. A servant hurriedly ran in and reported. Gu Heng snorted disdainfully and said, Does Gu Bei think that by paying a visit to these elders will support him? Wishful thinking. These elders have been friends with me for more than 10 years. Every year, I send some gifts to their mansions. It's impossible for Gu Bei to get all these elders to support him just by visiting them. Gu Heng thought for a moment and said, Go and keep an eye on Gu Bei. Yes. The servant nodded and then retreated. Inside the Gu clan, there were some changes quietly. Within the Gu clan, the majority of the elders were neutral. They didn't care about worldly affairs and focused on cultivation. There were only a few who firmly stood on Gu Heng's side. If it weren't for Nie Li's powerful backing, Gu Bei wouldn't be able to do anything. But with Nie Li's backing, Gu Bei could do whatever he wanted without any worries. The spiritual stones Nie Li had given him were more than enough for him to use up in several years. It's hard to imagine just where did Nie Li get so many spiritual stones from. Gu Bei guessed that it had something to do with the deity root that Nie Li had obtained. Although Gu Bei had his own guesses, he did not ask for the details. One day, when Nie Li wanted to talk about it, he would naturally tell him. Dragon Seal family. Long Tianming was quietly sitting on a chair, listening to the servant's report with an old man in a gray robe. The old man's brows were sinister, and his skin was a peculiar silver gray. His eyes flickered with a sharp, cold light. The old man shook his head and sighed. The Demon League's recent expansion speed is indeed shocking. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Gu Heng isn't Gu Bei's match. The old man shook his head and sighed. He can't even deal with Gu Bei. He's simply a piece of trash. We've wasted so much effort to nurture him, Long Tianming said in a heavy voice, clearly a little annoyed. Gu Heng is related to our plan to control the Gu clan. We can't let him lose to Gu Bei so easily. Otherwise, Everything we've done will be in vain. The old man frowned. However, Gu Heng's current financial strength is far from enough to help him develop. I've gained quite a lot from this trip to the void illusionary divine palace. Here are 300,000 spiritual stones. Please give them to Gu Heng, elder. Although Gu Heng might mess things up, he can at least buy us some time. When the time is right, we'll turn Gu Bei into a cripple, just like Gu Lan. Long Tianming lightly smiled as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Oh, could it be that Tianming had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the void illusionary divine palace? The gray-robed old man asked in astonishment. I didn't have any fortuitous encounters. I only obtained quite a few spiritual stones. Long Tianming's eyes flashed with a vague light as he smiled. Chapter 412. Oh, so that's how it is. The gray-robed elder's gaze landed on Long Tianming as he spoke in a non-committal manner. Long Tianming changed the topic and said, "This time, I've obtained quite a few spiritual stones. It just so happens that I can use them to expand my strength. Previously, I sent so many heavenly axis realm experts to Gu Heng. Who would have thought that Gu Heng still wouldn't make it? But no matter what, I can't let Gu Bei's Demon League rise. I must obtain the position of Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch." The gray-robed elder looked at Long Tianming and coldly said, "I'll help you become the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. But don't forget what you promised me." "Naturally, I won't." Long Tianming smiled. What Gu Bei and the rest didn't know was that while they were concentrating on dealing with Gu Heng, they were already being targeted. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting Niet Li was still wholeheartedly cultivating. Violent and abundant heavenly energy continuously poured into Niet Li's soul realm. The amount of heavenly energy in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was simply enormous and endless. Day after day passed. With the primordial bloodline as his foundation, Niet Li could absorb the heavenly energy without any worries. His soul realm constantly expanded, as if it was being torn apart. The intense pain caused Niet Li's face to turn pale. His forehead was dripping with sweat. The heavenly energy felt like it was about to burst his body. Boom! His soul realm felt like it was about to explode. Buzz! Niet Li entered a mysterious state. He felt as if the vine in his soul realm was growing bigger and bigger. It was like a towering tree that constantly spread its branches and blossomed with mysterious flowers. These flowers were pure, white, and flawless, and their petals constantly drifted down. The fragrance of the flowers permeated the air, as if he had arrived at a blossoming spring. Niet Li could faintly feel that time and space had stopped under the vine. Just like that, he quietly sat cross-legged under the vine and cultivated, constantly condensing his cultivation base. Time passed quickly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Niet Li had finally condensed his third fate star in his dantian. Niet Li was still sitting cross-legged. 3 months later, the fourth fate star, like a stone statue, he just sat there quietly without any movement. Niet Li's concept of time had also completely stopped. 6 months later, Niet Li's fifth fate star lit up in his soul realm. With a boom, Niet Li's mind seemed to explode again. He woke up from a muddled state. He stared blankly for a moment before opening his eyes. He didn't think that he'd been cultivating in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for so long. It's been 6 months. I wonder how Lu Piao and Gu Bei are doing. When Niet Li opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yu staring blankly at him. "Xiao Yu, why are you looking at me like that?" Niet Li asked, puzzled. Xiao Yu's expression was as if she'd seen a ghost. "Why do you think? In the blink of an eye, your cultivation went from 9 fate to the heavenly star realm. Moreover, it seems like you even broke through a few levels." Xiao Yu said in shock. Nieli was also stunned by Xiao Yu's words. According to his concept of time, he'd been cultivating for 6 months. How could it be that in Xiao Yu's eyes, it had only been a blink of an eye? Thinking back to the mysterious state he'd felt earlier, Nieli's heart trembled. Could it be because of the vine? Nieli carefully recalled the feeling he'd felt earlier. Could it be that time and space had stopped? In this life, there was a mysterious vine in his soul realm. In his previous life, there was no such thing. Could it be because of this vine? Could it be related to the temporal demon spirit book? Only the temporal demon spirit book possessed such powerful space-time energy. Nieli pondered for a moment. It was indeed possible that the temporal demon spirit book had brought him back to this time and space. But in this life, the temporal demon spirit book was no longer in the desert palace. After pondering for a moment, Nieli took out one of the remnant pages of the temporal demon spirit book and injected a trace of heavenly energy into it. The remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book in his hand turned into specks of starlight, floated up, and entered Nieli's body. Then it merged with the vine. Sure enough, that vine was indeed related to the temporal demon spirit book. After the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book merged with the vine, Nieli's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. It was as if time and space had stopped. It was that feeling from earlier again. Time and space had stopped. He sent his thoughts to the bottom of the vine. Petals fluttered in the air, creating a beautiful and dazzling scene. Nieli was ecstatic. This remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book was actually one of the primers for stopping time and space. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to condense his cultivation. Half a year later, Nieli condensed his 6th fate star. Another year later, Nieli condensed his 7th fate star. 3 years later, he condensed his 8th fate star. Nieli sat cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation. At this moment, his soul realm was constantly revolving. The heavenly energy within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was constantly converging towards Nieli. 5 years later, the 9th fate star. The 9 fate stars constantly revolved, completely devouring the 9 fate souls. The 9 stars flickered, occasionally transforming into different shapes. Nieli's cultivation was finally only a step away from the heavenly axis realm. Nieli continued to cultivate. After another 10 years, Nieli had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly star realm. However, no matter how much he tried to raise his cultivation, he was stuck at the 9 stars realm. If he wanted to reach the heavenly axis realm, he'd need some external factors to trigger it. Nieli suddenly woke up. He heard Xiao Yu call out Nieli's name. "Nieli, what's wrong? Why aren't you replying?" "What? What did you just ask? How long has it been?" Nieli looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "It's only been a few minutes. Why aren't you replying to me?" Xiao Yu asked as she looked at Nieli. She was filled with shock and doubt. What's going on with Nieli? How did his cultivation increase so much in such a short period of time? He's probably only a step away from the heavenly axis realm. Nieli bitterly smiled. He couldn't answer Xiao Yu. Even if he did, Xiao Yu probably wouldn't understand. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, Nieli had already experienced nearly 20 years? The profoundness of the temporal demon spirit book was truly unimaginable. A small remnant page was actually able to stop time for 20 years. Nieli glanced at the other 2 remnant pages of the temporal demon spirit book. These 2 remnant pages might even be worth 40 years of time. However, Nieli wasn't planning on using them for the time being. He'd already reached a bottleneck. Bitter cultivation was no longer of any use to him. Only by finding an opportunity to break through to the heavenly axis realm would he be able to use the remnant pages of the temporal demon spirit book. Chapter 413. The confusion of time left Nieli at a loss. Time flew by in the blink of an eye as he cultivated. However, 20 years was still a long time. It was as if he'd been dragged back to reality from a long dream. Just by sitting in meditation and cultivating, one's cultivation would progress very slowly. It would be much slower than normal cultivation, but it wouldn't make up for the long period of time. But once he'd reached this level, it was useless to just cultivate. He wasn't far from the heavenly axis realm. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. As Nieli stabilized his cultivation, he smiled at Xiaoyu and said, "I just entered a mysterious state. That's why my cultivation rose so quickly." "Did I disturb you?" Xiaoyu asked apologetically. She just called out to Nieli a few times. Nieli waved his hand. Not at all. At that moment, a strand of intent was observing Nieli in the void illusionary divine palace. This kid has the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. He's like a robber. He stole everything from my void illusionary divine palace, even the void illusionary divine array. I thought the secrets of the void illusionary divine palace were already extraordinary. I never thought that this kid would have an even more shocking secret. The intent murmured, then smiled strangely. "I'd like to see what you'll do after you open the void illusionary divine palace." That thought flashed by. Nieli sensed something and looked in the direction of the void illusionary divine palace. After condensing his 9 fate stars, Nieli's perception had improved. Although he didn't know what that thing was, Nieli was certain that it wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have tried to seize his body. The intent of the void illusionary divine palace. What an interesting thing. Nieli understood that it was difficult for him to open the palace in front of him. Therefore, Nieli didn't even try. However, it wouldn't take long for him to open it. As long as it was within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli didn't believe that that fellow could run anywhere. Although he had condensed 9 life stars, he was still a life star. But in terms of strength, it was still far from enough. After hiding in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for another 10 days, Xianming Shenzhen's men would have already returned. At that time, he could finally leave the painting. Nieli looked around. As he flew through the space within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, he landed on one of the deity's lakes. With a wave of his right hand, he swept away all the spiritual stones within the deity's lake. After nourishing the deity's lake in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for so long, it was finally time to harvest. Just one deity's lake had given him more than 300,000 spirit stones. There were also more than 500 spirit stone essences. After collecting all the spiritual stones and spirit stone essences, Nieli continued towards the second deity's lake. All the spiritual stones and spirit stone essences from the 50 deities' lakes had been collected by Nieli. After a quick calculation, he estimated that there were more than 20 million spiritual stones and 30,000 spirit stone essences. This was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. Nieli estimated that his wealth was already comparable to half of Hagami Myunmyun. He had to convert these spiritual stones into strength. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Nieli thought to himself. Suddenly, he recalled something and his eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this? 15 days later, Gu Clan's clan assembly. The Gu clan's elders had gathered together to discuss the matter of Gu Bei destroying someone's deity's lake. In the spacious hall, the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianlong, sat at the head. On both sides of the hall sat a row of Gu clan's elders. Gu Bei, Gu Heng, and the rest of the Gu clan's younger generation stood in the middle of the hall. Cousin Gu Bei has indeed gone too far in this matter. I hope that patriarch and elders can uphold justice for me. Gu Hung cupped his hands and spoke with an extremely wronged expression. At the same time, the Gu clan is also a member of the Gu clan. Cousin Gu Bei, why are you in such a hurry to kill each other? If Cousin Gu Bei inherits the position of patriarch in the future, please treat us clan's younger generation well. Hearing Gu Heng's words, the Gu clan's younger generation looked at each other in dismay and secretly conversed. I didn't expect Cousin Gu Hung to suffer such a huge loss. I heard that Cousin Gu Bei recently established his own power. He's developing very quickly, but I didn't expect him to defeat Cousin Gu Hung. This is really unimaginable. Cousin Gu Hung wasn't defeated. It was Gu Bei who used some tricks to destroy Cousin Gu Heng's deity's lake. Destroying someone's deity's lake is a bit too ruthless. After all, we're from the same clan. Cousin Gu Hung has always treated people kindly, but Gu Bei is being too overbearing. If Gu Bei inherits the position of patriarch, will there be any way for us clan's younger generation to survive? This person was obviously siding with Gu Hung as he spoke in a slightly loud voice. After hearing this, Gu Bei frowned and cupped his hands towards Gu Tianlong. In the outside world, there is always competition. Senior Gu Hung gathered outsiders to destroy my demon league. Am I not allowed to retaliate after Cousin Gu Hung lost? He ran over here to weep and even gathered a few elders to impeach me. As for his intentions, I'm sure you can tell with a single glance. Gu Hung looked coldly at Gu Bei and said, "It is true that there is competition in the outside world, but Cousin Gu Bei is being too ruthless. How much hatred does he have for destroying the deity's lake? How many deity's lakes are there under Hagami Myunmyun's control? Anyone who destroys it will weaken Hagami Myunmyun. Cousin Gu Bei, could it be that you were sent by the Yaoshan sect?" "Both of you, shut up," Gu Tianlong shouted. "The disciples of my Gu clan should be united. It's fine if the two of you kill your own clansmen, but you even quarreled in the clan meeting. If word of this gets out, the Gu clan will lose all its face." Gu Tianlong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Both Gu Hung and Gu Bei didn't dare to speak. "Elders, what do you think?" Gu Tianlong swept his gaze over the surrounding elders. Third Elder Gu Yuntian coldly said, "Since Gu Hung is my disciple, I shouldn't say anything in this kind of situation. I don't want others to say that I'm biased. However, I still have to say something. Destroying someone's deity's lake must be severely punished. If this continues, there will only be fewer and fewer deities' lakes. Elders, what do you all think?" Gu Tianlong looked at the others and asked. After a moment of silence, Guya said, "The cause and effect of this matter are complicated. We need to consider it carefully. Can everyone listen to me for a moment?" An elder at the side stood up. It was the 8th elder, Gu Bai. The 8th elder had always sided with Gu Hung, and this time would definitely be the same. It seemed like Gu Hung was prepared. This time, Gu Bei was in deep trouble. Destroying someone's deity's lake was indeed Gu Bei's fault. If this matter was pursued, the punishment would be extremely severe. Chapter 414. Gu Bei has indeed gone too far in destroying the deity's lake. The 8th elder Gu Bai said in a low voice. Hearing Gu Bai's words, the corner of Gu Heng's mouth curled up. The 8th elder was one of the elders who supported him. But Gu Bai's words suddenly changed. There is a reason for this. I believe all the elders of the Gu clan are aware of it. We've all seen what Gu Hung has done all these years. What's right and what's wrong will naturally be decided. Although I have always been on Gu Heng's side, I can't be partial to him this time. Gu Bai's words left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone in the Gu clan knew that Gu Bai had a close relationship with Gu Hung. Gu Bai was one of the elders who had jointly impeached Gu Bei. Why did Gu Bai suddenly change sides? Hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Heng was furious. He glared at Gu Bai. He hadn't expected Gu Bai to be so ruthless and suddenly turn the tables on him. The third elder, Gu Yuntian, frowned. What's wrong with Gu Bai? Why did he suddenly help Gu Bei? As soon as Gu Bai's voice faded, the ninth elder Gu Feng couldn't hold back anymore. He thought that Gu Bai was really good at picking the right time. Gu Bai obviously wanted more benefits. That's why he jumped out so quickly. Gu Feng also stood up and said, I agree with Gu Bai's words. Gu Heng's actions these past few years have indeed been a little excessive, and Gu Bei's revenge was a little out of line. However, this shows the unyielding nature of our Gu clan's disciples. He is the most suitable successor to our Gu clan. Gu Feng snorted in disdain. Furthermore, the killing in the outside world is something that the entire Divine Feathers sect has approved of. Just because you suffered a small loss, you're running back here crying? What's the meaning of this? Elder Gu Feng, aren't you one of the people who jointly impeached Gu Bei? You're such a two-faced villain. Gu Heng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Gu Bai and Gu Feng's words made him want to vomit blood. He had never expected that after so many years of painstaking effort, the relationship between him and these two elders would develop. In the end, for some unknown reason, the two elders changed sides at the same time. The third elder frowned. He didn't expect Gu Bai and Gu Feng to change sides at the last minute. It seemed like Gu Heng was doomed. Even though he was Gu Heng's master, he was still a genius. Of course, they supported Gu Heng, but they also understood that Gu Heng's reputation in the clan was not good. Now that the elders who supported Gu Heng had thrown their lot in with Gu Bei, Gu Heng no longer had any hope of competing for the position of the family head. Gu Heng, how can you say that? Gu Feng's face darkened. He said coldly, I was right to impeach Gu Bei before, but that's because Gu Bei did make some mistakes. But Gu Bei's mistake pales in comparison to yours. Gu Heng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Several elders next to him stood up. I also support the two elders Gu Bai and Gu Feng. Me too. The elders who jointly impeached Gu Bei expressed their opinions one after another. There were a few elders that Gu Bei hadn't visited, but after seeing the situation, they immediately turned to Gu Bei's side. Looking at Gu Bei's posture, even the 8th and 9th elders had been moved. It was obvious that she was determined to get the position of the family head. At this time, they naturally knew how to judge the situation. Gu Heng was a man who was down. Originally, the relationship that Gu Heng had established with these elders was based on money. If Gu Bei offered a higher price, it would be easy to move them. Gu Tianlong, Gu Ya, and the other elders looked at each other. Those elders who supported Gu Bei didn't need to say anything. Gu Bai, Gu Feng, and the other elders were already cheering for Gu Bei. Their faces revealed gratification. It seemed that Gu Bei had done a lot of things in private to be able to make so many elders support him at the same time. This proved that Gu Bei indeed had the ability to control the family. As for the elders who were neutral, if they could only choose between Gu Heng and Gu Bei, they would naturally choose Gu Bei. Although Gu Bei destroyed the deity's lake, at least she did it openly with Gu Heng. Unlike Gu Heng, in order to fight for power, she secretly poisoned her own clansmen. Gu Lan was Gu Bei's elder sister. It was understandable that Gu Bei hated Gu Heng so much. This kind of situation caught Gu Heng by surprise. Gu Heng was in a daze. Why did it turn out like this? After so many years of hard work, he thought that the position of the Gu clan patriarch was already in his grasp. But who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Since things have come to this, then let me announce how to deal with it, Gu Tianlong said in a deep voice. The internal strife between Gu Bei and Gu Heng's family, and the fact that Gu Bei destroyed the deity's lake was indeed inappropriate. However, on account of the circumstances, he will not be punished. However, in order to answer to the disciples of Hagami Myunmyen, he will be punished by donating 500,000 spiritual stones to Hagami Myunmyen and 1 million spiritual stones to the Gu clan. He will be ordered to pay the full amount within 3 years without any delay. As for Gu Heng, he did not repent for his mistake in the first place. Instead, he was the first to complain. He will be punished by facing the wall for 30 years. Patriarch, wait! The third elder was about to speak, but was interrupted by Gu Tianlong. I have already decided on this matter. If anyone wants to stand up for him, they will have to consider the consequences. Gu Tianlong said in a deep voice. Gu Heng's eyes were filled with confusion. He still could not understand why he had come to this step. Gu Tianlong punished Gu Bei's spiritual stones because he wanted to answer to Hagami Myunmyen. On the other hand, he knew that Gu Bei was very rich. He could use this as an excuse to fill up the family's treasury. However, he did not know how much money Gu Bei had. If he knew how much money Gu Bei had, he would definitely feel that the punishment was too light. To an ordinary person, 1,500,000 spiritual stones was an extremely shocking amount of wealth. Although Gu Bei was being punished by donating spiritual stones, to Gu Bei, this was actually the lightest punishment. On the other hand, Gu Heng would have to face the wall for 30 years. A cultivator's best years of youth were spent in these 30 years. They should be training and improving their cultivation, but Gu Heng had to face the wall instead. By the time Gu Heng came out of his solitary confinement, his cultivation would probably not be able to catch up to Gu Bei and the others. Gu Heng would no longer be a threat to him. Most of the elders in the family were on his side. What else could Gu Heng use to compete with him? By the time Gu Heng came out in 30 years, the patriarch would already be Gu Bei. No matter what, this transaction was worth it. Gu Heng had gathered so many elders to impeach Gu Bei, but he didn't expect that he would go for wool and come home shorn. In the end, he had lost his own life. If all the elders had supported Gu Heng, even Gu Tianlong would not have been able to do anything to Gu Heng. However, who would have expected that all the elders would side with Gu Bei? Gu Heng had thought too highly of himself. He had thought that the relationships he had built over the years would not collapse so quickly. However, the truth was completely out of his expectations. The third elder, Gu Yu, stood up and swept an indifferent glance at Gu Bei before leaving. Gu Bei looked at third elder Gu Yu's back with a deep gaze. Chapter 4:15. Gu Bei knew that the biggest threat to her in the Gu clan wasn't Gu Heng, but the third elder, Gu Yu. Gu Heng was merely a chess piece that Gu Yu had pushed onto the stage. However, this chess piece was now crippled. Gu Heng was dazed. Gu Bei coldly glanced at Gu Heng, then cupped her hands towards Gu Tianlong, Gu Ya, and the rest. Very quickly, the news of the changes in the Gu clan spread. In Long Tianming's secret chamber, Long Tianming was incomparably furious when he heard the news. Gu Heng is a piece of trash. A piece of trash. A piece of trash. Long Tianming furiously roared. He was just about to give Gu Heng some spiritual stones so that Gu Heng could restrain Gu Bei's Demon League. However, now that Gu Heng was in confinement, there was no point in talking about it. It wouldn't be long before Gu Heng's forces were absorbed by the Demon League. From the Gu clan's point of view, the forces that Gu Heng had established were still a part of the Gu clan. They wouldn't easily hand them over to an outsider. The Gu clan's situation was already completely out of control. As for the Dragon Seal family, Long Yuan's forces were also rising rapidly. Over at the Ashen Flames family, the Tianxing League, which had a close relationship with the Demon League, was also frantically expanding. Even Long Tianming felt a great sense of threat from it. The rise of these three forces all pointed to a single person, Nie Li. As long as Nie Li was alive, Long Tianming couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Nie Li had always been hiding behind the scenes, but this made Long Tianming feel an even greater threat. Now that the chess piece, Gu Heng, had been crippled, he could only do it himself. Long Tianming narrowed his eyes as an ominous glint flashed through his eyes. Nie Li had surprised him. Nie Li was indeed capable. However, so what? Long Tianming would make Nie Li understand that the structure of Hagami Myunmyan wasn't something that could be changed by Nie Li alone. Not long after Nie Li hid underground, he saw the majestic void illusionary divine palace outside. Like an illusion, it disappeared without a trace. Those gathered around the void illusionary divine palace also helplessly dispersed. With a thought, Nie Li exited the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He abruptly leapt out of the soil and stored the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting into his soul realm. Since Xiaoyu was still in the middle of her cultivation, Nie Li decided to let Xiaoyu stay in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He stretched his body a little. He was already at the peak of the heavenly star realm. He was only a step away from the heavenly axis realm. It felt pretty good. Nie Li flew in the direction of Hagami Myunmyan. Hagami Myunmyan. Nie Li, you're finally back. Lu Piao excitedly pounded Nie Li's chest when she saw Nie Li. Although Nie Li's fate soul was still in the soul hall, Lu Piao couldn't help but worry for Nie Li. Nie Li smiled and said, "I was delayed outside for a while." He didn't say anything else. It was a long story to explain what happened outside. Gu Bei seemed to be in a pretty good mood. She chuckled. "While you were gone, Gu Heng was sentenced to 30 years of confinement. I've already taken over his forces." Nie Li's brows twitched. He'd been mentally prepared, but he never imagined that Gu Bei would be so capable. She'd actually managed to push Gu Heng down so quickly. Speaking of which, it's Gu Heng who's not clean. He's actually trying to bite me in this situation. Not to mention that all the elders he befriended are fence-sitters. Gu Bei smiled. "Yeah, this day will come for Gu Heng sooner or later. It's within my expectations." Nie Li nodded. Gu Bei suddenly thought of something and said, "I heard that Long Tianming obtained quite a few treasures, gold spiritual stone essences, and the like when he was training outside. They're worth 5 to 6 million spiritual stones, and he's currently expanding his forces. I'm guessing that we're threatening him." Nie Li furrowed his brows at Gu Bei's words. This was truly a strange matter. Long Tianming must have been training in the void illusionary divine palace. Long Tianming was being led to the side chamber. He shouldn't have gotten anything. Even if he did, Xianming Shenzhen, and the Son of Fire had sealed the entire void illusionary divine palace. Even if Long Tianming managed to return, all his treasures would have been taken away. It didn't make sense for him to return with treasures worth 5 to 6 million spiritual stones. There must be something fishy going on. In his previous life, Nie Li had always felt that there was something wrong with Long Tianming. The entire Hagami Myunmyan had fallen apart, but Long Tianming had been the only one to benefit from it. From this, one could see how scheming he was. Furthermore, it was impossible for Long Tianming to do such a thing by himself. Could it be that Long Tianming was colluding with the Yaoshan sect? If that was the case, it would explain why Long Tianming was able to leave the void illusionary divine palace safely and obtain so many treasures. Gu Bei knitted her brows. If Long Tianming has that many spiritual stones, then I'm afraid that we won't be able to compete with him in terms of financial resources. He's been recruiting experts on a large scale recently. Lu Piao curled her lips. "I don't believe that we can't deal with Long Tianming with an alliance of 3 major forces. Long Tianming was only rich." Gu Bei shook her head. "You're wrong. Long Tianming has been operating for so many years. I'm afraid that the forces he controls are much stronger than our Demon League and Tianxing League combined. Nie Li calmly said, "You don't have to worry about money. I'll give you 10 million spiritual stones. You can just compete with Long Tianming. If that's not enough, I still have more." 10 million spiritual stones. Lu Piao blankly looked at Nie Li. During this period of time, she finally understood what 10 million spiritual stones meant. That was a huge amount of wealth. Just where did Nie Li get so many spiritual stones? At this moment, Gu Bei was also dumbfounded. She knew that Nie Li had a lot of spiritual stones, but she never imagined that he would have so many. 10 million spiritual stones was nothing to Nie Li. With 10 million spiritual stones, why would he be afraid of Long Tianming? If Long Tianming wanted to compete with him, then he'd just have to compete with him to see who could offer a higher price. "I'll leave the Demon League to you guys." Nie Li looked at Gu Bei and Lu Piao. He had to make the most of his time to cultivate. Furthermore, he had to investigate Long Tianming's background. If he wanted to kill Long Tianming, he might not be able to confront him head-on. If he could get some information on Long Tianming, then things would be much easier. "Don't worry. We have so many spiritual stones. If we can't do it well, then we might as well kill ourselves," Gu Bei confidently said. After such a long period of experience, he had already understood many things. He was also becoming more and more like a leader. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nie Li smiled and nodded his head. He vaguely saw the Gu Bei from his previous life. One person, one sword, one man, one man, one man, one man. In this life, with his help, Gu Bei would definitely be able to reach even greater heights. Chapter 416. At the exit of the void illusionary divine palace, a group of people were being interrogated by the experts of the Yaoshan sect. From time to time, a few human experts would get into conflict with the Yaoshan sect and get killed. Xianming Shenzhen had suffered setbacks in the void illusionary divine palace, which made him even more enraged. His subordinates had become even more unbridled. They'd kill anyone they disliked. In any case, they had Xianming Shenzhen's support. What did they have to be afraid of? Nie Li looked at Xianming Shenzhen, who was hovering in the sky. With such a martial ancestor realm expert present, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape, even with Yen Yang's help. What should he do? Nie Li's mind quickly turned. Yen Yang transmitted his voice to Nie Li. "This Xianming Shenzhen is a very difficult person to deal with. However, there are still some people he's afraid of. I'm the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, so he won't casually make a move against me. However, it's hard to say for others, especially since you're only at the heavenly fate realm. It'll be very dangerous for you to follow me. He won't casually make a move against me, but he might kill the people around me to establish his might." The conflict between the Skyblaze sect and the Yaoshan sect had been going on for a long time. However, that was a conflict between sections. In private, martial ancestor realm experts wouldn't rashly start a war. After all, once they reached the martial ancestor realm, their goal was to advance a step further. Wasting their divine soul for no reason was an unwise move. Unless it was a conflict of interest between sects, they would normally be afraid of each other. Killing the Skyblaze sect's holy son might cause the Skyblaze sect's martial ancestor realm experts to make a move against Xianming Shenzhen. Xianming Shenzhen didn't want that to happen. However, if it was just the people around Yen Yang, then Xianming Shenzhen wouldn't have to worry about anything. "Senior brother Yen Yang, instead of waiting here, why don't we take a gamble? If I go alone, it'll be even more dangerous. The Yaoshan sect will definitely kill me. If I follow behind you, there is still a chance." Nie Li said, He could only hope that Xianming Shenzhen did not notice them. Yen Yang pondered for a moment, then nodded. That was true. It was impossible for Nieli to leave the void, illusionary divine palace by himself. We have to hurry. If we wait for the Son of Fire to come out, we'll have to leave as soon as possible. That would be troublesome. Yen Yang thought for a moment and reminded him. Son of Fire was the disciple of Xianming Shenzhen. The two flew out of the void, illusionary divine palace. A heavenly axis realm 9-stage expert from the Yaoshan sect extended his hand towards Yen Yang. You too, stop. Yen Yang coldly snorted, and a powerful energy enveloped his body. Bang! The energy of that 9-stage heavenly axis realm expert was rebounded. He looked at Yen Yang in astonishment. After all, Yen Yang was only at the heavenly axis realm, but his strength had already far surpassed his own. Yen Yang waved his right hand and tossed the items in his hand to the Yaoshan sect expert. This is all we have. The Yaoshan sect expert furrowed his brows. If they fought again, he definitely wouldn't be Yen Yang's opponent. If that happened, he'd definitely suffer a loss. That would be very shameful. He coldly snorted and swept his gaze across Yen Yang and Nieli. Yen Yang and Nieli didn't have anything on them. He glanced at Yen Yang's interspatial ring. The Yaoshan sect expert's eyes lit up. The Yaoshan sect expert waved his hand and said, "At least you're sensible. Scram." Yen Yang and Nieli hurriedly walked past with their heads lowered. They could feel a powerful intent sweeping across their bodies. Nieli felt a suffocating pressure. Xianming Shenzhen was examining them. A brief moment later, the powerful intent retracted. Yen Yang had nothing on him. Xianming Shenzhen definitely wouldn't be able to sense the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in Nieli's soul realm. Aside from that, Yen Yang had nothing on him. Xianming Shenzhen probably couldn't be bothered to make a move against a heavenly fate realm like Nieli. Xianming Shenzhen swept his gaze across Nieli, and Yen Yang then retracted his gaze. Since he didn't want to kill Yen Yang, he'd just pretend that he didn't see anything. Wuyazi watched Nieli and Yen Yang leave safely from afar. He furrowed his brows, feeling a little puzzled. Could it be that Nieli and Yen Yang had obediently handed over the treasures? That didn't make sense. Nieli definitely wouldn't be so obedient. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Wuyazi pondered for a brief moment. After some thought, he retracted his gaze. It didn't matter if Nieli had taken the treasures or not. He couldn't do anything to Nieli. If Xianming Shenzhen or the Son of Fire found out about the demon blood sacrifice, he'd definitely die a tragic death. After Nieli and Yen Yang left the void illusionary divine palace, they flew away. An hour later, the Son of Fire flew out of the void illusionary divine palace. Master, the Son of Fire bowed towards Xianming Shenzhen. Xianming Shenzhen nodded slightly and asked, "Disciple, did you find anything in the void illusionary divine palace?" "Master, the void illusionary divine palace's mechanisms are extremely complicated. I didn't find anything." The Son of Fire said gloomily. He didn't dare to tell his master that Nieli had tricked him. It'd be extremely embarrassing. Xianming Shenzhen's expression turned a little unsightly. "I broke the void illusionary divine palace's barrier, but why didn't I find anything?" "Master, how many people did you see?" the Son of Fire asked. "How many people? Who?" Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows. "Wuyazi, Yen Yang, and 2 strangers," the Son of Fire said. "Wuyazi's in the void illusionary divine palace. As for Yen Yang, he's already left." Xianming Shenzhen said, "He's the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, the disciple of that old fart. I don't want to fall out with that old fart, for now. Previously, Xianming Shenzhen's strength was slightly inferior to Yen Yang's master, not to mention that his intent had been burned away by the black flames. That's why he'd let Yen Yang leave. The son of fire hastily said, "Master, they might have already taken the treasures out of the void illusionary divine palace." "That's impossible. How could the two of them take the treasures away under my watch?" Xianming Shenzhen shook his head. He'd already used his intent to search for Nie Li and Yen Yang. However, he hadn't found anything that Nie Li and Yen Yang had taken. "Although I don't know what's going on, I'm certain that there's something wrong with Yen Yang," the son of fire said anxiously. Xianming Shenzhen furrowed his brows at the son of fire's words. His right hand moved, and he threw a ring to the son of fire. "This is Yen Yang's interspatial ring. Take a look." The son of fire swept a glance at it and said, "Although there are some decent items inside, Yen Yang must have hidden a portion of them. Master, hurry up and stop him. Don't let him escape." Chapter 417. Nie Li looked at Gu Bei and Lu Piao and said, "I'm going to bring you guys to a place, but you guys have to keep it a secret. Not a single word can leak." "A place? What place?" Gu Bei was stunned for a moment before asking. Lu Piao smiled. "Don't worry, we definitely won't leak anything. Don't you trust us?" Nie Li waved his right hand, and the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting flew out. A powerful energy enveloped Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gu Bei and Lu Piao turned into two streaks of light and entered the painting. When Gu Bei and Lu Piao entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, they were instantly dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine such a spectacular scene. Deities' lakes floated in the sky, densely packed together like a huge divine array. There were even some buildings. The density of heavenly energy here was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the outside world. Boundless heavenly energy filled the entire space within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. So the deity roots that Nie Li seized were all moved here to form the deity's lakes. Gu Bei suddenly realized, this is the space within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. It's so huge. It's like a miniature world. Lu Piao exclaimed in shock. Although she knew that the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was in Nie Li's hands, she didn't expect it to be such an incredible treasure. Nie Li returned to his courtyard and hid the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. With a thought, he entered the space within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nie Li, you're here? Gu Bei flew over when she saw Nie Li. Nie Li, roughly how many spiritual stones can the deity's lake produce in a day? Lu Piao couldn't help asking. At least a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 a day. I'm not sure either. Nie Li pondered for a moment and said, the heavenly energy within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting is much denser than the outside world. Therefore, the number of spiritual stones produced is much higher. Hearing Nie Li's words, Lu Piao and Gu Bei were shocked. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan a day. This was simply too shocking. The amount of spiritual stones produced by Nie Li's myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting in a single day was equivalent to the accumulated wealth of an elder for decades. In a year's time, Nie Li's wealth would probably be comparable to the entire Hagami. So that's how it is. Since that's the case, won't we be able to get more deities' roots in the future? Gu Bei couldn't help getting excited. Nie Li, since you have so many spiritual stones, have you ever thought of recruiting some experts from the Sky Origin Divine Clan? Gu Bei couldn't help asking. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nie Li's heart jolted. Nie Li couldn't help pondering. This was a pretty good suggestion. What's the Sky Origin Divine Clan? Lu Piao couldn't help asking in astonishment. Gu Bei explained, the Sky Origin Divine Clan is a clan that lives in the endless wilderness. Because their bloodline is too powerful, they were sealed in the endless wilderness by the people of the ancestral demonic Saint Land. If the experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan want to leave the endless wilderness, they have to sign a master-servant contract with someone. The Sky Origin Divine Clan has to devour large amounts of spiritual stones every day. However, the endless wilderness is lacking in resources. Many experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan would go to the borders of the endless wilderness to find contractors to survive. However, their asking price is very high, at least 50 to 60,000 spiritual stones per person. However, the experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan are at least at the Tao of Dragon realm. After listening to Gu Bei's words, Lu Piao's eyes lit up. Didn't that mean that as long as they had money, they could hire a large number of Tao of Dragon realm experts? Once we're done here, let's make a trip to the border town of the endless wilderness, said Nieli. Indeed, if they had the help of some Tao of Dragon realm experts, the Demon League's strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. What are we going to do next? Gu Bei and Lu Piao couldn't help asking. They still didn't know why Nieli had asked them to come here. Next, I'll lay down a Heavenly Dragon 9-Blaze secret technique array. It can stimulate the demon spirits in your bodies to advance together. However, you have to listen to my instructions, said Nieli. Okay, replied Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Nieli took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword and lightly cut his wrist. Blood flowed into a bowl. Nieli handed 2 bowls of blood to Gu Bei and Lu Piao. Drink this first. I've recently obtained the power of the demon blood sacrifice. This blood contains the power of the primordial bloodline. Gu Bei and Lu Piao picked it up and drank it. They immediately felt a scorching heat flow. It flowed down their throats. The power contained in the blood nearly caused their bodies to explode. Nieli started laying down the Heavenly Dragon 9-Blaze secret technique array. Millions of spiritual stones filled the sky, forming a mysterious array. Boom, 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 boom. Boundless energy surged violently. Dragon-shaped shadows continuously circled the sky, enveloping Nieli and the other 2. The intent in the void illusionary divine palace was shocked by this scene. Even with his tens of thousands of years of experience, he couldn't tell what kind of array Nieli was using, although he couldn't understand it. He knew that this array was incomparably powerful. Using this array was incomparably dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause the 3 people in the center of the array to explode and die. However, Nieli still dared to use it. It was obvious that Nieli's control over this array had already reached an extremely exquisite level. In just a short year, he'd gone from an ordinary person to a heavenly star realm and was about to break through to the heavenly axis realm. If anyone knew about this speed, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. Even among the peerless geniuses of the Draconic Ruins realm over the past tens of thousands of years, none of them could be compared to Nieli. Nieli could feel the blood-winged Saint Dragon, Fanged Panda, and Shadow Devil within his body becoming restless. Their strength was rapidly increasing. Nieli's cultivation was only at the heavenly star realm, but the strength of these 3 demon spirits had climbed all the way to the 6th stage heavenly axis realm. Especially the blood-winged Saint Dragon, a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Although it was only at the 6th stage heavenly axis realm, it wasn't any weaker than a 9-stage heavenly axis realm. At this moment, in Li Xingyun's courtyard, a servant rushed over and reported reporting to young master, "We don't know where young masters Gu Bei and Lu Piao went. We don't have any news of them." Li Xingyun slightly knitted his brows. He had just returned from outside. After pondering for a while, he said, "Li Hu, you stay here. When Gu Bei and Lu Piao return, immediately inform them." "Yes." Li Hu nodded his head. A trace of worry was revealed between his brows. It just so happened that at such an important time, the two young masters, Gu Bei and Lu Piao, weren't here. He couldn't help worrying for Li Xingyun. Chapter 4:18. Within the myriad miles rivers and mountains, painting Lu Piao and Gu Bei were still shocked by the might of the heavenly dragon nine-blaze secret technique array. Fire dragons roared towards the sky as they continuously bombarded their soul realms. Nieli had used the power of the demon blood sacrifice and millions of spiritual stones to lay down the heavenly dragon nine-blaze secret technique array. His goal was to break open Lu Piao and Gu Bei's soul realms. Time quickly passed, and 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In the boundless outside world under the escort of her guards, Li Xingyun turned into a streak of light as she flew. A group of people chased after her from afar. The one leading them was the first in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, Li Yufeng. At this moment, Li Xingyun looked to be in a sorry state. His right arm had been chopped off, and he'd only received a simple bandage. There were also a few cracks on his battle armor. He didn't know what kind of artifact Li Xingyun had in his hands to be able to shatter his battle armor. Li Xingyun felt extremely sullen. The forces that Li Yufeng controlled were clearly far from his own. But this time, Li Yufeng suddenly had several hundred Heavenly Axis realm experts under him, which caught Li Xingyun unprepared. The Tianqing League's forces had suffered a heavy blow. The two deities' lakes that they just snatched had fallen into Li Yufeng's hands. Li Xingyun was extremely depressed. "Young master, there's something fishy about them suddenly having so many experts," said a follower beside him. "It's indeed fishy. When I fought with Gu Heng also suddenly had several hundred Heavenly Axis realm experts under him. Among the younger generation of the Hagami Myunmyun, there are only 2 people with that kind of ability. One is Sidu Beiyan, and the other is Long Tianming." Li Xingyun muttered as he ran, "Young master, who do you think is more likely?" "Long Tianming might be arrogant, but he doesn't have a good relationship with Gu Heng and Li Yufeng. They often have conflicts. I don't think Long Tianming will help Gu Heng and Li Yufeng. As for Sidu Beiyan, there's no reason for him to attack us." Li Xingyun frowned. Li Xingyun couldn't figure out who was helping Gu Heng and Li Yufeng in the dark. Long Tianming and Sidu Beiyan were still the main suspects. It was just that Li Xingyun didn't have any solid evidence yet. Li Xingyun's men had already been chased to the point where there were only slightly more than 30 men left. Li Yufeng and his men were getting closer and closer. Li Yufeng's cold laughter came from afar. "Li Xingyun, is that all you've got? Do you only know how to run around like a rat? You want to become the patriarch of the Ashen Flames family?" A cold light flashed through Li Xingyun's eyes. He had indeed fallen into Li Yufeng's hands over the past few days. The Tianqing League had been beaten into a mess, leaving only them. However, it was still too early for Li Yufeng to be arrogant. It was just one defeat. Li Xingyun understood that he wasn't valued in the family and was pushed aside. Even the family's only dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, had been taken by someone through shady means. However, Li Xingyun had never given up, nor would he ever give up. One day, he would take back what he wanted, even if the Ashen Flames family couldn't tolerate him in the end. He would rely on his own strength to fight for his own piece of heaven and earth. Thinking about the faces of the elders in the family, Li Xingyun's heart was bitterly disappointed. He could lose, but he wouldn't give up. They're catching up. Young master, you go first. We'll go intercept them. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of followers turned around and pounced towards Li Yufeng's group. Humph, a bunch of ignorant ants. I'll let you know that following Li Xingyun is the biggest mistake of your life. A huge halberd suddenly appeared in Li Yufeng's hand. He chopped down. Boom. A follower was directly chopped into two by the unparalleled power. Earlier, Li Xingyun's right arm was chopped off by Li Yufeng's weapon. The huge halberd in Li Yufeng's hand was at least a grade 7 or even grade 8 artifact. Li Yufeng seemed to have gone mad. He killed 5 to 6 people in a row, their blood splattering all over his body. Li Xingyun's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw his loyal brothers being slaughtered by Li Yufeng. This time, he had indeed underestimated his enemy, causing his brothers to suffer heavy losses. He looked into the distance. Looking into the distance, he saw the Heavenly Axis realm experts under Li Yufeng had already surrounded them. Li Xingyun stopped in his tracks. Young master, we're useless. Seeing this scene, Li Xingyun's followers couldn't help having grief and indignation on their faces. Li Xingyun brightly smiled and said, "It's not that you guys are useless. This time, it's my fault. I never thought that Li Yufeng would find so many helpers. But at worst, we'll just die. 10 days from now, we'll come out and have a showdown with them." Yes, his followers were also in high spirits. Everyone, give it your all. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Li Xingyun said as he took the lead and charged towards Li Yufeng's group. An intense battle broke out. Relying on the battle armor on his body, Li Xingyun took the lead and killed several of Li Yufeng's Heavenly Axis realm experts. Humph, you're courting death. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed with a chilling light. He originally wanted to take Li Xingyun's battle armor, but Li Xingyun had gone mad. It was too difficult to take the battle armor off Li Xingyun's body. Since he couldn't take it, then he'd just destroy it. Li Yufeng brandished his halberd, and a violent energy slashed towards Li Xingyun. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Li Xingyun's other arm was also chopped off by Li Yufeng. An ominous light flashed in Li Yufeng's eyes. He was obviously stronger than Li Xingyun, but the descendants of the Ashen Flames family all liked to follow Li Xingyun. On the contrary, he had become an outsider. Even his closest brothers had betrayed him and sided with Li Xingyun. This caused Li Yufeng to hate Li Xingyun to the extreme. He viewed her as a thorn in his flesh and wished that he could tear Li Xingyun into pieces. The hatred between the two of them had been accumulated for a long time. Although 2 of his arms were chopped off, Li Xingyun still managed to kill a Heavenly Axis realm follower beside Li Yufeng with a kick. Li Yufeng, there will be a day when I take back what you've taken from me. So what if there's someone protecting you? With your strength, do you think that you can control the Ashen Flames family? Everything that you have was obtained through dishonorable means. Which descendant of the Ashen Flames family would submit to you? Li Xingyun calmly looked at Li Yufeng as a cold aura emitted from his body. You've lost to me, yet you still dare to spout such arrogant words. No matter what methods I use, everything is mine. From today onwards, if you dare to take a step out of the Hagami Myunmyun, I will completely annihilate you. Li Yufeng brandished his halberd and chopped it down towards Li Xingyun with incomparable rage. Boom! As the halberd chopped down, the violent energy engulfed Li Xingyun. Chapter 4:19. In the outside world, in order to fight for the deity's lakes, the Tianqing League and Li Yufeng's forces had engaged in several large-scale battles, resulting in heavy losses. Although Gu Bei and Lu Piao weren't present, Gu Bei and Lu Piao had told them that if the Tianqing League encountered any trouble, Even if they weren't present, they had to help. Therefore, the experts of the Demon League had also participated in the battle. However, the Demon League's participation had caused the battle to escalate. The three forces had sunk into a chaotic battle. No one knew where Li Yufeng had found so many experts. In the beginning, there were only a few hundred Heavenly Axis realm experts, but the more they fought, the stronger they became. 700 to 800 Heavenly Axis realm experts had appeared, and even Tao of Dragon realm experts had appeared. Li Xingyun felt that something wasn't right. She immediately ordered the Tianqing League and Demon League to stay in the Sky Soul Institute. With Li Yufeng's strength, he probably couldn't have found so many helpers. There was definitely a problem. At the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute, Li Yufeng's men were cursing at the Sky Soul Institute. The trash of the Tianqing League and Demon League have been killed by our Wind League to the point that they don't dare to come out. A bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. Is that all you've got? Come out and fight, if you have the guts. The voices of Li Yufeng's men were transmitted into the Sky Soul Institute. The students of the Sky Soul Institute were discussing amongst themselves. Did you guys know? The Tianqing League and Demon League are fighting the Wind League very fiercely. I heard that the Tianqing League and Demon League are being beaten to the point that they can't even lift their heads. The Demon League is a newly risen force. Although they seem to have a lot of people, they can't compare to the Wind League in terms of foundation. But the Tianqing League is so strong. So why are they being beaten to the point that they can't even lift their heads? I'm not too sure about that. It looks like the Wind League is still hiding quite a bit of their strength. The two most outstanding juniors of the Ashen Flames family, one is Li Xingyun, and the other is Li Yufeng. From the looks of it, Li Yufeng is still a notch higher. Li Yufeng is the first in-line successor. How can Li Xingyun compete with him? All the students of the Sky Soul Institute were discussing this matter in private. Boss Xingyun, let's go out and fight them. The faces of Li Xingyun's brothers turned red when they heard the filthy curses of Li Yufeng's men. He wanted to go out and fight with Li Yufeng's men. Li Xingyun said in a deep voice, "You'll be courting death if you go out. Everyone, listen to my orders. No one is allowed to step out of the Sky Soul Institute." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, the people of the Demon League and the Tianqing League were unwilling to accept it. Despite the resentment in their hearts, they obediently stayed in the Sky Soul Institute. Seeing the Demon League and the Tianqing League staying in the Sky Soul Institute and unwilling to come out, the people of the Wind League became even more arrogant. All kinds of curses rang out. Li Xingyun furrowed her brows for a moment and led the people of the Tianqing League and the Demon League inside. The students of the Sky Soul Institute watched as Li Xingyun's group left. They're cursing so viciously. Li Xingyun can actually endure it. How gutless. I used to think that Li Xingyun was a character, but it turns out that she only has this much courage. What else can she do? She knows that she can't win, so she still wants to go out and die? I originally wanted to join the Demon League, but I didn't think that the people of the Demon League were all cowards. Hearing the students' whispers, the faces of the people of the Tianqing League and the Demon League turned red. However, they could only swallow their anger and leave with Li Xingyun. Li Yufeng stood at the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute and looked at Li Xingyun's back. His expression was gloomy. If Li Xingyun was a brute who only charged forward, there wouldn't be anything to worry about. However, after a few exchanges, Li Xingyun had managed to minimize the losses of the Demon League and the Tianqing League. One must know that he had quite a few helpers on his side. Otherwise, the Wind League wouldn't be a match for the Tianqing League, not to mention suppressing the two major forces of the Tianqing League and the Demon League. It was precisely because he borrowed the strength of others that Li Yufeng felt even more unhappy in his heart. From his point of view, The person who should have been on the same level as him actually had such a powerful force. He'd lent so many experts to him to deal with the Tianqing League and the Demon League. It seemed that the other party's target was the position of Patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun. They were both people with dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits, but the gap between them was so huge. Li Yufeng was extremely furious in his heart. He placed all the blame on Li Xingyun. If it wasn't for Li Xingyun always going against him, and the younger generation of the Ashen Flames family had all sided with Li Xingyun, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. He even had to borrow the help of an outsider to do such a small thing. Who knows, he might even have the strength to compete for the Patriarch's position. Several days passed. News of the suppression of the Tianqing League and the Demon League spread throughout the Hagami Myunmyun. However, no one stood out to mediate this matter. Allowing the younger generation to fight was the attitude of the Hagami Myunmyun. Inside the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, Painting Li constantly inhaled and exhaled. He felt that his soul realm was already filled with heavenly energy. He could vaguely sense the vine in his dantian growing, connecting the 9 fate stars in Li's dantian sea and communicating with each other. Space-time energy constantly flowed. Li seemed to have entered a wondrous state. Over the next 3 days, although Li's cultivation didn't make any breakthroughs, his mental state underwent a huge change. His aura seemed to have fused with heaven and earth. Suddenly, Li could vaguely see a boundless starry sky at the top of the vine. A powerful aura came from that boundless starry sky, causing Li to be endlessly shocked. Just what was that aura? Could it be that this vine was hiding some shocking secret? Li retracted his intent. He furrowed his brows and pondered. Forget it. He'll slowly explore the secret of the vine in the future. Gu Bei and Lu Piao's cultivation rose rapidly under the nourishment of the Heavenly Dragon 9-Blaze secret technique array and the Demon Blood sacrifice. One after another, they stepped into the Heavenly Star realm, especially Lu Piao, because of the connection between her and Li's soul realm. Her cultivation rose rapidly. She had already condensed her 6th fate star. Haha, I've already condensed my 6th fate star. Li, your array is amazing. Lu Piao said excitedly. Gu Bei looked at Lu Piao, feeling a little depressed. Before coming here, his and Lu Piao's cultivation were on the same level. But after a few days, he had only condensed his 3rd fate star. There was a difference of 3 levels between him and Lu Piao. How could he not be depressed? Gu Bei's expression fell into Li's eyes. Li smiled and said, Gu Bei, you don't need to be depressed. Lu Piao has established a connection with my soul realm. That's why she can improve so quickly. Also, cultivation is secondary to you. Continue to concentrate on cultivating your sword intent. As long as you can cultivate your sword intent to the extreme, you will be able to transcend the boundaries of cultivation. Gu Bei nodded. In terms of sword intent cultivation, he wasn't inferior to anyone. This was a form of strong self-confidence. Li thought for a moment and said, It's been a few days since we entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Let's go back. Chapter 420. Sky Soul Institute Li Xingyun's courtyard. Boss Li, Boss Gu Bei, Boss Lu Piao. You're finally back. The moment they saw Li's group, the eyes of the Demon League's members turned watery. They'd been sullen for the past few days. Li furrowed his brows when he saw the Demon League and Tianqing League's anxious faces. What happened? It's like this. Li Xingyun explained everything that had happened in the past few days. Li Xingyun's brows were furrowed as she said in a deep voice, I feel that there's something strange going on with Li Yufeng's side. So many experts have appeared out of nowhere. There's definitely someone behind this, but I don't know who. So many experts have appeared out of nowhere. Nieli slightly furrowed his brows. He immediately thought of a person. Could it be that this matter was related to Long Tianming? From Nieli's point of view, it was most likely that Long Tianming was behind this. Long Tianming had always been an extremely mysterious person. Nieli had never been able to see through Long Tianming's background. In the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming wasn't even a legitimate son. Even with Long Tianming's identity, he was still able to climb all the way to the position of Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun in his previous life. This wasn't something that could be achieved so easily. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. The strength that Long Tianming had revealed on the surface was probably only a small portion of his true strength. Even Nieli wasn't sure how much strength Long Tianming was hiding. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with Long Tianming. Relying on his current strength was far from enough. Nieli went silent for a moment, then said, "Even if we go out, we'll probably be intercepted by Li Yufeng's men. We don't have many trump cards to deal with them. I've thought about it. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun, you guys stay in the Sky Soul Institute and take charge of the situation. I'll make a trip to a few small towns at the edge of the endless wilderness." Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xingyun looked at each other and asked Nieli, "Don't you need someone to follow you?" "It's fine." Nieli smiled and shook his head. "Don't forget that I'm already at the pinnacle of the heavenly star realm." Furthermore, he had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Even if he encountered a heavenly axis realm expert, he would still be able to put up a fight. "I can also escape." "All right then. Be careful." Gu Bei pondered for a brief moment, then nodded her head. Nieli smiled. "Rest assured, the few small towns at the edge of the endless wilderness aren't particularly dangerous. It's best if we can kidnap a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. That way, our strength will increase by a lot." Lu Piao thought for a brief moment, then said with excitement, "I'll go scout first. It's still a problem if we can recruit members of the Sky Origin Divine Clan," said Nieli. Recruiting experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan wasn't easy. That's because the experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan were extremely cautious when choosing their masters. If they weren't trustworthy, they wouldn't sell themselves out so easily. The price was secondary, not to mention 50 or 60,000 spiritual stones. Even if it was more, Nieli could still afford it. "All right, Nieli will go scout first." Li Xingyun nodded her head. Indeed, this wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. After a brief discussion, Nieli, Li Xingyun, and Lu Piao prepared to set off. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly walked in and bumped into Nieli. Nieli immediately supported the person and took a good look at the person's appearance. It was actually Long Yuan. Her outfit perfectly outlined Long Yuan's impressive figure. When he bumped into her, he felt a soft sensation on his chest. Nieli instantly understood what it was and couldn't help feeling a little awkward in his heart. At this moment, Long Yuan's face was flushed red and her chest was violently heaving up and down, making it hard for others to shift their gaze away. Just now, Long Yuan had almost bumped into Nieli. Ahem! Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao coughed and turned their faces away. Nieli smiled awkwardly and said, "Why are you here?" "Master, you didn't send anyone to tell me that you're back." Long Yuan looked a little resentful at Nieli. She looked a little nervous and didn't know where to put her hands. Seeing Long Yuan acting like a little girl, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Was this still the original Long Yuan, the legendary tigress? This contrast was a little too great. "I've only been here for a few hours, and I didn't have the time to tell you," Nieli said with a smile. "Then is Master going out again?" Long Yuan raised her head and stared at Nieli with her clear eyes. Looking at the outline of Nieli's face, Long Yuan did not know why, but her heartbeat quickened. During the time when Nieli was not around, she would often send people over to see if Nieli had returned. Not knowing why, Nieli's figure would occasionally flash through Long Yuan's mind, and she would think of many things. What Long Yuan could not forget was that when she was in the spiritual eye, Nieli had ruthlessly whipped her 3 times, and there was still a burning sensation on her skin. In the past, she hated Nieli to the point of gnashing her teeth. Now, her hatred for Nieli had already disappeared, but the 3 whips that Nieli had given her were unforgettable. "And I'm going to a place." Nieli knew that lying was useless. Long Yuan had probably already guessed it. "Can I go with you?" Long Yuan raised her head and looked hopefully at Nieli, not knowing why. If she did not see Nieli for a day, Long Yuan would feel flustered. Nieli shook his head and said, "I'm just going out for a while. I'll be back soon. I can go alone." Long Yuan pouted and was a little unwilling. "You don't even listen to Master's words." Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said in a deep voice. Seeing Nieli's stern expression, Long Yuan's heart trembled. She nodded her head and said, "All right then. I'll leave Long Tianming to you for this period of time. Pay attention to his every move." Nieli looked at Long Yuan and said, "I have a feeling that Long Tianming might be someone from the Yaoshan sect, although I don't have any concrete evidence." "Someone from the Yaoshan sect?" Long Yuan was stunned. "Correct." Nieli nodded his head. Why would Nieli suspect that Long Tianming was someone from the Yaoshan sect? Long Yuan felt that it was strange. However, since Nieli had said such words, he definitely wouldn't speak without thinking. Nieli must have discovered something. "I'll send someone to keep an eye on Long Tianming." Long Yuan solemnly nodded her head. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, then this matter was extremely serious. After all, Long Tianming wasn't just the heir of the Dragon Seal family. He was also a competitor for the position of the Hagami Nyunnyun Patriarch. "All right, just keep an eye on him. There's no need to do anything else. We'll talk about it after I return," said Nieli. "Yes, I understand." Long Yuan nodded her head, seriously. Chapter 421. Long Yuan looked at Nieli with a little bitterness in her eyes. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and Li Xinyan couldn't help finding it a little funny. Back then, Long Yuan and Nieli were like fire and water. Who would have thought that she'd be so obedient now? Although Long Yuan looked strong on the outside, Long Yuan's heart was actually very weak. In this regard, Long Yuan should be the same as her mother. Although Long Yuan's mother was also a strong woman, she was a widowed woman. No matter how strong her appearance was, it was all just an act. Right now, Long Yuan's mother's goal was to push Long Yuan onto the Dragon Seal family's patriarch's seat. Who knew how much power Long Yuan's mother had managed? One thing was certain, Long Yuan's mother had managed for so many years, and it definitely wasn't a simple matter. Long Yuan and her mother could more or less help restrain Long Tianming. Although Long Yuan and her mother's power might not be able to match Long Tianming's, at least for the time being, Long Tianming wouldn't be able to ascend to the Dragon Seal family's patriarch's seat. After his rebirth, Nieli wouldn't let Long Tianming get his way so easily. Xiaoyu was still immersed in cultivation, so Nieli decided to leave her Plume Flame Godnies and Golden Egg in the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting for now. "Then I'll be leaving first," Nieli said to Li Xingyun and the others, then glanced at Long Yuan. Long Yuan curled her lips and didn't say anything. Nieli couldn't help smiling helplessly as he flew away. Nieli had changed his appearance. Therefore, even if Li Yufeng's men were to block the exit of the Sky Soul Institute, they wouldn't be able to capture Nieli. When Nieli exited the Sky Soul Institute, he noticed that the entrance was filled with Li Yufeng's men, interrogating passers-by. Several Heavenly Axis realm experts stood at the entrance of the Sky Soul Institute with fiendish expressions. The students couldn't help trembling with fear, fearing that they'd become a target. "You, stop right there." A Heavenly Axis realm expert blocked Nieli's path and fiercely stared at Nieli. "Why haven't I seen you before?" "This elder brother must be joking. There are so many students in the Sky Soul Institute. How could Big Brother possibly know all of them?" Nieli pretended to be trembling with fear as he spoke with extreme humility. "What did you say?" The Heavenly Axis realm expert widened his eyes and looked like he was about to attack. "Big Brother, can I have a word with you?" Nieli whispered. "Humph." That Heavenly Axis realm expert coldly snorted, then followed Nieli to the side. Nieli took out 10 spiritual stones and stuffed them into the Heavenly Axis realm expert's hands. He stuffed it into the hands of the Heavenly Axis realm expert and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'm going on a long trip for Venerable Flameless. I hope that Big Brother can be magnanimous." A surge of heavenly energy circulated in his palm. A powerful aura flashed. At Nieli's words, that Heavenly Axis realm expert was slightly stunned. Earlier, he thought that Nieli was only a Heavenly Star realm expert. He never imagined that Nieli would actually be a Heavenly Axis realm. Nieli's strength wasn't the slightest bit inferior to his own. Nieli's ability to hide his strength wasn't simple at all. "Since you're Venerable Flameless men, then leave." That Heavenly Axis realm expert pondered for a brief moment, then lightly nodded his head and quietly put away the 10 spiritual stones. "Then I'll have to thank Big Brother." Nieli lightly cupped his hands. That Heavenly Axis realm expert turned around and waved his hand at the others. "Let him go." When Nieli lowered his head, his eyes flashed with light. His eyes flashed as he noticed some details. These Heavenly Axis realm experts had changed their appearances. The aura they emitted was clearly the cultivation technique of the Dragon Seal family. Just as he'd expected, these people were most likely Long Tianming's men. He didn't know when Li Yufeng and Long Tianming started working together, but Nieli could confirm that Long Tianming and Gu Heng had been working together for a long time. Long Tianming definitely had something to do with the poisoning of Gu Lan. Gu Heng's imprisonment was equivalent to Long Tianming losing an arm. Nieli never thought that Long Tianming would impatiently push Li Yufeng to the front. In comparison, Li Yufeng was much harder to deal with than Gu Heng. Li Yufeng was different from Gu Heng. Gu Heng only had a few elders as his backing. The Gu clan's patriarch and the Grand Elder were originally on Gu Lan's side. However, after Gu Lan was poisoned, they had no choice but to side with Gu Heng. As for Li Yufeng, he was the son of the Ashen Flames family's patriarch. Li Yufeng's talent wasn't as good as Li Xingyun's. His ability to rally support among the younger generation was also far inferior. However, he was forcefully pushed to the position of first-in-line successor. If Li Yufeng wanted to lose his position as first-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, Li Yufeng's father had to step down from his position as patriarch, or Li Yufeng had done something that even Hagami Munmian couldn't tolerate. Long Tianming had chosen to push Li Yufeng to the front to suppress the Demon League and Tianqing League. It could be said that he had nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful the Demon League and Tianqing League were, they couldn't suppress Li Yufeng. If Li Yufeng suffered a loss, his father would definitely make a move. Long Tianming was indeed hard to deal with. Most importantly, Long Tianming had always been hiding behind the scenes, making it impossible to guard against him. Nie Li flew away, disappearing into the horizon. A brief moment later, a charming figure flew over. It was Long Yuan. Long Yuan cast a glance at the distant sky with a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. When Nie Li left this time, her 1,000-mile soul-chasing fragrance was on him. No matter how far Nie Li ran, she'd still be able to find Nie Li. Halt! A group of Heavenly Axis realm experts surrounded her, blocking her path. The group of Heavenly Axis realm experts had fiendish expressions on their faces, but when they saw who it was, they were all slightly stunned. Long Yuan's face stiffened as she revealed an annoyed expression. You even dare to block my path. You blind things. Just as Long Yuan finished her words, two middle-aged women rushed out from the side and threw a flurry of punches and kicks. The group of Heavenly Axis realm experts shrieked miserably as they were beaten into a complete mess. Those two middle-aged women were actually Tao of Dragon realm experts. The students of the Sky Soul Institute felt their scalps go numb as they watched. However, they were inwardly rejoicing. The Heavenly Axis realm experts under Li Yufeng were simply lawless, but it was a pity that they'd met someone even more ruthless than them. They'd recognized that the girl who just appeared was Long Yuan. She was a woman who'd crippled her fiancé. Indeed, evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. Li Yufeng's subordinates actually dared to block Long Yuan's path. They were simply courting death. Miss, the son-in-law went that way. One of the middle-aged women pointed into the distance. Yeah. Long Yuan's face slightly blushed. She wasn't willing to call Nie Li that way. However, her mother seemed to have instructed the two middle-aged women to do something. Although she was a little shy, she still tacitly agreed to it. Long Yuan's group of three flew in the direction that Nie Li had left. Chapter 422. Roughly half an hour later, Long Yuan and the two women landed in a forest. The scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing incense ends here. Long Yuan furrowed her brows for a brief moment as she looked around. Nie Li was nowhere to be seen. One of the women couldn't help asking, could it be that young master has discovered the soul-chasing fragrance on him? Long Yuan went silent for a brief moment. Indeed, with Nie Li's keen senses, he might have already discovered the soul-chasing fragrance on her. Long Yuan couldn't help stomping her feet in anger. No matter what, I must find him. As Long Yuan flew away, the two women exchanged a glance and quickly followed after her. After a brief moment, a few more people flew over. The one leading them was actually Li Yufeng, along with two masked experts of unknown origins and three Heavenly Axis realm experts. Long Yuan and those two women headed this way. Li Yufeng furrowed his brows. One of the Heavenly Axis realm experts immediately nodded his head. I saw them stop here for a brief moment, then headed in that direction. Li Yufeng looked into the distance, then looked at the two masked experts and asked, they headed in that direction. I wonder what the two of you are going to do. One of the masked experts cupped his hands and said, Young Master Li Yufeng, you don't have to worry about that. Leave them to us. We'll go back and report. We'll meet again, young Master Li Yufeng. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the two masked experts turned into streaks of light and flew away. Those two masked experts were actually Tao of Dragon Realm existences. Watching the two masked experts leave, the Heavenly Axis Realm experts recovered from their shock. Young Master, what's the background of those two? One of the Heavenly Axis Realm experts couldn't help asking. Li Yufeng coldly swept a glance at his subordinates and solemnly said, Is that something you should be asking? The Heavenly Axis Realm expert immediately knelt down and fearfully said, Young Master, Please forgive me. I spoke too much. Get up. In the future, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Li Yufeng looked into the distance. The Ashen Flames family and the Dragon Seal family belonged to the same level of existence. Both of them were first-in-line successors to the family. The strongest expert under him was only at the Heavenly Axis realm. Generally speaking, Tao of Dragon Realm experts were already qualified to be an elder or revered elder in a family. Even the successor of a family would find it difficult to mobilize an expert of this level. Long Tianming's subordinates. There were actually 2 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Furthermore, Li Yufeng discovered that Long Tianming was still hiding his strength. Li Yufeng couldn't help feeling vexed in his heart. Although he borrowed Long Tianming's strength, he didn't want to become Long Tianming's puppet. With his proud temperament, he would definitely not do such a thing. However, he realized that the forces under his control weren't on the same level as Long Tianming. He wasn't willing to lower his head, but he had no choice. One could imagine the depression in Li Yufeng's heart. He didn't know how Long Tianming would deal with Long Yuan's group of 3. Li Yufeng's eyes flashed with a light. He glanced at the group of Heavenly Axis realm experts beside him and said, "Let's go." Yes, the Heavenly Axis realm experts couldn't help replying. The group of people leaped up and flew away. At the edge of the endless wasteland, looking at the endless wasteland in the distance, all one could see was a boundless yellow soil. It was a barren piece of land with no plants growing on it. When the wind blew, the yellow soil filled the sky. For thousands of years, the Sky Origin Divine Clan had been trapped in this yellow soil world, struggling to survive in the endless wasteland. Once upon a time, the ancestor of the Sky Origin Divine Clan was a figure that stood at the pinnacle. He could even compete with the Holy Emperor. However, in the end, that ancestor was suppressed by the Holy Emperor in the endless wasteland. All the descendants of the Sky Origin Divine Clan were viewed as a threat. They were forever sealed in the endless wasteland. If the Sky Origin Divine Clan wanted to take a step out of the endless wasteland, they had to lower their noble heads and become someone's servant. This was the Holy Emperor's endless humiliation towards the Sky Origin Divine Clan. This was something that many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts couldn't accept. Many members of the Sky Origin Divine Clan would rather die than step out of the endless wasteland. However, there were also some clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine Clan who had no choice but to leave the endless wasteland. However, after they left, they were enslaved and lived a life worse than death. The Sky Origin Divine Clan was a huge clan with a population of billions. In the end, there were only a few million of them left, struggling at death's door in the endless wasteland. Every year, there would still be people leaving. They would either die or leave the endless wasteland in humiliation. However, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. Even the weakest member of the Sky Origin Divine Clan was a Tao of Dragon realm expert. In a small town at the border of the endless wasteland, there was a boiling cauldron of voices. Merchants from various places would settle down here. There weren't any resources in the endless wasteland. Thus, some of the clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine Clan became slaves in exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones. These spiritual stones would then be used to purchase food from the outside to feed the clansmen. Using this method, the Sky Origin Divine Clan's population had finally stopped declining after several hundred years. However, there would be at least a few hundred Sky Origin Divine Clan experts that would leave the endless wasteland every year and become slaves. A one-stage Tao of Dragon Realm Sky Origin Divine Clan expert would cost at least 30,000 spiritual stones. A two-stage Sky Origin Divine Clan expert would cost at least 2 times that. A 3-stage Sky Origin Divine Clan expert would cost even more. Therefore, only those especially wealthy nobles could have a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert as a slave. Due to the master-slave contract of the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts being established by the Holy Emperor, the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts were unable to break the master-slave contract. Therefore, once a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert became a slave, they would absolutely obey. Even if they were to die, they wouldn't even frown. It was precisely because of this point that the Sky Origin Divine Clan's slaves were especially favored. As Nieli walked on the streets of the small town, aside from the merchants wearing embroidered clothes, there were also many emaciated Sky Origin Divine Clan members. Although the price of a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert was over 30,000 spiritual stones, the food that was transported from various places was also sold at an extremely high price. The clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine Clan could only barely exchange for some food to fill their stomachs. As Nieli walked, he observed his surroundings. There should be some merchants selling Sky Origin Divine Clan experts here. As long as he could find these merchants selling Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Donning a cloak, Nieli kept a low profile as he walked. As he walked, a commotion suddenly resounded from afar as a stream of people gathered in that direction. I wonder what's going on. Nieli furrowed his brows. After a brief pondering, he quickened his pace and followed the stream of people. Chapter 423. The people around President Lin glared fiercely at Nieli. They looked like fiends ready to take action at any moment. The people around President Lin were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts, and they were all at least at the 3rd stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. Who would dare to wander around the border without some strength? Even the Sky Origin Divine Clan youths that Nieli had just purchased weren't a match for President Lin and the others. The Dragon Breath Chamber's influence in the border region wasn't simple. Furthermore, Nieli was only a Heavenly Star realm expert. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere became extremely stagnant. That kid is doomed. He actually dared to snatch someone from under the Dragon Breath Chamber's nose. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that the Dragon Breath Chamber is a tyrant in this border region? It's said that they've raised hundreds of Tao of Dragon realm experts. Unless a martial ancestor realm expert comes to plead for that kid, he won't be able to escape death. In this world, those who are too ignorant often die miserably. The surrounding onlookers looked at Nieli. Some of them felt pity for him, while others rejoiced at his misfortune. President Lin's eyes flashed with frightening killing intent. Although the master-servant contract was in Nieli's hands, they definitely wouldn't let Nieli have the chance to complete it. President Lin waved his right hand, and his subordinates slowly approached Nieli. Nieli, on the other hand, appeared to be very relaxed and leisurely. The surrounding spectators were all secretly guessing whether Nieli was courageous because of his skill, or was he just blindly confident? Could Nieli really deal with the Dragon Breath Chamber's Tao of Dragon realm experts by himself? Wasn't that a little too difficult? In the border region of the Endless Wilderness, the Dragon Breath Chamber's prestige is not to be challenged. Kid, what else do you have to say? President Lin's face turned grave when he saw that Nieli was still as calm as ever. Nieli's strength was far inferior to theirs, but he was able to remain so calm. He probably had something to rely on. President Lin could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, so he was extremely cautious. Nieli's actions just now. He had thrown out 300,000 spirit stones in one go, so his identity was probably not simple. For a moment, he was a little doubtful. However, the Dragon Breath Chamber's interests in the Endless Wilderness could not be challenged. The dignity of the Dragon Breath Merchant Association was gone. President Lin signaled with his eyes. He was prepared to capture Nia Li first before slowly interrogating Nia Li about his background. This was to prevent Nia Li from having an impressive background and offending someone he shouldn't have. The onlookers outside were all watching the development of the situation. He watched as President Lin's men closed in on him. Nia Li smiled and said, "I didn't know that the Dragon Breath Merchant Guild was in charge of the endless wilderness. What I did just now was indeed a bit rash. I would like to express my apologies here." Hearing Nia Li's words, President Lin's gaze landed on Nia Li. There was a flash of astonishment in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Nia Li to be the first to apologize to him. President Lin harumphed coldly. Of course, he wouldn't let Nia Li off just like that. Nia Li had just snatched 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan Ewes from his hands, which made him extremely unhappy. Before Nia Li completed the Master Servant contract, he could still snatch the 6 Master Servant contracts back. If these 6 Master Servant contracts, since it was in the hands of the Sky Origin Divine Clan, they wouldn't snatch it away. After all, they had an agreement with the Sky Origin Divine Clan. However, the 6 Master Servant contracts were in Nia Li's hands, so they had nothing to worry about. "What else do you have to say?" President Lin's followers asked coldly. "The name of the Dragon Breath Merchant Association is well known. I wonder if President Lin is willing to do business with me?" Nia Li said with a smile. "Business? Haha, what a joke." President Lin couldn't help but laugh. He crossed his arms and looked at Nia Li. "What's so funny? I came to the Borderlands for the Dragon Breath Merchant Association. Surely the Dragon Breath Merchant Association wouldn't reject a customer who's sincerely here to do business, right?" Nia Li raised his eyebrows. President Lin looked at Nia Li with doubt. He didn't understand what Nia Li was trying to say. Could it be that Nia Li was really here to do business with the Dragon Breath Merchant Association? He recalled how Nia Li had casually tossed out 300,000 spiritual stones. President Lin's gaze fell on Nia Li. He was actually a little hesitant. At the end of the day, the Dragon Breath Merchant Association was still doing business. Just now, Nia Li had interfered with their business, which made them extremely unhappy. After all, he was snatching money from their hands. As businessmen, snatching money from others was akin to killing one's father. However, if Nia Li could help them earn money, then it would be a different story. However, President Lin's face was still as stern as ever. He looked displeased. "Kid, you want to do business with us?" One of the subordinates snuck a glance at President Lin, then looked at Nia Li and said, arrogantly, "How can the Dragon Breath Merchant Association not do business that's delivered to our doorstep?" Nia Li said with a smile, "Looks like President Lin still has a grudge against me. It's just 6 youths. President Lin doesn't have to be so bothered. I heard that the Dragon Breath Merchant Association controls more than half of the business in the endless wilderness. You wouldn't reject a major customer who's prepared to do business with the Dragon Breath Merchant Association just because of 6 youths, would you? If that's the case, I'm starting to look down on you, President Lin." "What do you mean?" The subordinates at the side immediately glared at Nia Li and took a step forward. However, Nia Li was still calm and collected. "Wait, all of you back down," President Lin said in a solemn voice as he waved his hand. He looked at Nia Li. 6 youths of the Sky Origin Divine Clan would cost him 300,000 spiritual stones. However, if they were sold elsewhere, they could be sold for at least 500,000 spiritual stones. Yet, Nia Li actually said that they were only 6 youths. Wasn't Nia Li's tone a little too arrogant? Yes, the subordinates immediately bowed and retreated to the side. "I wonder what business this little brother wants with our Dragon Breath Merchant Association? President Lin asked as he looked at Nia Li. It's not some extraordinary business. I just want the Dragon Breath Merchant Association to recruit 200 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts on my behalf. Nia Li calmly replied. 200? Hearing Nia Li's words, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even President Lin couldn't help feeling shocked in his heart. 200 wasn't a small number. Even the cheapest one was 30,000 spiritual stones. It would still cost 6 million spiritual stones. There weren't many people in the entire Draconic Ruins realm that could take out that many spiritual stones. Unless it was some major divine sex. President Lin glanced at Nia Li as he tried to guess how trustworthy Nia Li's words were. Little brother, are you joking with me? Joking? Nia Li sneered as he continued. What do I gain from joking with you, President Lin? If little brother really wants to purchase so many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, how can I trust you? President Lin said in a solemn voice. Here's a deposit of 500,000 spiritual stones. Nia Li's right hand moved as he tossed an interspatial ring to President Lin and continued, if President Lin can satisfy me, then we will naturally continue this business. Chapter 4:24. 500,000 spiritual stones. Even President Lin couldn't help but be shocked by Nia Li's generosity. The business had just started, and Lin Yan had already thrown out 500,000 spiritual stones as a deposit. To Nia Li, 500,000 spiritual stones was just a drop in the ocean. That was because Nia Li's myriad miles rivers and mountains painting produced large amounts of spiritual stones every day. But to President Lin and the others, 500,000 spiritual stones was already a huge amount of wealth. President Lin took a deep look at Nia Li. Nia Li dared to come to the endless wasteland alone and took out 500,000 spiritual stones as a deposit. It seemed that his background wasn't simple. It seemed that Nia Li wasn't lying when he said that he wanted to buy 200 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. 200 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were worth at least 6 million spiritual stones. Even some super sects wouldn't be able to take out such a huge amount of wealth. Just what kind of background did Nia Li have? But one thing was for sure. Since he knew that Nia Li's background wasn't simple, why would he provoke Nia Li for a few Sky Origin Divine Clan slaves? Since Nia Li had such a huge demand, and the Dragon Breath Chamber just so happened to be in this business, the anger in President Lin's heart subsided. President Lin's expression changed, and he said with a smile, May I know this young master's background? There's no need to ask, President Lin. Even if you know, I'm afraid it won't be good for you, Nia Li said secretively. President Lin couldn't figure out Nia Li's depth. As for investigating Nia Li's background, even if he did, it might not be a good thing. Haha, I'm just asking casually. Since young master wants to cooperate with our Dragon Breath Chamber, we'll naturally welcome you. Young master said that you want to buy 200 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. May I know if that's true? President Lin looked at Nia Li and asked, whether it's true or not will depend on President Lin's sincerity. Nia Li calmly looked at President Lin and said, before the transaction, I took out 500,000 spirit stones. How many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts can President Lin give me? President Lin was silent for a moment. He glanced at one of his followers and whispered a few words into his ear. That follower respectfully retreated. Then he leaped and flew away. Nia Li didn't care about what President Lin was going to do. He looked at the several Sky Origin Divine Clan youths and took out the master-servant contract. Your master-servant contract is here. At this moment, the eyes of the Sky Origin Divine Clan youths were filled with unwillingness. They would become Nieli's slaves and lose their freedom forever. If you are willing to follow me, I, Nieli, swear that I will not treat you unfairly. If you are not willing to follow me, you can go back now. Those spirit stones just now can be considered as a gift to you. Nieli looked at the Sky Origin Divine Clan youths and said, "The Sky Origin Divine Clan." Youths looked at each other. Clearly, they were surprised by Nieli's words. The two Sky Origin Divine Clan experts hurriedly knelt down. They said to Nieli, "Many thanks to this young master. Our Sky Origin Divine Clan upholds our promises. Once we decide to follow you, we will do our best. None of our clansmen will go against our Sky Origin Divine Clan's promises." The 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan youths also knelt down on one knee. Although they were unwilling, their gazes towards Nieli were much gentler. After all, if they followed Nieli, it would be better for them to follow him. It would definitely be much better than being sold to President Lin. Right now, the Sky Origin Divine Clan was facing a life and death situation. The shortage of food had caused the number of clansmen to dwindle. Those who remained in the clan were basically all female clansmen. The Sky Origin Divine Clan didn't dare to sell their female clansmen to outsiders as slaves because of the master and servant contract. They had to complete whatever their master instructed them to do. In the past, there were some female clansmen who ended up as slaves of other clansmen. Their endings were extremely miserable. As for the male clansmen, there were only a few of them left. Without any food in the endless wilderness, the entire clan was destined to become weaker and weaker until they perished. This was the most vicious curse of the Holy Emperor. Don't worry. Hand these 6 youths over to me. I won't mistreat them. Nieli said to the 2 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Thank you, young master. The 2 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were in tears. How many years had it been since their clansmen were sold off and treated like slaves? When had anyone ever made such a promise? Nieli looked at the 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan youths and said, "From today onwards, all of you will follow me. I only need 2 years. After 2 years, if any of you aren't willing to follow me, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you." Nieli bit his right hand and dripped a drop of blood onto the 6 master and servant contracts. Nieli could feel that his soul was connected to these Sky Origin Divine Clan youths. This was a soul contract. Once Nieli forcefully activated it, he could kill these Sky Origin Divine Clan youths at will. Only those who signed the master and servant contract could leave the endless wilderness. This was because the master and servant contract was extremely powerful. Most of the Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen who left the endless wilderness wouldn't have a good ending. The 6 youths didn't reply. They stood silently behind Nieli. In any case, they were completely bound and didn't have the ability to resist. When the time came, wouldn't they have to listen to Nieli? They could only silently endure. The 6 of them obviously didn't believe Nieli's words. However, with the master and servant contract, they could only listen to Nieli. Moreover, they were absolutely loyal. President Lin looked at Nieli and said with a smile, "Young master is truly magnanimous." The 6 Sky Origin Divine Clan youths had fallen into Nieli's hands. President Lin didn't earn anything. However, he could only let it go. Right now, he definitely couldn't offend a big client like Nieli. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Just a moment ago, they were on the verge of a fight. I didn't expect this youth to be so capable. He actually made President Lin treat him so politely in such a short time. How can I not be polite? Whoever wants to make such a huge deal with me, I'll also be polite to them. A moment later, President Lin's follower flew back. Behind him were 10 Sky Origin Divine clansmen. These 10 Sky Origin Divine clansmen were in the prime of their lives. Their cultivation was around the second stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. President Lin cupped his hands slightly and said to Nieli, 10 Sky Origin Divine clansmen at the second stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. None of them are old, weak, or disabled. I wonder if young master is satisfied with our first deal? Nieli's gaze swept across the 10 Sky Origin Divine clansmen. He nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. In the future, I'll have to trouble President Lin to take care of me." "Of course," President Lin said with a smile. Chapter 4:25. Nieli stayed in the endless wilderness for a full 7 days. The number of Sky Origin Divine Clan experts he purchased far exceeded his expectations. There were 360 of them. Among them, there were 2 5-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, 6 4-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, and over 53 stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The rest were either 1-stage or 2-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Although those 6 youths were only 1-stage Tao of Dragon Realm experts, their talent was pretty good. They were still young and worth nurturing. Those Sky Origin Divine Clan experts had all completed a master-servant contract with Nieli in a courtyard in a small town by the border. With a wave of his right hand, Nieli summoned the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains, painting, and sucked all those Sky Origin Divine Clan experts into it. The Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts had managed to break through to the Tao of Dragon Realm in the endless wilderness, where heavenly energy was extremely thin. Now that they were in a place with dense spiritual energy, like the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, their cultivation would definitely soar. Every single expert of the Sky Origin Divine Clan possessed astonishing talent. Otherwise, the Sage Emperor wouldn't have suppressed the entire Sky Origin Divine Clan in the endless wilderness despite being heavily injured, and even laid down such a vicious curse. The Sky Origin Divine Clan was blessed by the heavens. However, their previous conditions were too limited. Therefore, their cultivation could only remain in the Tao of Dragon Realm. Few of them could break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, it was different in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Nieli also entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. When they saw Nieli enter, the Sky Origin Divine Clan experts all stood respectfully by the side and looked at Nieli with slight fear. From today onwards, Nieli was their master. Even if Nieli wanted to kill them, they couldn't resist. After entering the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and discovering such a huge, mysterious world, they became even more uneasy. Nieli was definitely an extraordinary figure. They had no idea what his intentions were for suddenly buying so many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. The 6 youths widened their eyes as they looked at Nieli. Every single one of them was tense and filled with fear. Nieli lightly smiled as he looked at one of the youths. "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Yunmia." The young man replied respectfully. If it wasn't for the master-servant contract, he definitely wouldn't be willing to lower his arrogant head. "Yunmia." Nieli walked to Yunmia's side. He placed his right hand on Yunmia's shoulder. Yunmia's body trembled slightly. He was filled with fear towards Nieli. After all, he didn't know what Nieli would do to him. It felt like his life was in someone else's hands. This was the first time for him. Nieli's heavenly energy swept over Yunmia's body. A brief moment later, he said, "You have the scarlet cloud physique of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. You have the feather-soaring divine technique and the sun-eroding divine technique suitable for you. Which one do you wish to cultivate? Flying feather divine technique, sun-eroding divine art." Yunmia was stunned. The adult Sky Origin Divine Clan experts looked at Nieli in shock. Why aren't you thanking Master? The feather-soaring divine technique and the sun-eroding divine technique are two of the strongest cultivation techniques of our Sky Origin Divine Clan. However, these two cultivation techniques have long been lost in our Sky Origin Divine Clan. Being able to cultivate either one of the feather-soaring divine technique or the sun-eroding divine technique is a great fortune for you. The Sky Origin Divine Clan experts chimed in one after another. Hearing the words of the Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, Yunye knelt down and said emotionally, Yunye doesn't know either. Please bestow me, Master. Nieli slightly furrowed his brows for a brief moment. After a brief silence, he said, Then I'll cultivate the sun-eroding divine technique. He took out a scroll and copied the sun-eroding divine technique. You. Nieli checked everyone's physique and said to some of them, All of you are suitable to cultivate the sun-eroding divine technique. The entire Sky Origin Divine Clan had a total of 36 supreme cultivation techniques according to their physiques. However, these cultivation techniques were either lost or incomplete. Now, only Nieli had a complete cultivation technique. Nieli imparted these cultivation techniques to all the Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. After an entire day, Nieli finally finished with these matters. Master, there's something that I don't understand. I'm not sure if I should ask. One of the adult Sky Origin Divine Clan experts walked out. He looked at Nieli and asked. He was one of the 2 Dao of Dragon Realm experts, Xianyu. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Nieli lightly smiled. It would be strange if no one asked. After so many years, our Sky Origin Divine Clan no longer has the glory of the past. All kinds of cultivation techniques have been lost. Thank you, Master, for allowing us, the younger generations of the Sky Origin Divine Clan, to see the cultivation techniques of our ancestors once again. What I'm curious about is why Master has all the cultivation techniques of our Sky Origin Divine Clan. Xianyu asked respectfully. About that, Nieli looked into the distance and calmly said, You guys don't need to know how they came to be. You only need to know that I have a deep relationship with your Sky Origin Divine Clan. I won't make things difficult for you guys in the future. In fact, what Nieli said wasn't false. In his previous life, Nieli had indeed received help from the Sky Origin Divine Clan in his battle with the Holy Emperor. However, the entire Sky Origin Divine Clan was destroyed by the Holy Emperor. Not even the newborn children were spared. Hearing Nieli's words, Xianyu knelt down and solemnly said, Master has given us the opportunity to see the lost cultivation techniques once again. We're extremely grateful for that. As long as Master has any instructions, we will definitely do our best. Even if we have to die 1,000 deaths, we won't refuse. If they were previously working for Nieli because of the master-servant contract, this time they were sincerely working for Nieli. The Sky Origin Divine Clan was a group of simple people. They lived in the barren, desolate land and would be deeply grateful to outsiders for even the slightest kindness. Their lives were in the hands of Nieli. It was already extremely benevolent for Nieli to not torture them, not to mention that Nieli had taught them the lost cultivation techniques of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. Aside from teaching you the lost cultivation techniques, I will also teach you a long-lost battle formation of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. It's called the Sky Origin Divine Array. The Sky Origin Divine Array is divided into 3 talents, 6 directions, 8 desolations, 10 extremes, and 36 slaughters. Among them, a casual combination of 3 people can burst out with 5 times the battle power. A casual combination of 6 people can burst out with 10 times the battle power, and so on. This kind of battle formation is rarely recorded in the ancient records of your Sky Origin Divine clan, Nieli said as he looked at the Sky Origin Divine clan's experts. Sky Origin Divine Array. The surrounding Sky Origin Divine clan's clansmen looked at Nieli in doubt. They had never heard of such a battle formation. The number of people in your Sky Origin Divine clan that cultivate in the Supreme Deity technique is few and far between. This divine array requires multiple people that cultivate in the Sky Origin Divine clan's Supreme Deity technique to execute it. It's not strange that you guys haven't heard of this Heavenly Origin Divine Array. Chapter 426. As the days passed, Nia Li quietly cultivated within the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The Sky Origin Divine clan's experts also started cultivating the Sky Origin Divine clan's Supreme God technique and the Supreme God Array that Nieli had taught them. Nieli could sense that he was only a step away from the Heavenly Axis realm. Although he was only at the Heavenly Star realm, he cultivated the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Even an ordinary Heavenly Axis realm expert might not be Nieli's opponent. Furthermore, Nieli continued to revolve the fate stars in his soul realm. His 9 fate stars grew brighter and brighter. The brighter the fate star in the Heavenly Star realm, the stronger his cultivation would be when he reached the Heavenly Axis realm. With so many Tao of Dragon realm slaves, as long as he didn't run into a martial ancestor realm expert, Nieli wouldn't have to worry. Hagami Myunmyune chaotic battle broke out. Long Yuan's profound note league originally controlled 3 deities' lakes. In the greater worlds around Hagami Myunmyun, it could be considered a relatively powerful force. However, a group of mysterious experts suddenly launched an attack on the Profound Note League. Many of those experts were at the Tao of Dragon realm. Without Long Yuan, the entire Profound Note League instantly collapsed with tens of thousands of casualties. In such a situation, the Tianqing League and Demon League naturally couldn't sit idly by. However, the Tianqing League and Demon League experts that joined in the battle also suffered heavy casualties. Anyone from the Profound Note League, Tianqing League, and Demon League that left the Sky Soul Institute were all killed. In an inn in a border town, in the endless wilderness, Long Yuan quietly stood there. Compared to before, her words and actions were much more mature. Her curvaceous figure was incomparably hot. A servant respectfully knelt on one knee and reported, "Young Miss, our Profound Note League was attacked by a group of mysterious people. We suffered heavy losses and lost all 3 deities' lakes." Just what's going on? Was it Long Tianming's doing? Long Yuan asked with a frown. Losing the deity's lake was a small matter, but who exactly were these people? How could they cause such heavy losses to the Profound Note Alliance in such a short time? In the Sky Soul Institute, it was possible to accomplish such a feat. It could only be Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan. She had no enmity with Situ Beiyan, so Long Tianming was the most likely culprit. Reporting to young mistress, "We can't be sure yet." However, Long Tianming's subordinates didn't move. All the experts under him are here. A servant beside Long Yuan said respectfully, "Could it be Situ Beiyan?" Long Yuan frowned. "Situ Beiyan hasn't made any movements either." The servant said respectfully. Long Yuan's heart was filled with doubt. If it wasn't Long Tianming or Situ Beiyan, then who could be targeting them? "Eldest Miss, there's one thing. I don't know if I should say it," the servant said hesitantly. "If you have something to say, just say it," Long Yuan said as she looked at the servant kneeling on the ground. "There's a Tao of Dragon realm expert among the people we fought. His cultivation technique seems to be from the Yaoshin sect," the servant said respectfully with his brows knitted together. The Yaoshin sect? Long Yuan's heart trembled. Indeed, Long Yuan hadn't considered this possibility. If it really was the Yaoshan sect, then this matter would be complicated. How confident are you that it's someone from the Yaoshan sect? Long Yuan asked. I'm not confident. The servant hurriedly shook his head. I only have a feeling. There's something wrong with the other party's aura, and I can't find any evidence to prove it. This group of people is very strange. They're only targeting us, and they're moving very carefully. It seems like they're hiding from something. Long Yuan's brows were tightly knitted. It seemed that there was something fishy about this matter. After Nieli left, she had followed a few servants to track him down, but Nieli had disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find him no matter what. Later, when she heard that Nieli had appeared in the border town, she hurried over with a few servants. Go back first and continue to investigate that group of people. I'll return in a few days. Long Yuan pondered briefly. She said to the servant, Yes. The servant immediately responded respectfully and left. A brief moment later, the two middle-aged women of the Tao of Dragon realm under Long Yuan walked in. Young miss, we've received news of the son-in-law. He's staying in an inn in the town. He's recently purchased many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. There's over 100 of them. One of the women said. She was rather shocked in her heart. She never imagined that Nieli would have such shocking wealth. That was over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm Sky Origin Divine Clan experts, and they were absolutely loyal. Even the legendary god's artisan pavilion couldn't take out so many spiritual stones to exchange for over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Sure enough, the madam's judgment wasn't wrong. If the eldest young miss could marry the son-in-law, it would be greatly beneficial for the eldest young miss to control the Dragon Seal family. When Long Yuan heard the woman's words, her expression instantly became excited. She anxiously said, Which inn is he staying in? Quickly bring me there. Yes, young miss, the woman replied. Suddenly, a powerful aura fluctuation spread over. The two women's expressions suddenly changed. Young miss, be careful. The two women immediately flew out with Long Yuan. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a terrifying explosion resounded. In that Long Yuan and the other two were and was instantly reduced to ashes. The three figures turned into graceful figures and flew into the distance. Just as Long Yuan and the other two were fleeing, dozens of figures frantically flew towards Long Yuan's group. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Kill the two old ones and leave the young one behind. A cold voice pierced through the sky. The dozens of people were all dressed in black, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. They chased after Long Yuan's group. Two of them had stronger cultivations and were astonishingly fast. They were about to catch up to Long Yuan's group. Judging from their speed, they were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Anxia, hurry up and leave. Long Yuan anxiously shouted. The two old women were Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Once they reached the Tao of Dragon Realm, they couldn't die. If they died, their souls would scatter, and they would cease to exist. No, we have to bring you with us. We promised the madam to protect the eldest young miss. One of the old women said, resolutely. Although they knew that the other party had strong cultivations and came prepared, they weren't willing to abandon Long Yuan. But Anxia, Long Yuan's expression was anxious. These two women had treated her like their own daughter. How could she bear to see them die? She only had a heavenly axis realm cultivation, so she could only be a burden to them. If they brought her along, the two of them wouldn't be able to leave. Before Long Yuan could think it through, a violent palm energy tore through the air. You want to leave? Why don't you take a look at us first? Humph, none of you should even think about leaving. That cold voice was like a bitingly cold ice blade. Chapter 427. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several cold lights streaked across the sky, shooting towards the two women behind Long Yuan. The woman that Long Yuan addressed as Aunt Xia suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Blazing flames covered her entire body. A long dragon roar streaked across the sky. The woman had merged with a scarlet flame winged dragon. Her huge palm grabbed towards those cold lights. However, those cold lights suddenly accelerated. Uft, uft, uft. Those cold lights pierced through the scarlet flame winged dragon, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Oh! The scarlet flame winged dragon let out a mournful wail. A brief moment later, the scarlet flame winged dragon reverted back to its human form and fell from the sky. Aunt Xia! Long Yuan cried out. However, she was carried away by the other woman. Miss, you must take care of yourself. That person is at least a 6-stage Tao of Dragon Realm expert. Even if we give it our all, we won't be his match. The other woman beside Long Yuan said anxiously as she carried Long Yuan and flew away. Once a Tao of Dragon Realm expert fell, they couldn't be saved. Streaks of light streaked across the sky, chasing after Long Yuan. At this moment, in an inn in a small town after Nia Li finished cultivating, he walked out of the inn. The Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts were still in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It was about time for them to return to Hagami Myunmyun. Recently, Nieli had practically bought all the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts in the market. Therefore, there wasn't much left for him to do here. Just as he walked out of the inn, he saw several streaks of light streaking across the sky. The girl at the front was none other than Long Yuan. Several black-clothed men were chasing after Long Yuan. Just as they were about to catch up to Long Yuan, the woman beside Long Yuan pushed Long Yuan away. Miss, take care. I'll stop them. After saying that, the woman turned around to face the men in black who were chasing after her. She turned into an ice dragon bird, and the surrounding sky was instantly enveloped in an endless chill. Nieli frowned for a moment. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back, and he shot toward Long Yuan in the distance. As soon as the ice dragon bird appeared, it saw a huge saber shadow slashing down from the sky. There was a loud bang. The ice draconic bird was submerged in this huge blade shadow. Aunt Lin. Long Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. She turned around and wanted to pounce on the group of black-clothed men. At this moment, Nieli had already landed beside Long Yuan. He grabbed Long Yuan's hand and flew outside. Nieli, Ani Xia, and Ani Lin are dead. Seeing Nieli, Long Yuan burst into tears. She couldn't stop anymore. Let's leave this place first. We'll talk about the rest later. Nieli flapped his wings and turned into a streak of light. After the black-clothed men killed the woman, they flew after him. I don't know where these people came from, but I can't use the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting in public for the time being. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable consequences. Nieli thought to himself. The wings on his back flapped faster and faster. This was already Nieli's maximum speed. The group of black-clothed men followed closely behind Nieli. They were all Tao of Dragon Realm experts, and they chased after him. Although they were all extremely fast, they couldn't close the distance between them and Nieli. Although Nieli's cultivation was only at the pinnacle of the heavenly star realm, his speed wasn't inferior to that of a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. Now that his cultivation had increased, the wings of law behind Nieli had become several times more powerful than before. They turned into streaks of light, one black and one white, as if they were about to tear through the sky. Where did this brat come from? How can he run so fast? The leader of the black-clothed men was furious. He could sense that Nieli was only a heavenly star realm cultivator, but he was still able to run so fast. A heavenly star realm brat actually dared to snatch someone from under their noses? You're courting death. The black-clothed man coldly shouted. The sword in his hand turned into a streak of cold light. It streaked through the sky towards Nieli. The sword contained immense power, and its speed was extremely fast. It was about to nail Nieli's back. Just as the sword was about to hit his back, he felt a powerful chill coming from his back. His entire body felt like it was about to freeze. Am I going to die here? Nieli furrowed his brows for a moment. If he died, his cultivation would drop again. He didn't have that much time. No, I can't die. I can't let Long Yuan die here. Nieli furrowed his brows. Although he didn't know why these people wanted to kill Long Yuan, he was certain that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. Nieli frantically circulated his soul realm. The shadow devil demon, spirit, seemed to have received some sort of summons and awakened in Nieli's soul realm. The instant it awakened, a powerful force poured into Nieli's body through his soul realm, increasing his speed. Shortly after, the Yin-Yang Panda and Bloodwing Saint Dragon also awakened. Two more forces poured into Nieli's body. Feeling the three energies at the same time, Nieli's speed suddenly exploded, becoming more than 3 times faster than before. The sword shot by the black-clothed man was about to hit Nieli's body, but Nieli's speed was getting faster and faster. He actually maintained the same speed as the sword. After a distance, the sword gradually slowed down, and Nieli turned into a streak of light. The black-clothed man caught up and grabbed the sword. Looking ahead, Nieli had already run a few miles away and soon disappeared. His heart was filled with shock. Just where did that kid come from? He's only in the heavenly star realm, but his speed is already at the pinnacle. Even his sword couldn't catch up to him. Just what's going on? Boss, what should we do now? That kid's really fast. Chase him. I don't believe he can keep running at this speed. His cultivation won't be able to last long. The black-clothed man coldly said. He didn't believe that a heavenly star realm cultivator with a woman could escape the pursuit of so many Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black-clothed men madly ran in the direction Nieli had escaped. Nieli was frantically running with the support of the 3 forces. Long Yuan, who was in Nieli's grasp, was also incomparably shocked. Nieli's speed was simply too fast. She couldn't hear anything other than the whistling wind. The wind was too strong, and her clothes were tightly clinging to her body, outlining her curvaceous figure. Nieli was only in the heavenly star realm, but he could actually burst forth with such astonishing speed. As expected, Nieli couldn't be judged with common sense. Roughly an hour later, Nieli had already left the group of black-clothed men behind. They couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 4:28. Nieli felt the heavenly energy in his body being consumed at a rapid pace. Although his speed had reached the pinnacle in an instant, the consumption of heavenly energy was also dozens of times greater. If this continued, he would probably have to stop soon, and those people behind him would definitely catch up. He lowered his head and looked down, only to see towering mountains, lush trees, and towering rocks. Some places were densely covered in abysses. Nieli dove into the towering mountains. He had to find a place to hide first. He could either use the terrain to hide in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, or summon the Sky Origin Divine Clan's experts to fight with those people. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Nieli turned into a streak of light and entered the dense forest below. This was the border of the endless wasteland. After passing through a mountain range, a boundless desert lay before them. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing in this desert. For thousands of years, countless Sky Origin Divine Clans experts had survived in this desert. The mountain range was like the skeleton of a giant. Just when Nieli and Long Yuan landed, a rainbow light swept over. "What's that?" Nieli was startled. When he saw the seven-colored light, he immediately tried to dodge. But it was already too late. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Nieli and Long Yuan were struck by the rainbow light and crashed into each other. Then they disappeared into thin air and couldn't be found anymore. Roughly half an hour later, the group of black-clothed men caught up and searched everywhere. They practically searched the entire area, but couldn't find Nieli or Long Yuan. What's going on? Damn it, they actually managed to escape. The black-clothed men couldn't find Nieli and Long Yuan, so they could only leave angrily. Time slowly passed. It was unknown how long had passed in the darkness. It seemed like raindrops were falling. The cold raindrops fell on his face, making him feel cold. Nieli slowly woke up and vaguely felt something soft, something warm, as if something was pressing on top of him. Nieli struggled to open his eyes and saw Long Yuan lying on top of him. His hand happened to be placed on Long Yuan's buttocks. Nieli couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he felt something soft pressing against his chest. Needless to say, Long Yuan's figure was indeed very hot. As he was thinking, Long Yuan let out a soft moan. She slowly woke up, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she immediately blushed and quickly sat up. Nieli quickly propped himself up with his hands and slowly sat up. Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by a vast expanse of darkness. What is this place? Long Yuan was slightly stunned as she looked around. Nieli also furrowed his brows for a brief moment as he brought Long Yuan along with him, and was struck by a rainbow light. He lost consciousness and then came here with Long Yuan. Within the endless void, there seemed to be a faint rumble that seemed to come and go. Nieli pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know either. According to common sense, we should be in the middle of a mountain range. I have no idea where this is. I'm guessing that this is a mysterious space." Long Yuan nodded and thought of the two dead ants. She was depressed again. Nieli was about to stand up, but when he looked down, he found that Long Yuan was sitting on him. The posture was as awkward as it could be. His head happened to be on Long Yuan's chest. He smiled bitterly and said, "Yuan, get up first." Long Yuan realized that something was wrong and quickly stood up. Her cheeks were flushed. Nieli looked around and frowned slightly. Frowning slightly, he felt a mysterious energy fluctuation in this space. Just as Nieli was about to look for an exit, a distant voice came from the void. "You don't have to look for an exit. You are in my consciousness. If I want to let you out, you can leave." The mysterious voice said slowly. Hearing this voice, Nieli and Long Yuan were shocked. In a consciousness, boundless thought, divine art, Nieli exclaimed, "Hey, little girl, you know about boundless thought. Who are you? Given your current realm, it is impossible for you to come into contact with such a powerful divine skill." The voice said with a trace of surprise. Long Yuan was stunned for a moment. What was the boundless thought technique? Could it be a cultivation technique that only martial ancestor realm experts could cultivate? Long Yuan probably never expected that martial ancestor realm experts couldn't even touch the surface of boundless thought. "I do know about it. May I know who Senior is?" Nieli probed. "I can see through this little girl's thoughts. It seems that she's deeply in love with you, but I can't see what you're thinking. Your soul realm is unfathomable, but your cultivation is only at the heavenly axis realm. What's going on?" The voice was filled with doubt. "Furthermore, you're actually able to use the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting with your strength." Nieli lightly smiled. It was normal for that expert to be unable to see through his soul realm. That expert probably never expected that Nieli had traveled through time to come here. Let's not care about that for now. Little girl, let me ask you, why did you buy so many Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen? The deep voice carried a trace of sharpness. Nya Li's heart trembled. Could this expert be related to the Sky Origin Divine Clan? Weren't the clansmen of the Sky Origin Divine Clan sealed in the endless wilderness? Reporting to Senior, I revere the Sky Origin Divine Clan and wish to bring them out of the endless wilderness. Nieli explained. I don't believe you, young man. You're lying. The voice coldly replied. Nieli went silent for a brief moment before continuing. I know that it's hard for Senior to believe me. Let me explain it this way. The Sky Origin Divine Clan and I have a common enemy. I can lead these Sky Origin Divine Clan clansmen and make them stronger to help me fight against that person. Common enemy? Ha ha ha. What a joke. What common enemy do you have? The voice sneered. It doesn't matter if Senior believes me or not. This is the truth. Nieli solemnly replied. The voice remained silent for a long time, as though it was considering if Nieli's words could be trusted. Seeing that the voice had gone silent, Nieli probed again. May I know how to address Senior? Tian Yuan. The people outside call me Emperor Tian Yuan. The voice replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Emperor Tian Yuan? Nieli's heart trembled as he exclaimed. He never imagined that he would encounter such a legendary figure in a place like this. No, Emperor Tian Yuan was already dead. The one speaking to him might only be the remnant will of Emperor Tian Yuan. Chapter 429. Emperor Tian Yuan was the ancestor of the Sky Origin Divine Clan, the one who was killed by the Holy Emperor. What if I told you that our common enemy is the Holy Emperor? Nieli faintly smiled. The Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan's intent flickered with killing intent. Young man, do you think I'll believe you? You're still so young, yet you haven't even met the Holy Emperor. If the Holy Emperor wanted to kill you, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Senior Tian Yuan, do you know about space-time? Nieli smiled. Space-time? You traveled through space-time from the ancient era? No, if you're an expert from the ancient era, there's no way I wouldn't recognize you. Emperor Tian Yuan was a little doubtful. If I told you that I came back to the present 100 years later, would Senior Tian Yuan be willing to believe me? Nieli asked again. 100 years later, the river of time always surges forward, never backward, unless Emperor Tian Yuan stopped speaking as his intent landed on Nieli. Emperor Tian Yuan's intent seemed to want to pierce through Nieli. All right, I believe that you're from 100 years later. I also believe that your enemy is the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan said after a moment of silence. There were many things on Nieli that couldn't be obtained at his current cultivation level. The only explanation was that Nieli was indeed from 100 years later. 100 years later, Long Yuan looked at Nieli in a daze. How could she believe such a bizarre thing? In my previous life, I fought with the Holy Emperor, but I wasn't his match in the end. When I was young, I began to cultivate the heavenly god technique and obtained many treasures. However, it was still too difficult to break the space-time sealed by the Holy Emperor. I never thought that I would meet Senior Tian Yuan here. Nieli said, Tell me, how did you lose in your previous life? Emperor Tian Yuan said solemnly, In my previous life, after the ancestral godland was destroyed, the Holy Emperor broke the seal and broke free. He started slaughtering experts of all kinds, triggering the Great Calamity. Many experts hidden in various domains were no longer willing to drag out an ignoble existence and rose up to resist, but they were all forcibly suppressed by the Holy Emperor. Either your body dies and your soul is destroyed, or you become a slave for all eternity. Nieli said. Emperor Tian Yuan didn't say a word, but Nieli could feel his wrath. Emperor Tian Yuan was killed, and the entire Sky Origin Divine clan was sealed in the endless wilderness. They had to serve as slaves for generations to come. How could Emperor Tian Yuan tolerate such a vicious act? And how were you able to fight against the Holy Emperor? Even if another 100 years pass, you're still only 100 years old. How far can you cultivate? Emperor Tian Yuan finally spoke again. It's because I obtained a treasure that can reverse time and space. That's why I had the opportunity to fight against him. Nieli explained. The treasure you're talking about should be the Temporal Demon Spirit book, right? Emperor Tian Yuan frowned his brows for a brief moment. As far as he could remember, this was the only treasure that possessed such power. Nieli smiled but didn't speak. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. Long Yuan listened from the side. Her mind was in a daze as she looked at Nieli. She couldn't understand Nieli anymore. If you want a deal with the Holy Emperor, I can help you, Emperor Tian Yuan said, but you have to agree to some conditions. What conditions? Nieli asked. That is to lead the entire Sky Origin Divine clan out of the endless wilderness. If you defeat the Holy Emperor, you have to set them free. We must set them free. Emperor Tian Yuan said. There's no need for Senior Tian Yuan to say that. I'll do it myself. Nieli said in a serious tone. Who doesn't covet the position of a sovereign? I believe that the current you can maintain your original heart. However, the future might not be the same. I want you to swear that if you don't abide by the oath, you will be cursed by the heavens and your cultivation will never advance. Emperor Tian Yuan said as he looked at Nieli. Nieli understood that Emperor Tian Yuan was implanting a heart demon in Nieli. If he went against the oath, he would be affected by the heart demon, and his cultivation would never advance. I can swear that after I defeat the Holy Emperor, I will set the Sky Origin Divine clan free. If I go against this oath, may the heavens punish me, and my cultivation will never advance. Nieli raised his right hand and made the oath. Long Yuan watched from the side. She had no idea who the Holy Emperor that Nieli and Emperor Tian Yuan were talking about was. However, she could imagine that this Holy Emperor was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Although she didn't know how strong Emperor Tian Yuan was, she was certain that he was much stronger than any martial ancestor realm expert. I'm relieved to hear that. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. I've left behind quite a few treasures when I was alive. These treasures might not be of much use to emperors, but for Heavenly Axis realm experts like you, they can greatly increase your cultivation. The treasures of an emperor expert, if he could really obtain the treasures left behind by Emperor Tian Yuan, then he would definitely be able to increase Nieli's cultivation speed. Suddenly, the ground in front of Nieli and Long Yuan split open, and a disc slowly rose from the ground. The disc had a radius of a few hundred meters and contained all sorts of items. Aside from battle armors and weapons, there were also all sorts of spiritual herbs. Probably not even martial ancestor realm experts had seen these items before. These items are too powerful. With your current cultivation, if you don't know how to use them, you won't be able to use them. Emperor Tian Yuan sighed. However, these can be considered my gifts to you. I will tell you how to use them, and when you can use them. Nieli laughed. Senior Tian Yuan is underestimating me too much. Don't forget that I've returned from 100 years in the future. I no longer need Senior Tian Yuan to teach me how to use these items. Emperor Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I've saved a lot of trouble." Nieli looked at the items in front of him and was overjoyed. There were hundreds of divine phaseless fruits, hundreds of battle armors, and weapons that surpassed the martial ancestor realm, and all sorts of treasures. These items were too useful. Nieli's current inability to increase his strength quickly had a lot to do with the lack of treasures. There were many treasures that Nieli could not obtain at his current cultivation level. However, after obtaining the items left behind by Emperor Tianyuan, he would definitely be able to increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. As for how to use these items effectively, Nieli had to go back and think about it. After all, at his current cultivation level, he was completely unable to accept such high-level treasures. "I'll accept these items." "Thank you, Senior Tianyuan," Nieli said with a smile as he stored all the treasures in his spatial ring. These items were completely useless to a martial emperor realm expert, especially one who was already dead. Therefore, there was no need for Nieli to be courteous with Emperor Tianyuan. After all, there was a deal between them. Chapter 430. There seem to be some people chasing after you outside. I'll send you out after they leave. Emperor Tianyuan said. "Many thanks, Senior Tianyuan," Nieli said respectfully as he chatted with Emperor Tianyuan about the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan could basically confirm that Nieli was indeed someone from 100 years in the future, and that he had a chance of defeating the Holy Emperor. How many years had it been? He'd been waiting for the chance for revenge. "Aside from these treasures, I have another treasure for you." As soon as Emperor Tianyuan finished speaking, a round disc appeared in the sky. It fluttered down and landed in Nieli's hand. 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nieli exclaimed, "That's right. This is the 10,000 spiritual sword array." Emperor Tianyuan nodded. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor, many experts hidden in the various realms, as well as some treasures, appeared to help Nieli fight against the Holy Emperor. The 10,000 spiritual sword array was one of them. It was only a treasure, but it had killed 5 of the Holy Emperor's deity servants. This item still contains a trace of my intent, and it can be activated by my intent. You won't be able to activate it with your current strength. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can use your intent to communicate with me. I can activate the 10,000 spiritual sword array to help you, but you must understand that it needs to gather the essence of heaven and earth in order to display its power. Don't use it carelessly. It's best if you use it when you're facing the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan said solemnly, "I understand the use of this item. Rest assured, Senior Tianyuan." Nieli cupped his hands and stored the 10,000 spiritual sword array into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The 10,000 spiritual sword array needed to absorb heavenly energy to activate, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting happened to be the place with the densest concentration of heavenly energy. The heavenly energy inside was endless. Nieli had witnessed the might of the 10,000 spiritual sword array. It needed to absorb a large amount of heavenly energy to activate once. After putting away the 10,000 spirits sword formation, Nieli suddenly thought of something. He looked at Emperor Tianyuan and said, "I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "I wonder if Senior Tianyuan knows of a person who calls himself Kong, Ming the Great, from the tiny world." Hearing Nieli's words, Emperor Tianyuan was silent for a long time. After a while, he said, "The Kong Ming the Great you mentioned is very likely to be that person. About a few hundred years ago, a peerless genius appeared. I don't know his background either. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a powerful being. His spiritual will once communicated with me. His cultivation caught the attention of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor sent a few servants to hunt him down. After fighting with the 3 servants of the Holy Emperor for several days, he suddenly disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Regarding Kong Ming the Great, Nieli had always been puzzled and troubled. Aside from that mantra and the way he nurtured his disciple, Nieli was still worried about an enemy that could appear at any time. That person's talent is extraordinary. In just a short span of 200 to 300 years, he already possessed a shocking cultivation. If he's really the reincarnation of a powerful being, then his strength is even above mine. I originally hoped that he could break the seal of the Holy Emperor. But it's a pity that in this endless time and space, there aren't many people that have grown to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tian Yuan's side. To grow to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor in 200 to 300 years. Nieli knitted his brows. If Kong Ming the Great was one, then Nieli from his previous life should also be one. He and Kong Ming the Great both came from the tiny world. He had a vague feeling that there should be some sort of connection between him and Kong Ming the Great. All this time, Nieli had a vague feeling that Kong Ming the Great was closely related to him. Therefore, Nieli had always wanted to investigate Kong Ming the Great. Hearing Emperor Tian Yuan's words, Nieli was even more certain of his suspicions. Emperor Tian Yuan seemed to have thought of something as he asked, "Are you also from the tiny world?" "Yes." Nieli hesitated for a brief moment before nodding his head. Emperor Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. "I understand now. There were some things that I couldn't understand before, but now I finally understand them all." Ha ha ha. Emperor Tian Yuan's laughter shook the entire space. His voice was like a huge bell. Long Yuan couldn't help covering her ears as her beautiful face paled. Emperor Tian Yuan said that he understood. Just what did he understand? What did Senior Tian Yuan understand? Nieli couldn't help asking. "The riddle of this matter will have to be unraveled by you. The Tao of the heavens and earth has its own destiny. One day you will understand it." Emperor Tian Yuan smiled as he continued, "If there's anyone in this world that can fight against the Holy Emperor, then it's definitely you. The fate of all living things will be in your hands." Emperor Tian Yuan understood, but he didn't say anything. This made Nieli's heart filled with doubts. Just what sort of profundity was hidden in this? "I can only tell you one thing. Everything that you've cultivated and inherited is above me," Emperor Tian Yuan solemnly said. "Therefore, you must unearth your own potential and unleash it with your current cultivation speed. It's still too slow to fight against the Holy Emperor. You don't have much time left." "I will definitely do my best," Nieli solemnly said. "There's nothing I can help you with." Emperor Tian Yuan's thoughts landed on Long Yuan, who was standing beside. "Nieli, this little girl is deeply in love with you. There aren't many people around you who are willing to die for you. You must cherish her. Her talent is too poor. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to help you. Then I'll give her some good fortune." A moment later, the boundless thoughts between the heavens and earth instantly went berserk like a storm. Long Yuan was still in a daze when she felt a powerful force pour into her body through the divine gate above her head. Her entire body was filled with boundless power. Her entire body felt like it was about to explode. A deep pain appeared on Long Yuan's beautiful face. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She somewhat understood Emperor Tian Yuan's intentions. If she wanted to help Nieli one day, then she must accept Emperor Tian Yuan's baptism. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan felt waves of power explode within her body. This power was simply about to make her body explode. Not only was her body unable to withstand it, even the artifact armor she wore could not withstand it. The artifact armor was covered in cracks. With a bang, the entire artifact armor exploded. The artifact armor could not withstand it, and her clothes had long been turned to ashes. Chapter 4:31. Nieli never expected such a thing to happen. His eyes widened. At this moment, Long Yuan was like a goddess that had descended from the 9 heavens. Her body was completely bare, and her perfect curves made it hard for anyone to shift their gaze away. An incomparably powerful energy poured into Long Yuan's body from the God Gate above her head. Long Yuan gritted her teeth and endured the intense pain. She tried her best to open her eyes and look at her situation. When she saw Nieli's gaze, her face instantly turned red. "You don't look anymore." Nieli smiled and shifted his gaze away. After all, Nieli had lived 2 lifetimes. Although he'd seen Long Yuan naked, he was still calm and collected. After a long while, Long Yuan's consciousness finally cleared up. She was shocked by the power she possessed. Her cultivation had actually gone from the heavenly Axis realm to the Tao of Dragon realm. Furthermore, she was at least at the 6th stage of the Tao of Dragon realm. There was still surging energy within her body that she hadn't absorbed. If she absorbed all of it, her cultivation would probably rise by a few levels. It wouldn't be hard for her to step into the martial ancestor realm. Aside from her cultivation, a mantra also appeared in her mind. This should be Emperor Tian Yuan's cultivation technique. Long Yuan immediately put on her clothes, looking extremely embarrassed. "I've completely changed your fate and divine meridians. From today onwards, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. "I've never accepted a disciple before. You can be considered my first." An expert like Emperor Tian Yuan had long seen through the mundane affairs of the world. Naturally, he wouldn't care. Furthermore, he was only a remnant of his will. Long Yuan's face blushed as she glanced at Nieli. Nieli had seen her naked just now. She didn't care. In any case, Nieli had to be responsible for this matter. Nieli turned around and saw the bashful expression on Long Yuan's face. The scene from earlier couldn't help replaying in his mind. He had to admit that Long Yuan's figure was indescribable, sexy and hot. She was probably not inferior to her mother. At this moment, Long Yuan had already put on a light pink dress. Coupled with her bashful expression, she actually looked a little shy and lovely. Nieli thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was this still the female T-Rex Long Yuan from before? Ahem. Nieli coughed. He cupped his hands towards the void and said, "Thank you, Senior Tian Yuan." "Thank you, Master." Long Yuan said gratefully. After all, Emperor Tian Yuan had indeed helped her, allowing her cultivation to rise to such an astonishing level. Emperor Tian Yuan let out a hearty laugh. "I can do it, but that's all I can do. As for what happens next, it's up to you guys." If the Holy Emperor were to be resurrected, the entire space-time would be refined. Be it the human clan or the demon clan, they would all be annihilated. Everyone would be doomed. Therefore, defeating the Holy Emperor was something that they had to do. Those people have already left. I'll send you guys off. My myriad spiritual sword array is also the inheritance treasure of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. Seeing things is like seeing people. If those brats of the Sky Origin Divine Clan are disobedient, I just need to use the myriad spiritual sword array, and they should be obedient. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled. A surge of energy swept Nieli and Long Yuan away. Emperor Tian Yuan's voice sounded from afar. "Brat, I'll be waiting for the day you defeat the Holy Emperor." Don't disappoint me." Emperor Tian Yuan's voice disappeared without a trace. By the time Nye Li and Long Yuan opened their eyes, they were already outside. Thinking of the two seniors who had sacrificed their lives to cover for her escape, Long Yuan's face once again revealed a sorrowful expression. Seeing Long Yuan's expression, Nye Li immediately understood. After thinking for a while, he said, "Where did your two elders die? Bring me there. Perhaps I have a chance of reviving them. I can first store their remnant souls into my spirit mirror. Once my cultivation breaks through to martial ancestor, I will be able to revive them. Once I break through to the martial ancestor realm, I can resurrect them." Really? Long Yuan's eyes widened. In the past, she did not believe that deity realm experts existed in this world. However, after meeting Emperor Tian Yuan, she began to believe it. A martial ancestor, realm expert, already possessed such strength. How unimaginable would the strength of a godly realm cultivator be? Nye Li flew with Long Yuan and found the corpses of the two seniors. He picked up the soul mirror, and with a swoosh, the two remnant souls were sucked into the soul mirror. Looking at the soul mirror in his hand, apart from the two remnant souls, there was also Yizong's remnant soul. When would he be able to resurrect them? Nye Li clenched his fists slightly. His strength was still not enough. "Thank you, Nye Li." Long Yuan saw the two remnant souls enter the soul mirror. Her eyes became misty as she threw herself into Nye Li's arms. Nye Li was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and patted Long Yuan's shoulder. After a long time, Nye Li said with a bitter smile, "Are you done? I'm about to suffocate from your pressure." Hearing Nye Li's words, Long Yuan's face instantly turned red. She immediately let go of Nye Li, stomped her feet, and flew away. "Hey, miss, I can't catch up to you if you run so fast. Don't you know that your current cultivation is so much higher than mine?" Nye Li shouted as he flew, neither too fast nor too slow. Long Yuan slowed down her footsteps. Two streaks of light flew away and disappeared into the horizon. Sky Soul Institute. The news of Nye Li and Long Yuan's return to the Sky Soul Institute quickly spread. Not only did the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League know about it, but even Long Tianming's side knew about it. An even bigger storm was brewing. At this very moment, in a valley within the Sky Soul Institute, Inyueru's beautiful face was hidden by a cloak. She sat before an array, her fingers constantly pinching together. She stared ahead and lightly sighed. "It's about time. Do I still want to see him? Forget it. It's better not to see him." After all, everything that had happened before was something that happened in her previous life. Inyueru still couldn't accept that a stranger had suddenly stepped into her world and become her disciple. However, everything that had happened in her previous life was still vivid in her mind. It was extremely real. "You're about to reach the heavenly axis realm. The Holy Emperor will soon come looking for you. If I don't leave, the entire Hagami Munyan won't be able to escape misfortune." Inyueru stared ahead. "Yi Ziyun, Xiaoning, Daozit Lu Piao. Since I know your fates, why don't I give you some advice? Consider it my final help." With a whoosh, Inyueru disappeared into thin air like a wisp of smoke. It was as if she'd never appeared in the first place. Inyueru had always lived alone. If no one came, no one would know that she'd left for a long time. Chapter 432. For the next few days, Nye Li, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest worked hard to make arrangements. Gu Heng, Long Tianming, and the rest were so overbearing and relentless in their pursuit of the members of the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League. How could they not retaliate? In one of the rooms in the courtyard, Long Yuan, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest were gathered together. "Nye Li, what are you doing?" Lu Piao couldn't help but look at Nia Li curiously. In the past few days, Nia Li had collected hundreds of herbs and a huge cauldron. He seemed to be preparing to refine something. Nia Li smiled mysteriously. I'm preparing to refine an elixir pill. You'll know its effects very soon. Elixir pill? What elixir pill? Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the rest couldn't help but look curious. Long Yuan also blinked. She was very curious. Recently, when she found out about Nia Li's identity, she was indeed conflicted for a long time. But after thinking about it, she felt relieved. Regardless of whether Nia Li was someone from 100 years in the future, that was only Nia Li's past. She liked the current Nia Li, and that was enough. Nia Li took out a divine phaseless fruit and a divine cold iron needle. He picked out a tiny bit of flesh from the divine phaseless fruit and placed it into a bottle. This bottle contains rootless water. Shake this bottle evenly, then evenly distribute it among 100 bottles. Shake it again, then take out one bottle and distribute it among the other 100 bottles. Nia Li said as he tidied up the other herbs. Hearing Nia Li's words, Li Xingyun and the others roughly understood Nia Li's intention. Nia Li wanted to dilute the essence of the fruit into 10,000 bottles. What kind of elixir is this? Even if it's a miraculous elixir diluted 10,000 times, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Lu Piao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yeah, this is 10,000 times diluted. Gu Bei couldn't help but say. Nia Li smiled and said, You haven't seen the divine phaseless fruit before, so you don't know its use. That's why you said that. Divine phaseless fruit. I've never heard of it before. Li Xingyun was stunned. I wonder what kind of miraculous elixir the divine phaseless fruit is, that it can still be effective even after being diluted 10,000 times. To us, this god phaseless fruit can only be described as a miraculous spirit pill. It's also indescribable. If a martial ancestor were to consume the tiny bit that I picked out with the divine frost metal needle, that martial ancestor would instantly explode and die because they would not be able to withstand the powerful medicinal effects of the divine phaseless fruit. Nia Li said with a smile, So powerful. You're not exaggerating, right? Li Xingyun and the others' faces changed. Martial ancestor realm. How powerful was that? Just a tiny bit. Even a martial ancestor realm expert would explode and die. That was too shocking. When have I ever lied? Nia Li laughed. This divine phaseless fruit was Emperor Tian Yuan's personal collection, and its medicinal effects were not something a martial ancestor could imagine. Even if it's diluted 10,000 times, its medicinal effects are still too strong for us to withstand. After being diluted 10,000 times, just one drop of it would cause our bodies to explode and die. Then what are you going to do? Li Xinyan could not help but ask. Her heart was filled with shock. I'm going to dilute this medicine by 10,000 times and use dozens of methods to alleviate its medicinal effects before refining it into an elixir. Nia Li explained. When the elixir is refined, its medicinal effects will be extremely shocking. I wonder if this elixir can help us reach the pinnacle of the heavenly axis realm. Not to mention the pinnacle of the heavenly axis realm, even breaking through to the Tao of Dragon realm wouldn't be a problem. Nia Li said with confidence, Tao of Dragon realm. Everyone's eyes widened. Breaking through to the Tao of Dragon realm? How could it be that simple? Then, can it help me break through to the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon realm? Our Dragon Seal family is about to choose a successor. If I can break through to the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon realm, then I'll have full confidence. Even the patriarch can't stop me, Long Yuan said after a brief pondering. Li Xingyun and the rest were extremely shocked by Long Yuan's sudden increase in strength. How long had it been Since Long Yuan's breakthrough, her current cultivation was already far beyond their reach. They really had no idea how Long Yuan cultivated. One might not be enough, but two is definitely enough. Nieli said after a brief pondering, "This elixir is enough to let your physical body be reborn. However, it will take at least 3 days for you to absorb a single elixir." Hearing Nieli's confirmation, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao were all dumbfounded. Such a powerful medicinal effect, compared to the Tao of Dragon Realm. Was 3 days even considered a long time? For a person to cultivate from the Heavenly Axis Realm to the Tao of Dragon Realm, it could easily take several years, or even dozens of years. Wasn't this elixir a little too heaven-defying? In Nie Li's view, it was very normal. In the eyes of someone like Emperor Tian Yuan, a Tao of Dragon Realm expert was basically an ant-like existence. What's the big deal about breaking through in 3 days? One had to know that what they had right now was the divine phaseless fruit that only a deity rank expert could possess. The value of a single divine phaseless fruit probably couldn't even be compared to the entire Hagami Nyunmyun. Even an ordinary martial ancestor realm expert wouldn't know how to use the divine phaseless fruit, even if they had won. However, Nieli knew. Over the next few days, Nieli began to refine elixirs like crazy. With the detailed instructions, refining elixirs was no longer a difficult task. Roughly 10 days later, Nieli had refined over 500 elixirs. Looking at the sparkling, translucent, jade-like elixirs, Nieli couldn't help revealing a gratified smile. With these elixirs, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. This was all thanks to Senior Tian Yuan. If it weren't for Senior Tian Yuan's divine phaseless fruit, even if he knew the refining method, he wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. Nieli summoned several Sky Origin Divine Clan experts from the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting and sent them over to Yi, Ziyun, Ning, and Daozit. These elixirs would definitely allow their cultivations to soar by leaps and bounds. This elixir is the divine elixir that you were talking about. Lu Piao picked up one of the elixirs and examined it. When they found out that Nieli was refining such a powerful divine elixir, they couldn't wait any longer. Every now and then, they'd run over to take a look. When they found out that the elixir had been refined, they couldn't wait to give it a try. You can eat it and give it a try. The corner of Nie Li's mouth rose into a smile. Looking at the elixir, Lu Piao had a feeling that Nie Li's words were absolutely true. Back when they were still in Glory City, Nieli had provided them with such powerful cultivation techniques. Therefore, he firmly believed in Nieli's words. Lu Piao opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir. He immediately felt a terrifying flame burning in his dantian. This flame simply wanted to devour him. He immediately sat down. What a terrifying medicinal effect. Chapter 433. It was a complete rebirth. The terrifying medicinal energy constantly rushed into his soul realm as though it was about to burst. None of the elixirs he'd eaten in the past were as terrifying as this one. Lu Piao turned pale with fright. If this medicinal energy burst his soul realm, he'd be done for. If he lost his life, what was the point of increasing his cultivation? But very quickly, the medicinal energy continued to nourish Lu Piao's soul realm, allowing Lu Piao's soul realm to recover. Aside from the terrifying medicinal energy, this elixir also had the effect of nourishing the soul realm. Lu Piao was shocked. He felt his cultivation rising, breaking through to the Heavenly Axis realm, 1 stage Heavenly Axis realm, 2 stage Heavenly Axis realm, and finally stopping at the 5 stage Heavenly Axis realm. My God, just what kind of heaven-defying elixir is this? The effects were too terrifying. A single elixir could raise his cultivation by so much. What would happen if he ate a few more? Li Xingyun, Gu Bei and the rest looked at Lu Piao in shock as they gulped down mouthfuls of saliva. This was too terrifying. They could clearly feel the increase in Lu Piao's cultivation. How long had it been? It was just a tiny elixir. Nia Li lightly smiled. Lu Piao's changes were within his expectations. This was an elixir made from the divine phaseless fruit, left behind by an emperor-ranked expert. For people of their cultivation, it was no different from a super elixir. Nieli, hurry up and give me one. Li Xingyun said impatiently. Anyone in the Hagami Munyan wouldn't be able to hold themselves back if they saw the speed at which Lu Piao's cultivation was rising. Nia Li distributed the elixirs to everyone, then entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He also distributed the elixirs to the experts of the Sky Origin Divine Clan. After everyone received the medicinal pills, they all began to cultivate wholeheartedly. For over a month, the members of the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League stayed in the Sky Soul Institute. They didn't leave, no matter how much Gu Heng's subordinates cursed them. None of them went out. The core members of the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League seemed to have disappeared. Because they hadn't seen the core members for a long time, the outer members were restless. Many of them left the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League, and even became Gu Heng's subordinates. In a courtyard of the Sky Soul Institute, He Yuan, aren't we being too unkind? A person said weakly. The person who spoke was a skinny young man of about 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in plain white clothes. The scar-faced man called He Yuan sneered. Unkind? Why did we join the Demon League? Wasn't it because they saw that the Demon Alliance had potential and the conditions they offered were more generous? What about now? Look at the Demon League. Who knows where the core members of the Demon League have gone? They're probably hiding like turtles. What's the point of us staying here? But we're leaving, and we're bringing over 200 brothers with us. The Demon League won't be able to hold on any longer. Gu Heng's conditions aren't bad either. If we bring more brothers with us, we can negotiate with Gu Heng. If it's just the two of us, would Gu Heng even care about us? Would Gu Heng care about us? He Yuan curled his lips and said, ever since the core members of the Demon League went into seclusion, the outer members were restless. Under He Yuan's encouragement, over 200 people were willing to leave with He Yuan. Naturally, Gu Heng was willing to accept the traitors of the Demon League. Furthermore, he offered very generous conditions. The skinny young man pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, fine. Since there's no future in the Demon League, let's go. Aside from the few hundred that became Gu Heng's subordinates, there were over 1,000 that left. During this period of time, Nieli had been paying attention to the Demon League. Nieli had already provided elixirs to nurture the trustworthy core members of the Demon League. As for the outer members, Nieli was still observing those that wanted to join Gu Heng and leave the Demon League. Nieli didn't stop them and allowed them to leave. Although many people left, there were still a lot of people who stayed. After this turmoil, he believed that those that stayed were worth nurturing. The majority of them were worth nurturing. Nieli had been secretly cleaning up the Demon League spies. As for the trustworthy members, he found them and nurtured them in secret. The Sky Soul Institute had been peaceful. After the Demon League, Tianqing League, and Profound Note League ceased their activities, Gu Heng became even more cheerful. He wantonly recruited troops and even declared that he would take back Gu Bei's position as the first-in-line successor. As for the Ashen Flames family's Li Yufeng, he announced that he would soon become the acting patriarch of the Ashen Flames family. As for Long Tianming, although he hadn't made any movements, he was rumored to be the acting patriarch of Hagami Munyan. The experts of the older generation all wanted to cultivate in seclusion and strengthen the foundation of Hagami Munyan. As for the trivial matters, they naturally didn't want to bother with them and wanted to leave them to the younger generation. Nieli had been constantly raising his cultivation and observing the changes in the Divine Feathers sect. No matter how the situation changed, as long as the Demon League's strength grew, it wouldn't be a problem. Aside from his daily cultivation, Nieli would occasionally head to the Skycloud Hall of Hagami Myunmyun to exchange ideas with Hierarch Skycloud. At this point, Hierarch Skycloud already had a lot of trust in Nieli Hagami Myunmyun's Skycloud Hall. Nieli, you're saying that you want to compete for the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun? Hierarch Skycloud was briefly stunned. That's right, Nieli firmly replied. Right now, the Yaoshin sect is pressuring us. If Long Tianming takes control, I'm afraid that Hagami Myunmyun will fall into an even greater crisis. Therefore, I want to compete for the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. But there's no chance of success. Your foundation in Hagami Myunmyun is too shallow, so much so that many disciples of Hagami Myunmyun don't even know who you are. How are you going to compete for the acting patriarch position? Although you're my disciple, and I'm willing to support you, Hagami Myunmyun is huge. Just my support alone isn't enough. Hierarch Skycloud smiled as he shook his head. Nyat Li's idea was too whimsical. I know that you have great ambitions and outstanding talent. However, it's still too difficult for you to become the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. If I take control of Hagami Myunmyun will definitely welcome a new era of glory. I only want to know if Master will firmly support me. Nieli asked as he looked at Hierarch Skycloud. He reckoned that even Hierarch Skycloud was doubtful of his ability. Hierarch Skycloud pondered for a brief moment. He was a little shocked. Seeing how confident Nieli was, could it really be possible? Hierarch Skycloud quietly sat on his chair. After a brief silence, he said, I'm afraid that even I can't firmly support you. I'm afraid that it's even more impossible for the other hierarchs. As long as Master supports me, I'm confident, Nieli said firmly. Chapter 434. My support alone isn't enough. Unless you can prove that you indeed have the ability to bring Hagami Myunmyun to glory, Hierarch Skycloud said silently, I will prove to Master that I have that ability, but I still need your full support. Nieli said, in terms of character, I think more highly of you. You're much better than Long Tianming, but Situ Beiyan isn't bad either. Hierarch Skycloud thought for a moment before continuing. Situ Beiyan is the child of the patriarch. Unfortunately, his desire to win isn't that strong. Situ Beiyan? Nya Li seemed to have heard of him before. In his previous life, Situ Beiyan had been plotted against and died mysteriously. Later on, when Long Tianming came to power, everything seemed to be Situ Beiyan's doing. Since Situ Beiyan didn't win against Long Tianming in his previous life, it probably wouldn't be a good thing for him to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun in this life. This is an elixir that I've refined for Master. After consuming this elixir, I believe that Master will understand my intentions. I can help the Divine Feathers sect reach a level of glory that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. Nyatli said with confidence as he respectfully handed the elixir to Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud took the medicinal pill. When his gaze fell on the medicinal pill, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He could feel the terrifying medicinal power of the medicinal pill. He opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill. He felt a surge of medicinal power surge down his throat. Hierarch Skycloud felt as if his body was on fire. Hierarch Skycloud was already a martial ancestor realm powerhouse. Under normal circumstances, ordinary medicinal pills wouldn't have any effect on him, unless it was a 10-million-year-old divine medicine. However, those divine medicines weren't that easy to find. It had been at least a few decades since Hierarch Skycloud had eaten any medicinal pills that were beneficial to his cultivation. It was because his cultivation foundation was too strong. However, the medicinal power contained in Yi Xinghe's medicinal pill was actually much stronger than the power that he cultivated. For the past 5 years, Hierarch Skycloud's cultivation had been stuck at the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that he had consumed this elixir, his cultivation had actually increased crazily. He instantly broke through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm and did not stop there. Just what kind of divine medicine was this? Its medicinal strength was actually so terrifying. What determined the status of Hagami Myunmyun was not the strength of the ordinary disciples. Instead, they were the 5 leaders of Hagami Myunmyun. Among the 5 leaders, the strongest one was at LV5 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm, while the weakest was at LV1 Martial Arts Grandmaster Realm. 5 martial arts Grandmaster Realm experts. This was the pinnacle of power in the entire Hagami Myunmyun. As long as these 5 martial ancestor realm experts were still alive, the Hagami Myunmyun would not weaken. However, if something were to happen to these 5 martial ancestor realm masters, then the Hagami Myunmyun would collapse, just like in his previous life. These 5 martial ancestor realm experts would need years or even decades before their cultivations would increase slightly. At their level, if they wanted to increase their cultivation, they would not be able to do so through pure cultivation. They would also need some opportunities. Every time a martial ancestor realm broke through, their lifespan would be extended by 12 years. After living for so long, Hierarch Skycloud felt that his strength was falling short of his desire. He felt that in a few more decades, he would reach the end of his life. However, right now, Niao Li's elixir had actually allowed Hierarch Skycloud to directly break through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. This was no small matter. After a moment, Hierarch Skycloud suddenly opened his eyes, which were bursting with divine light. I never thought that such a small elixir would have such terrifying medicinal strength. Hierarch Skycloud couldn't help but sigh. Niao Li, since I've eaten one of your elixirs, I've accepted your kindness. Master will definitely do his best to help you settle this matter. Master's words are too serious. Since this disciple has something good, it's only right to show filial respect to Master. Niao Li said with a smile. He still had some understanding of Hierarch Skycloud's character. Asking Hierarch Skycloud for help was definitely the right thing to do. Hierarch Skycloud was silent for a long time. He never thought that Niao Li would actually have such a miraculous elixir. If he had 5 or 6 of these elixirs, it would allow the Hagami Myunmyun to usher in a whole new level of glory. Aside from directly helping him break through, a lot of the medicinal strength of the elixir had also been stored in his soul realm. He estimated that he would need to go into seclusion for a few months before he could digest the medicinal strength. This elixir was enough to allow him to break through to the 5th or even 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Such a miraculous elixir was definitely extremely rare. How difficult would it be to take out 5 or 6 of them? Moreover, as Hierarch Skycloud's master, if he were to ask Niao Li for elixirs, wouldn't that be too degrading? He definitely wouldn't do such a thing. I still have some of these elixirs here. There are over 30 of them in this bottle. I hope that master can help me persuade the patriarch and the other big shots to give me the position of Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. I will definitely do my best, and do my best to bring the Hagami Myunmyun to another level of glory. I believe that Master should be able to confirm that I have the ability to do so. Niao Li handed a bottle of elixirs to Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud looked at the bottle of elixirs in Nye Li's hands in disbelief. His eyes revealed deep shock. This was simply too shocking. If there were 5 or 6 of these elixirs, it would already be extremely shocking. However, Nye Li had actually taken out an entire bottle with over 30 of them. Over 30 elixirs. What kind of concept was that? Hierarch Skycloud's breathing became hurried. He was an extremely steady person, but he understood the significance of over 30 elixirs. It wasn't that he was greedy for these elixirs. Instead, he understood how great of an impact these elixirs would have on the Hagami Myunyan. Nye Li, do you know what these 30 elixirs represent? Are you really willing to contribute them to the Hagami Myunyan? Hierarch Skycloud took a deep breath and looked at Nye Li as he asked. Yes. Nye Li nodded solemnly. These 30 elixirs were specially refined for martial ancestor realm experts like Hierarch Skycloud. In Hierarch Skycloud's eyes, these elixirs were extremely precious. Every single one of them was priceless. However, Nye Li still had so many divine phaseless fruits in his possession that he could refine many, many more elixirs. Hierarch Skycloud nodded and said, "Since you're willing to contribute these elixirs to the Hagami Myunyan, then you're a meritorious servant to the Hagami Myunyan. I believe that the Patriarch and the others will be willing to hand over the position of Patriarch to you on account of your contributions. In a few years, the old Patriarch of the Hagami Myunyan would begin his closed-door cultivation to break through to a higher realm. At that time, he would hand over the position of Patriarch. The position of Patriarch was merely to manage the entire Hagami Myunyan. The 5 big shots of Hagami Myunyan were definitely above the Patriarch. Nye Li had helped the 5 big shots of Hagami Myunyan increase their strength. To the 5 big shots of Hagami Myunyan, handing over the position of Patriarch to Nye Li wasn't a bad idea. This was definitely a worthwhile exchange. Chapter 435. Just these elixirs alone were more than enough to exchange for the position of Hagami Myunyan's Patriarch. Nye Li lightly smiled. He knew that Hierarch Skycloud would make his decision. He was the only one who could bring Hagami Myunyan to true glory. Hagami Myunyan will soon arrange for the successor Patriarch position. You should make some preparations first. I don't know how many people will support you, but with these elixirs, I estimate that at least 3 martial ancestor realm experts will support you. However, just the support of martial ancestor realm experts won't be enough. You also need to have enough strength to convince everyone. Otherwise, even if you become the Patriarch, you won't be able to obtain the recognition of others. This Patriarch position won't be stable. Hierarch Skycloud faintly smiled. Master, you can rest assured about this. Since I want to compete for the position of Patriarch, if I can't even handle such a small matter, then I might as well not fight for it. Nye Li smiled. Hierarch Skycloud nodded his head at Nye Li's words. Nye Li's origins were truly mysterious. However, Hierarch Skycloud didn't suspect that Nye Li had any ill intentions towards Hagami Myunyan. If he did, then he wouldn't have given them such powerful elixirs. These elixirs would definitely allow Hagami Myunyan to ascend to another level. Nye Li left the Skycloud Shrine and returned to his residence. Hierarch Skycloud took the elixirs that Nye Li had given him and went to negotiate with the other martial ancestor realm experts. During this period of time, Nye Li had been wholeheartedly cultivating. Time quickly passed, and the Patriarch election was about to begin. Long Tianming had become more active than before. The 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses were all in seclusion, so he had to win enough support for his ascension to the Patriarch's position. Therefore, he was constantly bribing the elders and grand elders of the Hagami Myunyan. In comparison, Situbayen was much calmer. He didn't seem to be that enthusiastic about becoming the patriarch. Of course, it was inevitable that he would have to work behind the scenes. Long Tianming's residence. What did you say? Why is Situbayen still alive and well? Long Tianming's face darkened. Several black-clothed men knelt before Long Tianming. Young master, we are not sure either. Every time we tried to poison them, they were neutralized. There was once when we sent people to ambush Situbayen, but they were also rescued by Situbayen's people. Long Tianming furrowed his brows. It seemed like someone knew that he wanted to get rid of Situbayen and was secretly obstructing him. Long Tianming snorted. Situbayen is the son of the patriarch. There are still many people who support him in the Hagami Munyan, and he's a huge threat. However, 80% of the elders support me. 90% of the grand elders, who are at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm, support me. Aside from that, at least 2 or 3 of the 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses support me. The patriarch is preparing to retire, so he won't obviously side with Situbayen. I don't believe that Situbayen has any chance of winning. Let him go. No matter what, he had to take control of the entire Hagami Munyan. All of you are dismissed. Long Tianming said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-clothed men quickly retreated. After the black-clothed men left, Long Tianming sat down on a chair. He carefully fiddled with a black token that had a malevolent demon beast engraved on it. Situbayen, I don't believe that you can defeat me with the help of the Yaoshan sect. Long Tianming sneered. According to what he knew, the Yaoshan sect had long since infiltrated the Hagami Munyan and held a certain amount of power within the Hagami Munyan. This power was enough to influence the outcome of the patriarch's selection. Long Tianming was the spokesperson of the Yaoshan sect. As long as Long Tianming became the new patriarch of the Hagami Munyan, although they wouldn't be able to touch the 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses of the Hagami Munyan, at least the others would be under their control. When the time came, they would slowly deal with the 5 martial ancestor realm powerhouses. If that happened, it would be a piece of cake for them to eliminate the Hagami Munyan. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall of Situbayen's courtyard. Nie Li, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan were all present. Nie Li, it's as you've said. Long Tianming wants to use all sorts of methods to harm me. I owe you a favor. However, it won't be easy for Long Tianming to kill me. Situbayen's brows slightly twitched as he spoke. Regarding this matter, I believe that Brother Situ already understands. I've come this time to ask Brother Situ for help. Nie Li lightly smiled. Help? What kind of help? Situbayen picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. I know Brother Situ's character. Brother Situ wants to make the Hagami Munyan truly powerful. I'm about to become a candidate for the patriarch's position, so I'd like to ask Brother Situ to lend me a hand and help me ascend to the patriarch's position. Nie Li straightforwardly said. Situbayen was stunned for a moment when he heard Nie Li's words. However, he suddenly burst into laughter. Nie Li, I admit that I owe you a favor. However, isn't this request of yours a little too ridiculous? Not to mention that I'm also a candidate. Even if I didn't participate, I wouldn't have chosen you. After all, your qualifications in the Hagami Munyan are still shallow. How long has it been since you came to the Hagami Munyan? Just like the Hagami Munyan's patriarch's position, the Hagami Munyan's patriarch's position wouldn't be handed to someone with an unknown background, right? I know what Brother Situ is trying to say. However, don't you think I'm more qualified than Long Tianming? If Brother Situ has the ability, then send someone to investigate Long Tianming. If you want to investigate Long Tianming, then start from his first few trials. Long Tianming had already joined the Yaoshan sect at that time. Do you have any proof for what you're saying? Situ Baiyan's brows twitched. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, then he absolutely couldn't let Long Tianming ascend to the patriarch's position. I don't have any proof. Whether you believe me or not is up to Brother Situ. After all, Brother Situ is also a candidate. When the time comes, Hierarch Skycloud will also nominate me as a candidate. I only hope that if Brother Situ can't defeat Long Tianming, then you'll turn around and support me. Nieli lightly smiled. Big Brother Situ, I'll definitely support Nieli, Gubei firmly said. Me too. Li Xingyun also nodded her head. Me too. Long Yuan also said without the slightest hesitation. Situ Beiyan was slightly stunned when he heard Gubei, Li Xingyun, and Long Yuan's words. He couldn't understand why Gubei and the other two would be so firm in supporting Nieli. Just what kind of charm did Nieli have to make Gubei? And the other two believe in him so much. Gubei, Xingyun Yuan, let's go. I believe that Brother Situ will definitely make the right choice. Nieli lightly smiled as he stood up and walked out. Gubei and the others also hurriedly followed after him. Situ Beiyan frowned as he watched Nieli's group leave. He carefully pondered over Nieli's words. If Long Tianming really was someone from the Yaoshan sect, no matter what, he absolutely couldn't let Long Tianming become the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch. Chapter 436. Over the next few months, Nieli continued to nurture a group of disciples loyal to the Demon League, as well as experts recruited from the Sky Origin Divine clan. During this time, Nieli and the rest didn't stop expanding their forces. With so many divine herbs and all sorts of treasures, the Demon League, Tianxing League, and Profound Note League's forces expanded at a frightening speed. Nieli's strength also increased rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the Heavenly Axis realm. Although he was only at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Axis realm, Nieli's true strength wasn't inferior to a fifth-stage Tao of Dragon Realm expert. The Heavenly God cultivation technique was harder to cultivate. However, once it was improved, the increase in strength would be dozens of times, or even dozens of times greater than ordinary geniuses. Gubei looked at Nieli and said, Nieli, I'll soon be in charge of the Gu clan's Empyrean Hall. Although Gu Hong was punished to face the wall, the forces under him didn't stop. Some time ago, many people betrayed the Demon League, but they were all subdued by them. Empyrean Hall's Empyrean Hall? What kind of position is that? Nieli couldn't help asking. Gubei lightly smiled and said, It's like this. In the Gu clan, the successor has no real authority. However, as the successor, you have the qualifications to take charge of the Empyrean Hall's Empyrean Hall. The Empyrean Hall isn't that big, with only a few hundred people. However, it's involved in all aspects of the clan's affairs. Once you gain a firm foothold in the Empyrean Hall, you can take charge of the clan. Nieli lightly smiled and asked, How is it? Is it difficult to take charge of the Empyrean Hall? Gubei smiled and said, If it's just me, it'll be difficult. However, there's still my sister. Hearing Gubei's words, Nieli couldn't help but think of a beautiful, stubborn, and intelligent girl. Nieli couldn't help asking, How's your sister doing? With the divine medicine you gave her, my sister's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. She's already at the second stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. Aside from guiding me in the affairs of the various races, she spends most of her time cultivating. She wants to borrow the power of the divine medicine. She will break through to the martial ancestor realm in a few years. Gubei said, His sister's cultivation speed was simply amazing. Your sister's talent is truly astonishing. Nieli couldn't help but sigh. My elder sister often talks about you. She says that you are a person with God's fate and that you have the ability to reverse destiny. She asked me to assist you well, Gubei said with a smile. People with divine fate, reversing fate. Nieli thought for a moment. Gubei's elder sister, Gulan, was right. He was here to defy fate. Nieli's eyes were deep as he stared into the distance, thinking of the incomparably powerful Holy Emperor. Nieli could not help but feel a strong sense of urgency. At this moment, Nieli's head suddenly felt as if it had exploded. Ah! Nieli screamed in pain. Even Nieli was unable to endure that kind of terrifying pain. Nieli, what happened to you? Gubei asked anxiously from the side. Seeing Nieli holding his head and screaming in pain, he was at a loss. What was going on? Why did Nieli suddenly become like this? Hearing Nieli's screams, Long Yuan, Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, and the others all ran over. What happened to Nieli? Quick, help him up. Everyone scrambled to help Nieli up, then put Nieli down on the bed. However, Nieli continued to roll on the ground and struggle. Long Yuan saw Nieli's painful look. Tears immediately flowed down. What happened to him? What happened? Did he go berserk during his cultivation? Li Xingyun had never encountered such a situation before. He could only hold down the struggling Nieli and take Nieli's pulse. Although he's not a good doctor, he still has some medical knowledge. In the past, they always listened to Nieli. They never thought that one day Nieli would suddenly become like this. For a moment, they didn't know how to deal with it. There's no problem with his pulse. There should be a problem with his soul realm. If there's a problem with his soul realm, we can't recklessly intervene. Set up a barrier around here. Also, get him some calming incense. Hurry up and find some good doctors. Very quickly, one after another, doctors ran to Nieli. They were all the best doctors from the 3 great families. However, after they observed Nieli, they all helplessly shook their heads and left. They were also helpless towards Nieli's situation. Nieli felt a terrifying energy bombarding his mind. He only felt an incomparably terrifying pain. His entire soul realm felt like it was about to shatter. Vaguely, he seemed to see a vague figure. It was a beautiful woman. This figure was familiar and so intimate. Nieli couldn't help but walk towards that figure. Master, Nieli murmured. Long Yuan, Li Xingyun, and the rest were guarding Nieli's side. They were all extremely worried because Nieli's situation didn't show any signs. At the same time, they didn't know what the cause was. Lu Piao was already sobbing. Nieli, nothing must happen to you. They left Glory City and came to the Draconic Ruins realm together. Nieli was Lu Piao's best brother. They still had to return together. Long Yuan was also tearing up. In her heart, Nieli wasn't just a simple master. In her heart, she had long fallen in love with Nieli. Nieli's sudden situation had frightened her. She held Nieli's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Gubei and Li Xingyun were the same. They were restless, and their eyes couldn't leave Nieli. Nieli was their best brother and also their best guide. He had guided them out of the terrifying quagmire of life. If something were to happen to Nieli, they would blame themselves to death. Nieli painfully struggled for a long time, continuously roaring for more than half an hour. In the end, his voice slowly weakened, and his struggle became less intense. His breathing gradually calmed down, as if he had fallen into a peaceful sleep. Seeing that Nieli had calmed down, everyone slowly relaxed. I knew it. There shouldn't be any problems. Nieli might have encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Who knows, Maybe he'll be able to break through to the Tao of Dragon Realm. When he wakes up, Gubei relaxed and said, "I knew it. Nieli isn't that unlucky." Li Xingyun pondered for a moment and said, "This sign doesn't seem to be a breakthrough in cultivation. If it was a breakthrough in cultivation, his pulse would be stronger with each wave. However, there shouldn't be any problems with him." "Really?" Long Yuan wiped the tears off her face and looked at Li Xingyun and the rest. However, she was still worried. "Since he's asleep, let him sleep a little longer," Li Xingyun said with a smile. Chapter 4:37. Niali felt as though he'd fallen into a deep dream. That dream was like a black hole that sucked him in. There was a voice that constantly called out to him. It was the voice of a girl. It was so familiar and sweet to his ears. "It's Master! Master, where are you?" Nieli yelled. He'd been trying his best to raise his strength, not daring to stop for even a moment. He knew that if he didn't raise his strength as soon as possible, his master might be assassinated by the people in Hagami Myunmyun. Although Long Yuan had changed and wouldn't be a threat to his master, there were still some people in Hagami Myunmyun with ulterior motives. Nyat Li wanted to become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun so that he could protect his master. "Nyeli, I'm using the heavenly sound technique to communicate with you through my thoughts. Your fate, the reversal of heaven and earth, is too powerful. If I don't do anything, you'll be discovered by the Holy Emperor the moment your cultivation reaches the heavenly axis realm. It won't be long before the Holy Emperor sends his servants to kill you. Therefore, I used the technique of reversing the heavenly Tao to transfer your fate to me." "How did this happen? What about you, Master?" "Nyeli, I've already left Hagami Myunmyun before your cultivation reached the heavenly axis realm. I've given some guidance to your friends in the various sections. They'll definitely be of help to you in the future. As for me, I'm already being chased by the servants. Although I've used the Mirage secret array to conceal my aura, I don't think I'll be able to hold on for much longer." "Master, I've done so much for your safety. As long as you're fine, I'll do anything." "Fool, all good things must come to an end. Since you have something that you must do, then do it. There's no need to think about anything else. Since killing the Holy Emperor is saving all living things, I won't hesitate even if I have to give up my life." Over the years, there had been countless super geniuses who had grasped the heavens divination technique and knew their destinies. They wanted to fight against the Holy Emperor, but they fell one after another, unable to do anything in the end. Even my master was the same. Since my death can be of value, why wouldn't I do it? Nyeli felt a series of images being transmitted into his mind. He felt his master kiss his forehead. That warm feeling was like a mother's caress. Ing Yueru was hovering in the air. The rainbow-colored clouds in the surroundings churned, forming countless illusions around her, making her look like a proud goddess. Her fair and beautiful face was filled with boundless charm. She looked in Nyeli's direction and smiled. Her face was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. All along, in Nyeli's heart, Ing Yuera was like a fairy. She was so otherworldly that every frown and smile seemed to be imprinted in Nyeli's mind. However, Nyeli didn't have the slightest bit of profanity. He was filled with admiration for Ing Yueru, and he only wanted to use all his strength to protect her. Nyeli wanted to step forward, but his body felt like it was trapped in a cage. He couldn't move at all. This was still dreamland. In dreamland, Nyeli couldn't do anything. At that moment, a huge figure appeared outside the rainbow-colored clouds. This figure was several hundred meters tall, clad in silver-black armor, and wielding a huge spear. Its face was malevolent, like an Azura from hell. This fellow was the Holy Emperor's deity servant. In addition to the deity beast, the Holy Emperor also had many deity servants. They were in charge of everything in the world, and they were the Holy Emperor's lackeys. The strength of the deity servants was second only to the deity beast. Inyueru, the Emperor has sent me to take your life. Your life has come to an end. The deity servant's voice was majestic and dignified. It was like rolling thunder that seemed to want to explode Niali's brain. Niali howled mournfully. His eyes were misty as he vaguely saw a huge hand grabbing at the rainbow-colored clouds. "No, master, run!" Niali shouted anxiously. Inyueru looked in his direction, a calm smile on her face. Her smile was as carefree as ever, as if life and death had nothing to do with her. Inyueru had displayed astonishing intelligence since she was young. She was much more mature than any other child, and she was more indifferent than anyone else in the face of life and death. The Holy Emperor can kill me, but he can forget about severing the destiny of the world. The Holy Emperor is unparalleled. He can look down on all the heroes in the world, but he can't look down on the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao feels that the Holy Emperor is a threat to all living things, someone will definitely punish him on behalf of the heavens. The deity's servant laughed heartily when he heard Inyueru's words. "Ha ha ha, what a good punish on behalf of the heavens. Inyueru, you should properly calculate your own fate. The Holy Emperor once said that if the heavenly Tao defies him, he will destroy it. The Holy Emperor has sealed off the boundless space and time. It will only take 200 years for the heavenly Tao to be completely refined. What vast heavenly Tao, supreme and supreme. It's just you cultivators deceiving yourselves. The heavens and earth are so virtuous that they give birth to all living things. We have no way to repay them, yet we have to destroy them. Doesn't the Holy Emperor feel ashamed?" Inyueru asked. "How could ants like you understand the Holy Emperor's heart?" "Inyueru, it's time for you to die." The huge hand clenched its fist, causing the rainbow-colored clouds to explode. Niali watched as Inyueru was grabbed by the huge hand, causing blood to splatter everywhere. "No." Niali let out a heart-wrenching wail. Images appeared in his mind. They were bits and pieces of his life with his master. After his rebirth, he had thought that he had enough power to protect her. However, after his rebirth, his master had still died. A faintly discernible voice echoed in Niali's mind. It was Inyueru's long sigh. Who can understand the karma of the mortal world? Fate comes and goes, so why be sad? Niali, do what you should do. As for me, I will go to where I should go. That voice was filled with melancholy, making Niali feel like his heart was being torn apart. "Holy Emperor, I absolutely won't let you off for 2 lifetimes of enmity." Niali's heart was filled with hatred. His entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart by a terrifying power. This dream quickly disappeared without a trace. Niali once again fell into an endless slumber. His soul realm was constantly circulating at high speed. At this time, Long Yuan and the others were gathered by Niali's side. Niali's heart-wrenching wail had alarmed them. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel that Niali was very sad. Long Yuan felt a faint pain in her heart. She didn't know what had happened to Niali. However, Niali only struggled in pain for a while. His expression became calm once again, and he fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was just a dream. Chapter 438. Situbayan glanced into the distance. He didn't know why Niali wasn't here. Could it be that Long Tianming had used some sort of trick? Could it be that Niali couldn't come? Regardless of whether Niali came or not, Niali's words about Long Tianming had aroused his vigilance against Long Tianming. He definitely wouldn't allow Long Tianming to ascend to the position of the Hagami Nyunmun's patriarch. Situ Bayen coldly barked. With a wave of his hand, a group of experts whizzed out and started probing Long Tianming's group. Who do you think will win? Situ Beiyan or Long Tianming? The surrounding disciples of the Hagami Myunmyan discussed amongst themselves. Big brother Situ, of course. Situ Beiyan was the son of the patriarch. His forces had always been slightly stronger than Long Tianming's. Therefore, everyone was more optimistic about Situ Beiyan's chances. However, Long Tianming isn't a weak opponent either. Lu Piao, Li Xingyun, Gu Bei, and the others were also watching from the side. They felt depressed in their hearts. They'd prepared for so long, but now they could only watch Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan fight. On the contrary, there was nothing for them to do. However, if they had to choose between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan, they would naturally support Situ Beiyan. Long Yuan stood among the Dragon Seal family's group. She felt disgust towards Long Tianming from the bottom of her heart. She'd only come to take a look, but she still had to return to take care of Nia Li. Everyone's gazes were focused on the confrontation in the center. This confrontation might decide the fate of the entire Hagami Myunmyan. Boom, boom, boom. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan's forces were locked in battle. Both sides were evenly matched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 Tao of Dragon Realm experts charged out from Long Tianming's group and started a frenzied slaughter. 6 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Situ Beiyan was startled. Aside from these 6 Tao of Dragon Realm experts, Situ Beiyan discovered that Long Tianming seemed to be hiding some other experts. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3 more Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Since when did Long Tianming recruit so many experts? Situ Beiyan furiously roared as he commanded the 5 Tao of Dragon Realm experts to charge forward. The confrontation of the Tao of Dragon Realm experts was a complete mess. The battle between the Tao of the 5 was a complete chaos. A woman's voice resounded. It was Hierarch Linglong, one of the 5 major figures. She was Long Yuan's grandmother, an influential figure in the Divine Feathers sect. Looks like Situ Beiyan is going to lose. Will the position of acting sect master be given to my Dragon Seal family? Long, T Long of the Li of Li Tian, he said. T of the Long of the Yans of T Longt of the Mingt of Shuntit. Hierarch Martial Sky faintly smiled. The acting of patriarch is for the capable. What harm is there in giving it to the Dragon Seal family? Patriarch, that's not right. Our Dragon Seal family clearly relied on our strength to snatch it. How can you say that we're giving it to him? It's just that Nieli arranged so much and even gave us so many elixirs. Why isn't he here to snatch it? How disappointing. Linglong, if Nieli comes, won't he snatch away Long Tianming's acting patriarch position? Asked another hierarch, Long Yen. Long Yen, I'm not a petty person. The elixirs Nieli gave us are enough to raise our cultivation by a level. Just that alone is more important than the acting patriarch position. If he comes, so what if we give him the acting patriarch position? Hierarch Linglong smiled. Linglong, don't go back on your word. Of course. The 5 hierarchs of Hagami Myunmyan were Hierarch Martial Sky, Hierarch Longyen, Hierarch Skycloud, Hierarch Linglong, and Hierarch Scarlet Blood. These 5 bigwigs were the pinnacle pillars of Hagami Myunmyan. It was because of their existence that the Yaoshan sect and other demonic sects didn't dare to disturb Hagami Myunmyan. Every increase in their cultivation by a level could determine the fate of Hagami Myunmyan. When Hierarch Skycloud gave them the elixirs, they didn't believe it. But after taking the elixirs, they were all shocked by the powerful effects of the elixirs. Even the slowest among them advanced by a level. Hierarch Martial Sky advanced by 2 levels, while Hierarch Skycloud advanced by 3 levels. In the martial ancestor realm, every increase in level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At the same time, every increase in level would cause one's cultivation to increase by several times. It could be said that Nye Li's contributions to Hagami Nyunnyun had exceeded everyone else's. Even if Nye Li was a kid with an unknown background, Nye Li was absolutely qualified to be the acting patriarch. At this moment, the battle between Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan had already reached the climax. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan had also joined the battle. At this moment, they were both existences in the Tao of Dragon realm. Situ Beiyan furiously roared as he integrated with his demon spirit. His demon spirit was a celestial blood-raging dragon. Its entire body was covered in blazing flames, and its sharp claws and fangs emitted a chilling light. This celestial blood-raging dragon was over 10 meters tall and emitted a terrifying aura. It's actually a celestial blood-raging dragon. Even amongst dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits, it can be considered an outstanding breed. The disciples of Hagami Nyunnyun exclaimed, looking at Situ Beiyan's celestial blood rage dragon. Long Tianming's lips curled into a faint smile with a hint of disdain on his face. With a cold snort, his body started to transform. Very quickly, a massive black dragon appeared in everyone's line of sight. This black dragon was much larger than Situ Beiyan's celestial blood-raging dragon. At the same time, its entire body was emitting a mysterious metallic luster. How is this possible? Long Tianming changed his demon spirit. It's actually a darkness saint dragon, a dragon bloodline god. Level growth rate demon spirit was already extremely rare. At the same time, there were some dragon bloodline demon spirits that were even stronger. For example, Nye Li's Bloodwing Saint Dragon and Long Tianming's Darkness Saint Dragon. They were all peak existences. Situ Beiyan, admit defeat. You're not my match. Long Tianming roared as he swung his black claws towards Situ Beiyan's celestial blood-raging dragon. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Darkness Saint Dragon's claws landed on the celestial blood-raging dragon's body, sending it flying. Situ Beiyan's heart was filled with unwillingness. He recalled what Nye Li had said to him. If he lost, then no one would be able to stop Long Tianming. Situ Beiyan furiously roared as he circulated the celestial blood-raging dragon's strength and charged towards Long Tianming. In the past, Long Tianming's strength had always been far inferior to his. But for some reason, Long Tianming's strength had far surpassed his own. Furthermore, Long Tianming had a powerful dragon bloodline demon spirit like the Darkness Saint Dragon. Situ Beiyan would never believe that Long Tianming didn't have someone supporting him. What Nye Li had said might very well be true. He had to stop Long Tianming. Chapter 439. There seem to be some people chasing after you outside. Once they leave, I'll send you out. Emperor Tianyuan said, Many thanks, Senior Tianyuan. Nye Li said respectfully as he chatted with Emperor Tianyuan about the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan could basically confirm that Nye Li was indeed someone from 100 years in the future, and that he had a chance of defeating the Holy Emperor. How many years had it been? He'd been waiting for an opportunity, for revenge. Aside from these treasures, I have another treasure for you. As soon as Emperor Tianyuan finished speaking, a round disc appeared in the sky. It fluttered down and landed in Nye Li's hand. The 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nye Li exclaimed, That's right. This is the 10,000 spiritual sword array. Emperor Tianyuan nodded. In his previous life, when he fought against the Holy Emperor, many experts hidden in the various realms, as well as some treasures, appeared to help Nye Li fight against the Holy Emperor. the 10,000 spiritual sword array, was one of them. It was only a treasure, but it had killed 5 of the Holy Emperor's deity servants. This item still contains a trace of my intent, and it can be activated by my intent. You won't be able to activate it with your current strength. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can use your intent to communicate with me. I can activate the 10,000 spiritual sword array to help you, but you must understand that it needs to gather the essence of heaven and earth in order to unleash its power. Don't use it carelessly. It's best if you use it against the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan said solemnly, I understand the use of this item. Rest assured, Senior Tianyuan. Nieli cupped his hands and stored the 10,000 spiritual sword array into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The 10,000 spiritual sword array needed to absorb heavenly energy to activate, and the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was the place with the densest concentration of heavenly energy. The heavenly energy inside was endless. This was the power of the 10,000 spiritual sword array. Nieli had seen it before. This item needed to absorb a large amount of heavenly energy. It could only be activated once. After putting away the myriad spirit sword array, Nieli suddenly thought of something. He looked at Emperor Tianyuan and said, I have a question. What is it? I wonder if Senior Tianyuan knows of a person who calls himself Kong Ming the Great from the tiny world. Hearing Nia Li's words, Emperor Tianyuan fell silent for a long time. After a while, he said, The Kong Ming the Great you speak of is very likely that person. About a few hundred years ago, a peerless genius appeared. I don't know his background either. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of a powerful being. His spiritual will once communicated with me. His cultivation caught the attention of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor sent a few servants to hunt him down. After fighting with the 3 servants of the Holy Emperor for several days, he suddenly disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Regarding Kong Ming the Great, Nieli had always been puzzled and troubled. Aside from that mantra, there was also the way he nurtured his disciple. This caused Nieli to be worried about an enemy that could appear at any time. That person's talent is extraordinary. In just a short span of 200 to 300 years, he already possessed a shocking cultivation. If he's really the reincarnation of a powerful being, then his strength is even above mine. I originally hoped that he could break the seal. He had broken the Sage Emperor's space-time seal, but it's a pity that in this endless time and space, there aren't many people that have grown to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor. Emperor Tianyuan sighed. To grow to the point of being able to challenge the Holy Emperor in 200 to 300 years. Nieli knitted his brows. If Kong Ming the Great was one, then Nieli from his previous life should also be one. He and Kong Ming the Great both came from the tiny world. He had a vague feeling that there was a connection between him and Kong Ming the Great. There should be some sort of connection between them. All this time, Nieli had a vague feeling that Kong Ming the Great was closely related to him. Therefore, Nieli had always wanted to investigate Kong Ming the Great. Hearing Emperor Tianyuan's words, Nieli was even more certain of his thoughts. Emperor Tianyuan seemed to have thought of something as he asked, Are you also from the tiny world? Yes. Nieli hesitated for a brief moment before nodding his head. Emperor Tianyuan was stunned for a brief moment before he laughed. I understand now. There were some things that I couldn't understand before, but now I finally understand. Ha ha ha. Emperor Tianyuan's laughter shook the entire space. His voice was like a huge bell. Long Yuan couldn't help covering her ears as her beautiful face paled. Emperor Tianyuan said that he understood. Just what did he understand? What did Senior Tian Yuan understand? Nieli couldn't help asking. The riddle of this matter will have to be unraveled by you. The Tao of the heavens and earth has its own destiny. One day, you will understand it. Emperor Tian Yuan smiled as he continued, if there's anyone in this world that can fight against the Holy Emperor, then it's definitely you. The fate of all living things will be in your hands. Emperor Tian Yuan understood, but he didn't say anything. This made Nia Li's heart filled with doubts. Just what sort of profundity was hidden within? I can only tell you one thing. Everything that you've cultivated and inherited is above me, Emperor Tian Yuan solemnly said. Therefore, you must unearth your own potential. Your current cultivation speed is still too slow if you want to fight against the Holy Emperor. You don't have much time left. I will definitely do my best, Nieli solemnly said. There's nothing I can help you with. Emperor Tian Yuan's thoughts landed on Long Yuan, who was standing beside. Nieli, this little girl is deeply in love with you. There aren't many people around you who are willing to die for you. You must cherish her. Her talent is too poor. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't be able to help you. Then I'll give her some good fortune. A moment later, the boundless thoughts between the heavens and earth suddenly went berserk like a storm. Long Yuan was still in a daze when she felt a powerful force pour into her body from the top of her head. Her entire body was filled with boundless energy. Her entire body felt like it was about to explode. Deep pain appeared on Long Yuan's beautiful face. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She somewhat understood Emperor Tian Yuan's intentions. If she wanted to help Nieli one day, then she must accept Emperor Tian Yuan's baptism. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yuan felt waves of energy explode within her body. This energy was simply about to burst her flesh. Not only was her flesh unable to withstand it, even the artifact armor she wore could not withstand it. The artifact was covered in cracks. With a bang, the entire artifact armor exploded. Chapter 440. Long Tianming proudly looked at Sidu Beiyan. It doesn't matter if you're unwilling or not. You've long since lost to me. Furthermore, the power you control is far inferior to mine. Long Tianming's subordinates fought with Situ Beiyan's subordinates and quickly gained the upper hand. After all, Long Tianming had 6 Tao of Dragon Realm experts under him. Scram! Long Tianming furiously roared. He turned into a darkness saint dragon and slammed his palm against the celestial blood-raging dragon, sending it flying. Situ Beiyan frantically retreated several hundred meters and returned to his original appearance. He clutched his chest and vomited blood. He was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting. However, a majestic voice resounded from above. Beiyan, you've lost. There's no need to fight anymore. Situ Beiyan was extremely depressed. In the end, he still wasn't Long Tianming's opponent. However, what about the future of the Hagami Myunmyun? Hierarch Marshalsky's gaze fell on Situ Beiyan, and he sighed. Then he swept his gaze across the Hagami Myunmyun disciples and announced, Long Tianming is the victor of this battle. Long Tianming revealed a pleased expression when he heard Hierarch Marshalsky's words. He'd won. When he thought about how he'd soon obtain the position of proxy patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun, his heart couldn't help burning with excitement. Everyone was waiting for Hierarch Marshalsky to announce the result. As the final victor, Long Tianming would obtain supreme glory. Long Tianming's followers all had ecstatic expressions on their faces. From today onwards, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. When Long Tianming sat on the throne of proxy patriarch, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Hagami Myunmyun. Hierarch Marshal Sky searched around, but didn't see Nieli. Since that was the case, then the position of proxy patriarch could only be passed on to Long Tianming. Just as he was about to announce the result, a group of people flew over from the distance. As far as his eyes could see, the leading young man should be Nieli. Hierarch Marshal Sky's words were at the tip of his tongue, but he paused. Long Tianming grew anxious. He didn't know what was wrong with Hierarch Marshal Sky. He'd clearly won, but Hierarch Marshal Sky still hadn't passed the position of acting patriarch to him. Could it be that Hierarch Marshal Sky was going to go back on his words? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out. "Wait, I haven't even participated yet. Why is it ending already?" Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes focused on the person who spoke. "It's Nieli." "Ha! Nieli is finally here." After seeing Nieli, Lu Piao, Gu Bei, Li Xingyun, and the others were all excited, the entire Demon League was also excited. Nieli finally woke up. Thinking of this, Long Yuan's eyes reddened. Everyone was getting impatient. Nieli landed a few hundred meters away from Long Tianming's group and faintly smiled. "Our Demon League hasn't participated yet, so it's not over yet." Seeing how confident Nieli was, Long Tianming had a bad premonition in his heart. He said in a clear voice, "Your Demon League didn't even participate in the preliminaries. What qualifications do you have to participate in this competition?" Hearing Long Tianming's words, the surrounding Hagami Munyan disciples broke out into a discussion. Before they could stop, Long Tianming continued, "Not to mention that you've only joined the Hagami Munyan for a short period of time, and your origin is unknown. Who knows if you're a spy sent by the Yaoshan sect? It's fine if you're an ordinary disciple, but you're not qualified to compete for the position of acting patriarch of the Hagami Munyan." The Hagami Munyan disciples' voices grew louder. Indeed, Nieli's origin was unknown, and no one knew where he came from. Such a person wasn't suitable to compete for the position of acting patriarch. "Get lost! You're not qualified." Long Tianming's men hissed. Nieli smiled faintly. "It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You can ask the 5 ultimate gods of the Hagami Munyan if I'm qualified or not." Hearing Nieli's words, Long Tianming cupped his hands in the direction of Ultimate God Marshal Sky and the others and said, "Patriarch and ultimate gods, Nieli's origin is unknown, so we have to be careful. Moreover, the Demon League didn't participate in the preliminaries, so we're not qualified to participate in the final battle. I hope the ultimate gods will understand." Long Tianming's lips curled into a sneer as soon as he finished speaking. Even if Nieli was capable, it was impossible for the ultimate gods to trust Nieli. Therefore, Long Tianming was confident in his victory. At that moment, ultimate god Marshal Sky smiled faintly and said, "I can vouch for Nieli's character. There's no problem. I'll allow the Demon League to participate in the final battle. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say. The other ultimate gods must also agree." Long Tianming's face turned gloomy when he heard ultimate god Marshal Sky's words. Ultimate god Marshal Sky was the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan and Situ Bayan's father. Perhaps ultimate god Marshal Sky was unhappy with Situ Bayan's loss and was willing to push Nieli to the front. After all, Nieli was easier to control. Let's listen to what the other ultimate gods have to say. Nieli smiled faintly in his heart. Those ultimate gods had accepted his gifts, which could allow a martial ancestor realm expert's strength to grow by leaps and bounds. With so many elixir pills, not to mention the position of acting patriarch, they could even buy the entire Hagami Munyan. How could ultimate god Marshal Sky object? A moment later, Hierarch Linglong said, "I also agree with the Demon League's participation in the final showdown." Everyone was stunned when they heard Hierarch Linglong's words. Hierarch Linglong was from the Dragon Seal family, and Long Tianming was a direct descendant of the Dragon Seal family. Why would Hierarch Linglong stand on Nie Li's side? Everyone had a premonition that there would be an unexpected turn of events this time. I also agree. The remaining 3 ultimate gods also firmly expressed their opinions. The outcome shocked all the Hagami Myunmyan disciples present. They looked at Nie Li in confusion. How did Nie Li get the support of the 5 ultimate gods? After today's matter, regardless of whether Nie Li obtained the position of acting patriarch, Nie Li's status would no longer be ordinary. Nie Li was the only person who obtained the approval of the 5 ultimate gods. Did it matter whether he was the acting patriarch or not? Since the 5 hierarchs have agreed, can our demon league join the battle? Nie Li chuckled as he looked at Long Tianming. Long Tianming was furious. He didn't know what methods Nie Li had used to convince the 5 ultimate gods. Logically speaking, with Nie Li's status, he shouldn't even be able to meet the 5 ultimate gods. However, such an inconceivable thing had happened, and Long Tianming couldn't do anything about it. Long Tianming coldly snorted, "Humph! Since the 5 ultimate gods have agreed, then I have nothing else to say. However, although your demon league can participate in the final showdown, I will make you lose miserably." Chapter 441. Nie Li smiled faintly and said, "Whether or not I will lose miserably is my business." Soon, Long Tianming's subordinates and Nie Li faced each other from afar, glaring at each other. While Long Tianming's side was filled with experts, Nie Li was the only one standing in the air on Nie Li's side. "You're not going to fight so many of us alone, are you?" Long Tianming stared coldly at Nie Li and smiled contemptuously. He had a total of 6 Dao of Dragon Realm experts and so many Heavenly Axis Realm experts. He could definitely look down on the Demon Alliance. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nie Li. They didn't know what Nie Li was planning. Nie Li looked at Long Tianming, shook his head, and sighed. "It's not challenging at all. I'm bullying you too much." "What do you mean?" Long Tianming glared at Nie Li. "You don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and summon all your men. If you're going to give up, say so earlier. Kid, if you're going to admit defeat, hurry up. Don't waste our time here. Demon Alliance, don't be a coward. Be careful of our 6 Dao of Dragon Realm bosses. We'll kill you all." Long Tianming's subordinates kept yelling. At this moment, Nie Li smiled and waved his right hand. He yelled, "Demon Alliance, come out." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures appeared one after another and gathered around Nie Li. More than 200 people gathered around Yi Xinghe. That's all. Long Tianming couldn't help but laugh. "I thought 200 people would be enough. If you still think it's not enough, I'll find more." Nie Li smiled faintly. The spectating Hagami Myunmyan experts looked at each other. If the Demon Alliance only had so few people, how could they fight Long Tianming? Unlike the onlookers, the 5 martial ancestor realm experts from Hagami Myunmyan looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Although these 200-plus people had concealed their auras, making it difficult for ordinary people to sense their strength, the 5 martial ancestor realm experts were able to clearly see that these 200-plus people were all Dao of Dragon Realm experts. Over 200 martial ancestor realm experts, Hierarch Martial Sky, and the other 4 martial ancestor realm experts were extremely shocked. Even if all the Dao of Dragon Realm experts in the entire Hagami Myunmyan were added together, there were only slightly over 100 of them. However, Nie Li actually had over 200 Dao of Dragon Realm experts under him. Hierarch Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Ha! This kid is a little interesting. He actually brought out over 200 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Where do you think this brat found so many experts? Hierarch Marshal Sky went silent for a moment, then said, since he can give us so many sacred elixirs, he can also give them to his subordinates. Hierarch Longyen was stunned for a moment before he said, Patriarch, you mean to say that these experts were all nurtured by him using sacred elixirs? That's right. Hierarch Marshal Sky nodded. Look at these people. Most of them are at the first stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm. I estimate that they've just broken through to the 9th stage of the Heavenly Axis realm. Long Tianming is destined to lose. Right at this moment, Nieli waved his hand and said, Sky Origin Divine Clan, come out! Asterisk whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts appeared around Nieli. Nieli didn't dare to use the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Therefore, he summoned these Sky Origin Divine Clan experts early on and had them hide amongst the Demon Alliance members. The sudden appearance of over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts was a magnificent sight. Most of the Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were powerful. Heavens! These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts are all at the Tao of Dragon Realm. Heavens! The experts of the Divine Feathers sect all let out cries of surprise as the scene before them was simply too shocking. Over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. The 5 ultimate gods looked at each other and smiled wryly, without saying anything. The appearance of over 200 Tao of Dragon Realm experts was already shocking enough. Now, there were over 100 more Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Moreover, they were all from the Sky Origin Divine Clan. This was simply too shocking. This brat went to the endless wilderness to recruit these Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Hierarch Crimson Blood couldn't help but say, I heard that one has to pay a huge price to purchase a Sky Origin Divine Clan expert, not to mention a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. However, this brat actually managed to recruit over 100 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Hierarch Skycloud couldn't help but feel shocked. He realized that his understanding of Niet Li was still too little. Hierarch Marshal Sky sighed. This is easy to understand. Since he has so many sage medicines in his possession, he could casually sell any one of them for a huge fortune. It's not surprising that he managed to recruit so many Sky Origin Divine Clan experts. Over 300 Tao of Dragon Realm experts. This was definitely a force that couldn't be underestimated. No one could imagine what kind of glory Nieli would bring to Hagami Munyan if he continued like this. Even if Nieli didn't want to be the substitute patriarch of Hagami Munyan, the 5 hierarchs wouldn't agree, because only Nieli could revive Hagami Munyan. At this moment, Long Tianming stared blankly at the scene before him. He's cheating. 5 hierarchs, he's cheating. Long Tianming anxiously shouted. Nieli's brows twitched as he said, I'd like to ask, how am I cheating? Is there a rule that forbids the Sky Origin Divine Clan from participating in this competition? These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts are all my servants. Are they not allowed to participate in the competition? The Hagami Munyan experts looked at each other. Nieli's words made sense. What he did wasn't considered cheating. These Sky Origin Divine Clan experts were all Nieli's servants. Servants were allowed to participate in the competition. However, the sudden appearance of over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts was too inconceivable. Hierarch Marshal Sky said, Nieli's participation in the competition with his servants isn't considered cheating. Hierarch Marshal Sky's voice was heard by all the Hagami Munyan experts. Since Hierarch Marshal Sky had said so, what other opinions did the rest have? Long Tianming suddenly realized that the 5 hierarchs were already standing on Nieli's side. He didn't know what method Nieli had used. Long Tianming's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had planned for so long and sacrificed so much. Just as he was about to take the position of the previous patriarch, he never expected that Nieli would appear out of nowhere and ruin all his plans. Bastard! Long Tianming was enraged. He suddenly thought of something and pointed at Nieli. 5 hierarchs, please be clear. Which disciple of my Hagami Myunmyun would have such shocking wealth to recruit over 100 Sky Origin Divine Clan experts? This person must have the support of evil forces. He must be a spy in our Hagami Myunmyun. We must not allow him to become the next Hagami Myunmyun. Otherwise, our Hagami Myunmyun's future will be bleak. Chapter 442. When the Hagami Myunmyun's experts heard that, they all looked at Nieli with suspicion. Niatli's wealth was simply too shocking. How could an ordinary Hagami Myunmyun disciple possess such a huge amount of wealth? If there really was an unorthodox path supporting him, then Nieli definitely couldn't be allowed to take the proxy patriarch's position. However, Nieli faintly smiled. Long Tianming, what else are you suspecting? Speak. Long Tianming was simply a thief crying thief. Long Tianming knelt towards the 5 hierarchs in the sky and said, 5 hierarchs, for the sake of our Hagami Myunmyun, we definitely can't hand the authority of the Hagami Myunmyun over to this person. The 5 hierarchs fell into silence when they heard Long Tianming's words. They only felt that it was a little funny. If Nieli was really a spy sent by the unorthodox path to the Hagami Myunmyun, then why would he pay such a huge price in exchange for the proxy patriarch's position of Hagami Myunmyun? Not to mention anything else. Just the sacred elixirs that Nieli had given to the 5 hierarchs were priceless. They were even more valuable than the proxy patriarch's position of Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, Nieli was able to nurture so many Tao of Dragon Realm experts. Such a force would be extremely shocking in any sect. It was a force that could shake the entire sect. Therefore, Long Tianming's accusations and suspicions didn't have any basis in logic. Hierarch Marshal Sky laughed. Long Tianming, if you don't have any evidence, then it's wrong to accuse and suspect your own sect. Patriarch, I hope that the Patriarch will investigate clearly. Patriarch, give me 1 month, and I will definitely find evidence of him colluding with the enemy. Long Tianming anxiously said. He felt extremely depressed as he watched the proxy patriarch's position being snatched away. Hierarch Skycloud coldly snorted. Long Tianming, Nieli is my disciple. You said that he colluded with the enemy and betrayed the sect. Are you suspecting me as well? Hierarch Skycloud, I don't dare to doubt you. I just don't want you to be blinded by vile people. Long Tianming said gloomily. He couldn't understand why the 2 hierarchs were so supportive of Nieli. Was it just because Nieli was stronger? At this moment, Hierarch Linglong said, Long Tianming, you're a descendant of my Dragon Seal family. You should have some magnanimity. Since you've lost the competition, Niatli should be the acting patriarch. Even Supreme Divinity Linglong was on Nieli's side. Long Tianming suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Even his own grandmother was helping outsiders. He had suddenly become a person without anyone to rely on. If that was the case, what else could he do? He could only hand over the position of acting patriarch. He had done so much. Why was fate so unfair to him? Niat Li's gaze fell onto Long Tianming, and the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. According to the trajectory of his previous life, the scheming Long Tianming had indeed obtained the position of acting patriarch and pushed the entire Hagami Myunmyun into the abyss of destruction. But in this life, he would never allow such a thing to happen again. No matter how scheming Long Tianming was, how could he fight against Nieli, who had 2 lifetimes of experience. The resources in Nye Li's hands were more than enough to crush Long Tianming. Once Nye Li became the acting patriarch, Long Tianming wouldn't be able to threaten him anymore. What Nye Li wanted to deal with wasn't a pawn like Long Tianming, but the entire Yao Shen sect. Nye Li cupped his hands towards the 5 hierarchs and said, "Many thanks for your support and trust. As long as I become the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyen, I will let Hagami Myunmyen have more martial ancestor realm experts and lead Hagami Myunmyen to true glory." The 5 hierarchs couldn't help smiling and nodding at Nye Li's words. They firmly believed in Nye Li's words. Nye Li could definitely do it. Long Tianming's eyes widened as he laughed maniacally. "What right do you have to obtain the position of Hagami Myunmyen's patriarch? Just because you said that you can help Hagami Myunmyen step into glory? Who doesn't know how to say pretty words? Why would anyone believe such bullshit?" "Long Tianming, you're too impudent." Hierarch Marshal Sky snorted. "Patriarch, I just don't want you to be deceived by this vile person." Long Tianming struggled unwillingly. At that moment, Nye Li sneered at Long Tianming. It didn't matter how much Long Tianming struggled. It was useless. The 5 hierarchs were completely on Nye Li's side. Even if Nye Li resigned from his position as the acting patriarch, the 5 hierarchs would still beg Nye Li to come back. Long Tianming still didn't understand himself and thought that Nye Li had relied on flowery words to get the position. However, Long Tianming couldn't imagine that Nye Li had bribed the 5 hierarchs with a large amount of elixirs. After eating Nye Li's elixirs, each of their cultivations advanced by leaps and bounds. How could they bear to let Nye Li go? Not to mention the acting patriarch, Hierarch Marshal Sky, was even willing to give up his position as the patriarch. Hierarch Marshal Sky couldn't wait to become a leisurely Grand Elder. The fact that Nye Li had so many Tao of Dragon Realm experts under him was enough to prove Nye Li's strength. What else did he have to worry about? Hierarch Linglong coldly snorted. Long Tianming has no respect for his elders. He is to be stripped of his status and confined in the family for 10 months to reflect on his mistakes. Hierarch Linglong's words were equivalent to severing any hope Long Tianming had. "No, this is impossible. How could I lose?" Long Tianming was on the verge of going crazy. The position of acting patriarch was already in his hands, but he suddenly lost everything. This kind of difference was enough to drive Long Tianming crazy. Several Tao of Dragon Realm experts from the Dragon Seal family picked Long Tianming up and left. What awaited Long Tianming in the future was an ice-cold confinement room. The experts of the Hagami Myunmyen exchanged looks. They hadn't expected such an outcome. They didn't know much about Nye Li, so they hadn't expected Nye Li to become the acting patriarch. However, since the outcome had already been determined, they couldn't object anymore. "I hereby announce that I, Marshal Sky, will step down from behind the scenes and hand over the position of the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyen to Nye Li." Hierarch Marshal Sky's resonant voice rang in the ears of every disciple of the Hagami Myunmyen, skipping the acting patriarch and directly promoting him to the patriarch position. Such a thing was actually possible. It was simply too strange, wasn't it? However, the words of the patriarch always carried weight. Since the other 4 hierarchs didn't object, wouldn't they be courting death if they objected? "We pay our respects to the patriarch, Nye. We pay our respects to the patriarch, Nye." The disciples of the Hagami Myunmyen uniformly knelt in front of Nye Li. Nye Li raised his head to look at the sky. Hierarch Marshal Sky was expressing goodwill towards him, but he still accepted it. "From today onwards, I, Nye Li, will be in charge of the Hagami Myunmyun. In 1 month, I will re-establish the sect's rules. All disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun will listen to my orders. I, Nyeli, will take it upon myself to revitalize the Hagami Myunmyun and lead the Hagami Myunmyun to glory. Nyeli's voice spread throughout the Hagami Myunmyun. Patriarch, Nya! Patriarch, Nya! The shouts of the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun resounded through the sky. Chapter 443. In the following days, Hagami Myunmyun held a grand patriarch inauguration ceremony. The entire Hagami Myunmyun was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there were still many disciples who weren't satisfied with Nyali becoming the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. A person without any foundation, someone they didn't even know, had suddenly risen to the position of patriarch. They still had their doubts about Nyeli. What capabilities did Nyeli have? Even Situ Beiyen was more suitable than Nyeli. However, since the 5 heads had spoken, ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples like them didn't have any authority to speak. They could only accept it and suppress the dissatisfaction in their hearts. They wanted to see how the patriarch, Nyeli, would be able to control the entire Hagami Myunmyun. After Nyeli became the patriarch, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Every Hagami Myunmyun disciple would receive 10 elixirs according to their cultivation. A single elixir would allow an ordinary disciple to step into the heavenly star realm. As for those above the heavenly star realm, a single elixir would allow them to raise their cultivation by several levels. Aside from that, every heavenly axis realm disciple would receive an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. As for those above the Tao of Dragon realm, each of them would receive a god level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. In an instant, the entire Hagami Myunmyun was in an uproar. Some disciples had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds after consuming the elixirs, instantly breaking through the bottleneck that they hadn't been able to break through for many years. Some even made a huge leap. The effects of the elixirs shocked everyone. Furthermore, Nyeli had brought hundreds of god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits to the Hagami Myunmyun. In an instant, the Hagami Myunmyun's power had reached an unprecedented peak. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths. They were completely convinced by Nyeli. Regardless of Nyeli's morals and character, Nyeli had a lot of money and resources. If anyone else had been the patriarch who could have brought Hagami Myunmyun to such a state, in the past, Hagami Myunmyun was the weakest among all the holy sects. Its disciples were often bullied by the evil sects like Yaoshan sect. There were several times when the Hagami Myunmyun was almost in a desperate situation. Now, it was time to let the disciples of Yaoshan sect have another try. Hagami Myunmyun would definitely make the Yaoshan sect suffer. Everyone in Hagami Myunmyun was itching for a fight. Every single one of them was itching to teach Yaoshan sect a lesson. However, Nyeli had given another order. Hagami Myunmyun had sealed its gates. No one was allowed to enter or leave as they pleased. Every disciple had to focus on their cultivation. Those who broke through 3 realms would receive another spiritual herb. Those who broke through to the next realm would receive another 10 spiritual herbs. Those who broke through to the heavenly axis realm would receive an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Those who broke through to the Tao of Dragon realm would receive 3 sacred herbs and a god level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Hagami Myunmyun would conduct a strict investigation. Anyone who colluded with the enemy would be killed without mercy. When they received the news, the entire Hagami Myunmyun flared up. They all knew about the effects of the spiritual herbs. They originally thought that they wouldn't be able to get any more. They never imagined that Nieli would actually announce such a shocking reward. How could they not put their lives on the line in their cultivation? I wonder what the patriarch's sacred herbs are. Who knows? The patriarch will rule the world for 10,000 generations. From today onwards, I'm a patriarch's man. If the patriarch wants me to face the south, I'll never face the north. The disciples of Hagami Myunmyen were all immersed in fanaticism. The entire sect was filled with people cultivating. They were cultivating at all times, afraid of being left behind. Hagami Myunmyen's mountain gates were tightly shut. Some of the spies that the outer sects had planted in Hagami Myunmyen had been uprooted. The outside world had suddenly lost contact with Hagami Myunmyen. No one knew what the Hagami Myunmyen was up to. The various evil sects had sent people to investigate, but none of them had any news. Patriarch Residence Lu Piao, Gubei, and the rest were gathered together. Practically all the elite disciples of the sect had gathered by Nieli's side. This included Situ Beiyan, Gulan, and the rest. All of them had wholeheartedly submitted to Nieli. Just the number of sect elites gathered by Nieli's side had reached 500 to 600. Nieli, according to your instructions, I've sent 100 Dao of Dragon Realm experts to douse it, and 200 to Ning, and Zion. Lu Piao reported. Under Nieli's instructions, he'd sent a large number of Dao of Dragon Realm experts to Ning, Ziyun, and douse it. He'd also sent them many spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and even extraordinary rank dragon bloodline demon spirits, so that they could increase their strength as soon as possible. Nieli's forces would be present in these sections. How's your cultivation going? Nieli asked, looking at everyone. Your sacred herbs are too powerful. We've already broken through to the Tao of Dragon Realm. Gubei excitedly said. Li Xingyun looked at Nieli and asked, Nieli, when are you going to make a move against the Yaoshan sect? Make a move against the Yaoshan sect? When did I say that I'm going to make a move against the Yaoshan sect? Nieli asked in astonishment, but the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. Our Yaoshan sect has been in constant conflict with the Hagami Myunmyen for the past few years. The Yaoshan sect has been thinking about how to destroy our sect at all times. Now that our Hagami Myunmyen has grown stronger, how can we tolerate the Yaoshan sect? Li Xingyan smiled. Everyone's gaze fell on Nieli, waiting for Nieli's reply. They were indeed a little impatient in their hearts. What's the rush? Our Hagami Myunmyen is a peace-loving sect. As long as the Yaoshan sect doesn't make a move against us, we won't make a move against them. All the outer sect disciples will retreat back to the sect. As long as the Yaoshan sect doesn't make a move against us, our Hagami Myunmyen won't make a move against them. Let's go into seclusion for 5 years first. Nieli said with certainty. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone pondered for a moment and immediately understood. This move of Nieli's was the most ruthless one. With a huge amount of sacred and spiritual herbs, Nieli could nurture a large number of experts. In 5 years, the entire Hagami Myunmyen would be filled with Tao of Dragon Realm experts. There might even be a few martial ancestor realm experts. Furthermore, at that time, Nieli's position in the Hagami Myunmyen would be as stable as Mount Tai, and everyone would be united. At that time, it would be a fool's dream for the Yaoshan sect to win. Once the Yaoshan sect started a war with the Hagami Myunmyen, it would be too late to even cry. Time was even more precious to the Hagami Myunmyen. The entire Hagami Myunmyen had entered seclusion mode. Aside from cultivating his heavenly god cultivation technique, Nieli had also started to impart all sorts of powerful cultivation techniques to the elites around him. These cultivation techniques could be cultivated to the pinnacle. In terms of talent, none of them were inferior to Nieli. A terrifying power was brazenly rising in the Draconic Ruins realm. However, the other sects were still unaware of it.